Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is everything working? Are we live? He's late. He despises us. Hello, Gabriel. Hello. Oh, Anime Fan 3794. Thank you for the 5. It's my 31st birthday today, and I'm throwing money at the chair. Brightside Super Chat autocorrect / complete recognizes chairman. I'm glad to hear that, and happy birthday. I hope you have a good one. Thank you for being so generous with your with your money and being willing to toss it over to me. I hope you have a good one. Good morning, Chairman. Hello, Zodic. Hello, Beanie. Hey! Hopefully the BGM is working this time, because it was... I've been very paranoid about making sure that when I switch scenes, it's actually still on, so when we do switch later on the stream, well, I'll check again, but it's that time of the week. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I know that a few people are probably going to be watching the VOD for this one, because HoloFest is happening at the same time. I don't blame you at all for choosing HoloFest over watching this live. Actually, for those of you who are watching this VOD after having tuned into HoloLive, there's a segment that will occur later on in this stream that might tickle your fancy a little bit. But yeah, Ohio to you too, Ole. Danchi. Yeah, this has been a week, Sumo Night. Whose birthday? Anime Fan's birthday. But yeah, no. We've had... Well... All I can think of is the Shion graduation, but that's pretty major. Yeah, no, I saw Master N, yeah. Shion's graduating. While there's been less chaos, there's still people claiming that nothing has changed. Yeah, it always happens where you do see both of the two extremes in terms of every time there's a major graduation at HoloLive, and let's be honest, every graduation is like a major graduation at HoloLive. But yeah, you always see both ends of the spectrum when it comes to people like just spiraling into doom posting immediately versus people who are basically saying, oh, nothing's wrong. And I think at this point, it's safe to say that Holo's management, Yagu specifically, definitely knows that not everything is right. But I think I'm willing to believe that they are on the ball enough to be able to address whatever seems to be generating this friction between their new direction and their older talents. Again, I do want to emphasize that in Shion's case specifically, much like with Aqua, she's been there for like 7 years. That's nearing on 3/4 of a decade. So it doesn't really surprise me that a talent that has been around for that long might find the change in Holo to be disorienting or not what they signed up for. I would be a lot more concerned if it was a more recent talent or a talent that has more recently joined that was graduating or leaving. But that being said, the fact that Yagu felt the need to issue a public statement saying, we know that we need to do things to keep our older talents around, etc., etc., it is reassuring to hear that. So, many major graduations, but it's far more organized. Yeah, exactly. There isn't, with Shion's graduation at least, I'm pretty sure, well, I haven't seen any how do I put this? There's definitely sadness, but there isn't a sense of animosity towards the company. At least not from what I've seen. Which is, all things considered, probably a good thing. Not only that, even if the talent is all in on the changes, 7 years is a lot of time. Yeah, exactly. She mentioned how the internet was basically a hobby, but HoloLive is now a serious job. Oh yeah, absolutely. Is XQC the quintessential modern man? Yeah, he is. He's peak human form. He's peak gamer form, as I should say. But yeah. We'll get to that later on in the stream. Had a recent heat wave that gave me the wildest revelation rats like Weevil Underground through exit. Things are changing in the world. Things are changing in the world. Yeah, we had in Australia we had a recent cyclone warning. There's a there's a gathering storm that should hit our east coast at some point over the next few hours or next few days. It's unclear. So it's leaning towards the northern part of the east coast. It's unclear how far down it's going to travel though. So until then, well, if the stream dips out for at some random point during the stream, you probably know why. But yeah. So, XQC's peak something alright, just not ideal. I would have... That's a very mild way of putting it, but yes. Azahara seems to be mad at Yagu's Twitter post. I can understand why people would be worried. They would express concern, right? Because generally speaking, if you're older, you can understand conceptually why your older talents might not want to stick around. But there is an element of lost legacy if too many older talents end up leaving at once. People are still smarting over the string of graduations that happened at the end of last year. People haven't forgotten that. People haven't recovered from that. So it doesn't... Again, I understand why people would be bristling at this. Shion's also one of the younger talents, having started Hollow when she was still in high school or something. Honestly, I feel like she might even be planning on settling down rather than reincarnating. It's completely possible. Hololive, I would expect, with a talent that is as experienced and successful as Shion, I would expect that should she choose to, she could absolutely be set up for life afterwards. But I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. Yagu did say the changes were going to be slow. People were getting mad at him. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment quite a bit because, let's be honest, Hololive being a Japanese company is not immune to the bureaucracy problem. So if they're going to alter anything to do with the way that the bureaucracy has been running to make it more accommodating to the talents, it's probably going to take more than just like 2 months or so to fully take an effect. That being said, for those who read the last shareholder report to come out by cover, they did have a section where they mentioned that there had been internal restructuring at the company due to some sort of management hitch. And it could be coincidence. It might not be. It might be. But since that point in time, some of the EN talents seem to be more happy with the way things are going. It's hard to tell because we're looking from the outside. We're looking in from the outside, but they are definitely aware that something in the way that they manage their talents needs to change. And to me, that is to have that admission out there, to acknowledge that that is a problem that exists, and to see that they are apparently taking steps to fix it. That is already far more reassuring than what we normally get to see with a company that size. Because at Hololive's size, they could very easily just double down, ignore the problem, and keep making money. But the fact that they're not doing that is reassuring. So many yeah. I mean, it's inevitable when it comes to companies like that you a lot of your time as a talent is going to be taken up with essentially administrative busy work. But Woven Works finally caught yet another chair stream live. Welcome back. Wasn't she on the middle of the pack for JP Gen 2? I think she was. I could be misremembering. It sounds like she's completely done with VTubing, saying it's not. Might be. Again, there is no official English translation of Shion's statement about why she's graduating. It's mostly been fan translations. But yeah, from what other people have been relaying from that stream, it did sound like she was quite burnt out with the whole being on the internet as a job thing in general. So I guess, again, we'll see where she goes from here, but she did say she was going to make a more detailed statement later down the line. So until then, all we can really do is wait. It's better to be aware than ignorant. I share much of the same sentiment, although I can understand wanting to refrain from being aware of things. Because having to be... There is something to be said about how not looking at how the sausage is made makes it easier to enjoy it, right? So, for that reason, although my personal position is that unpleasant truths are better than ignorance, I can understand the opposite perspective as well. It's just that if you want to solve a problem, then only one of those perspectives is correct. That being said, I get the fear. You mentioned Hollow's brand is escapism, BlackRock. Yeah, exactly. Like I said in the last HoloLive stream that I ended up doing, Hollow's brand is very much the idea that is very much the walled garden type appeal, right? It exists in its own world. It is self-contained. It doesn't have to bow to things that are going on in the world around it. And so, if people see anything that threatens that, I understand why, because that is the essence of the brand that they got themselves invested in. I can understand why the moment that is threatened, people start to panic a little bit. And let's be honest here, there are very few things that approach the amount of real world whiplash that you can get as an audience. Then there are very few things that can deliver that gut punch of reality more than watching your favorite talent graduate. So Yagoo cares. Yeah, no, I think at this point it's safe to believe that Yagoo cares about his talents a lot personally. So I'm saying this, but at the same time I am very painfully aware of how once Yagoo ends up leaving the company for whatever reason, the question of who is going to succeed him is probably going to make or break the company. Hello, Alan. Welcome to the stream. The brand escaping into another world, however, the company, the staff, and talent are still in the real world. Yeah, it's all about being able to keep the curtain in front of you, right? And every now and then, you kind of have to peel back the curtain. Like discovering your favorite talent, yeah. Same couldn't be said for the show. Yeah, that's why a lot of people are very worried about what's going to happen once Yagoo retires or whatever. Because if he does, when he does, usually businesses tend to default to being led by someone who has been elected by shareholders, although I would hope that's not the case here. Because if anything has borne itself as an undeniable truth throughout time, it is that shareholders may fund a company, but they simply don't know shit about running the company. Alright. That would be a nightmare scenario. The darkest timeline is if HoloLive goes down, and then, well, Yagoo goes down, and then Brave Group buys out HoloLive. Then we would truly be in the darkest timeline. The same shareholders who openly want to... Yeah. No, I'm very aware of that. Yagoo has an open schedule where talents are free to join him in a tea party. Oh, yeah, no, I know of that, don't worry. Alright. But in any case... Alright. Could Yagoo potentially groom his own replacement and vote him in as majority shareholder? Technically, yeah, I guess he could, although I'm not sure about how exactly that works. But, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Yagoo was taking one of the executives or one of the other major shareholders and trying to, you know, essentially mold them into the perfect successor. It would be a little silly to assume that he's acting as if he will never ever retire, because I think that's a little unrealistic. But again, we shall see. Speaking of Brave, have you seen False's video? Oh yeah, no, I have. It's introduced. I think seeing the way that people have pivoted in the way that they think of the issue based on watching False's video has been interesting. Because I don't think the video itself actually introduces that much new information. Again, it's something that I'm probably going to be integrating into the Globy termination stream, because at this point, I think we have enough. We've waited long enough. We have enough material that I could probably make that stream happen. Because what that termination has proven, undeniably so, is that there are managerial issues at Globy. Although, that being said, one thing that False's video did do that I think is quite valuable is reinforce the need for a healthy dose of skepticism when it comes to the statements made by terminated talents in the immediate aftermath of their termination. Because I do think that the pendulum has swung a little too far, in the sense that now everything that a talent says after being terminated tends to be regarded as gospel. Every time a talent is terminated from any company, they essentially get terminated with a loaded gun in hand. So having that, reinforcing that need for a little bit of skepticism, like, trust but verify. A lot of people tend to forget the verify part. I do think that his video reinforcing that is good. However, again, like I said before, I do think that people have overreacted a little bit to False's video, to the point of utterly glossing over what went wrong with the Globy terminations. Because objectively speaking, there are quite a few signs that something is wrong behind the scenes. Again, I'll go over it in more detail in the dedicated stream, but yeah, it's... And I'm not saying that everyone has, pivoted 180 in either direction, but there have been enough people who have made that drastic shift in perspective and opinion that I do think is, to put it mildly, quite interesting. But yeah. Alan, thank you for the 5. Off topic, but will you dissect Sea Dog? Oh yeah, no. That will probably go into the Hassan stream. Okay, so I have a bunch of streams that I'm planning to do, like, in the back of my mind. They've all been listed out in the poll that I put out in the community post section of my channel. So when we inevitably end up doing the Hassan Piker stream, the trash taste response to the backlash that they got for bringing on Hassan as a guest to their podcast, that is going to be a part of it. So rest assured, I didn't gloss over that. I saw. So yeah, Twitch's enforcement is a little interesting. Yeah, Hapini, I was shocked at first, but after watching False's video, I think the girls are drumming up drama, but there's something going on the inside that isn't good as well. Yeah, exactly. Both things can be true at the same time, right? It could be the case that they're dramatizing things to some degree. It could also be the case that there's something going wrong on the inside. And there is evidence to suggest both are true, which, again, I'll be going through in more detail later on. But, yeah. Yeah, so to give more context on what some people are saying in chat, right? Over the past week, 2 things have happened. One, Hassan finally got banned on Twitch for... The reason has not been publicly disclosed, but popular speculation is that he got banned off of Twitch because he said, quote, "If you cared about Medicaid, you would kill X-politician." And so, obviously, if you have a live streamer streaming themselves saying that on your platform, that's probably not a good look, because regardless of what you personally think, that is towing the line dangerously close to being an outright call for violence against a specific person, right? And so, when he got banned, a lot of people speculated that that was the reason. The only problem? Hassan, over the course of the past few months, has done multiple things that would warrant a very long ban. including, but not limited to, calling for people to brigade others' content on his channel, rape apology, glazing terrorists, and showing off terrorist propaganda, in addition to, in very frequent statements, semi-frequent statements, that could very reasonably be interpreted as a call to violence. And only after this latest incident did Twitch actually drop the hammer on his head and ban him. The only issue? They banned him for 3 minutes and 1 day, which is an awful precedent to set if you want to discourage that kind of TOS non-compliant behavior. And the icing on the cake is that very same week, Ethan Klein, H3H3, hosted a Twitch livestream where he would essentially loop his content nuke on Hassan, which basically documented all of Hassan's shenanigans on Twitch, and he would repeat that over and over. The problem? His channel got banned for doing so. Now, if his channel was banned for doing so, with the reason being given as spam, I could understand that. Perfectly reasonable. You play one video on loop ad infinitum, ad nauseum. I can understand why that would trigger Twitch's spam filters. Except, that wasn't the reason why Ethan's channel was banned. His channel was banned for, and I quote, glorifying extreme acts of violence. Now, that says quite a few things about Twitch. Specifically about Twitch's treatment of Hassan. Because if Ethan's video that primarily features clips of Hassan on Twitch gets banned for glorifying extreme violence, what on earth does that say about the clips and what Twitch has been permitting to have on their platform? Now, the funniest thing is, Ethan tried to appeal that decision, and his appeal was almost instantly denied, and Twitch rattled off the usual spiel of, oh, we had a human being thoroughly review this decision before deciding to decline your appeal. And then this news that he'd been banned for quote-unquote glorifying violence went viral on Twitter, and mysteriously after that point, his channel was then unbanned, and he was sent an email saying, oh, sorry, we banned you by mistake. Now, as per usual, that means that one of two things is a lie. Either Ethan's initial ban was not a mistake, and Twitch is only unbanning him because they got caught trying to discriminate against Ethan specifically, or I should say discriminate in favor of Hassan specifically, or Twitch is lying when they say that they get a human being to review every decision and every appeal. Now, it is also a possibility that both are true, but I'm going to be charitable and assume that only one is. But yeah, that's not a great look. Especially the fact that Twitch has now confirmed that what they allow to happen on Hassan's channel would be cause for a ban for any other channel. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention, Ethan's ban, before it got reset, was supposed to be for 30 days. So I think that says quite a lot about how long the ban for Hassan's channel should have been, but wasn't. So, yeah. At this point, it's pretty undeniable that Twitch has a favoritism problem. Mercurius, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 5 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. But yeah, it's both. No, I can absolutely believe that's both, but Twitch certainly is. Well, that's the problem, right? Twitch is very consistent in that it will pick sides between the streamers that its administration and staff likes and the streamers that it doesn't, so. I mean, Pikers should have been longer, as in permanent. Yeah, no, I agree with that 100%, but unfortunately not in the eyes of Twitch. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Twitch is lying. Gui Hoer. Yeah, pretty much. And speaking of Twitch favoritism, that brings us rather neatly into the main topic of this stream. Because as we'll get into later, many aspects of Twitch Rivals as an event and as a tradition has been, shall we say, very in character for the way that the platform has been running itself over the last few years. Before we begin, as per usual, few disclaimers. First, do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during this stream in any way, shape, or form. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during the stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and is thus protected under fair use. Third, all information / material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform and or remains publicly available and or traceable. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. There is going to be, I've tried to adjust for when the things actually happened in their respective time zones, although I have doubtless missed quite a few, so there may be a few dates that are off by 1 day or so. And finally, if something's blocked off by either my Fugi or chat, don't worry, I'll be reading everything out as we go along. And if you're curious as to what any of my slides actually say, or any of the diagrams or figures or images that I use, feel free to just go over to my Patreon, join as a free member. You don't even need to pay any money. I upload all of the slides for all of my streams onto my personal Patreon. You can find it in the description below after every stream. By the way, like the video if you enjoy the content. That very much helps me in the algorithm, etc., etc. Now that all of that administrative work is done, we're going to start off with a little bit of a history lesson. Now, if I were to recount all of the instances in which Twitch Rivals hosted competitions for playing a game and then they royally screwed over the streamers that joined that event, I'd be here until the cows come home. I would not be able to recite all of the individual instances in which that happened. However, I do want to focus on one specific case study where a new game has come out, Twitch has tried to host an event for it, Twitch has hosted multiple events for it, and all of those events have exemplified various ingrained issues in how Twitch Rivals is organized that I think is quite illuminating for gaining an insight into how Twitch operates as a company and as a platform and as an organizer. And to do that, we're going to have to go back to February 25th of 2022. When acclaimed studio From Software Inc., in conjunction with Bandai Namco, would publish the much-anticipated Elden Ring, released for PlayStation, Steam, and Xbox on the same day. Now, to nobody's surprise, this was a game that everyone had been waiting for years on end. Much hype, much anticipation, and immediately after launch, it absolutely exploded in popularity on the very same day that it was launched across all three of those prior platforms. Elden Ring reached, according to this tweet, almost 900,000 concurrent viewers on Twitch. For context, only Dark Souls 3 ever peaked at 276k viewers on Twitch. And of course, player numbers ended up spiking as well to, I believe, around 600k concurrent players, although I might be misremembering. No, that's a different game. But it pretty much ended up spiking almost immediately after launch, and it gained a significant amount of viewership on Twitch and sustained that for quite a while. And you would probably assume that when a game pops off this hard immediately after launch, people are going to be taking notice. This was going to be interpreted as an opportunity for the streaming sites involved in hosting content relating to this game to actually exploit the renewed interest, or sorry, not renewed, but the new interest in said game. Oh, Okko, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the 5. I've come to drop some mons and then leave. I've got some people to laugh at. Love your armchair. Oh, thank you, Okko. Thank you. Thanks for dropping in. And if you feel like joining us later, feel free to do so. Even though I do think that this stream may be one of the shorter ones because it doesn't have triple-digit slides. However, this opportunity to leverage Elden Ring's popularity right after launch as a chance for some good marketing was indeed observed and utilized by Twitch themselves, who, on April 30th of the same year, would announce on their Twitter that they were going to be hosting a Twitch Rivals event revolving around Elden Ring. Oh, all VAR. Peak concurrency for Elden Ring is 953,426. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, I knew that I misremembered the number, but it's good to have that out there. Thanks. So, Sword Art stream. We'll see, Robin, we'll see. In the tweet, they state as follows, quote, "Behold, Tarnished, meet some of the teams battling in Twitch Rivals at Elden Ring 2v2 Challenge featuring Mendo. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. PT at Twitch Rivals, Mendo and XQC, Disguised Toast and Boxbox, Lyric and Lobos Jr. Gaming, Maximum and Oroboro TV," and they'd announce it with the accompanying graphics outlining which major creators would be participating. Now, a few things. First, I want you to take note of who the organizer is. A streamer by the name of Mendo, 694k followers on Twitch, and official member of esports team Team Liquid. His bio reads, "My name is Lucas Mendo Hawkinson," I hope I pronounced that correctly, pro and streamer for Team Liquid. Esports connections, mainstream gamer. And I don't mean that as a derogatory term, but simply a statement of fact. The next thing I want you to realize, or take notice of, is when they advertise which streamers are going to be participating, they have a very specific order to the way that they list them out. They start off with Mendo, obviously, since he is the organizer of the event. But then the influencers, the creators that they end up listing out, consist of the following: XQC, Disguised Toast, Boxbox, Lyric. All of these 4 massive mainstream content creators. And then they start listing out Lobos Jr. Gaming, Maximum, and Oroboro TV. Only 2 of which are specialists in the Soul/Elden Ring gaming scene, being Lobos Jr. Gaming and Oroboro TV. So, immediately, that should tip you off to a few things, chief of which is the fact that this is an event that revolves around Elden Ring, but is designed to cater to a more general audience of stream viewers. And when we actually look at the Twitch Rivals event page, how they describe themselves as an event, you can see this being reinforced quite a bit. For example, if you look at the Twitter account for the official Twitch Rivals Twitter account, if you look at their banner, their slogan is quite simple. Anything can be a competition. Right? Short, sweet, to the point. Underlying philosophy is that regardless of what the game is, they can turn it into a competition that, at least on paper, should be entertaining to both participate in and to watch. And if you go to their official events page, they go into more detail as to what the premise of this event is supposed to be. Quote, "The evolution of competitive entertainment. Twitch Rivals spawns your favorite streamers in head-to-head competition in some of the biggest games on Twitch. With over 60 events happening 2025, Twitch Rivals is the #1 destination for live competitive entertainment." So, immediately, 2 things are being hammered home, right? Competitive entertainment. Those 2 aspects of the Twitch Rivals brand, equally important, and in terms of significance, the significance of the brand is distributed between the 2. When you go over to their
FAQ section, they go into even more detail talking about what they do or what defines the way that they run this event. Twitch streamers, awesome games, fun, competition. You want to see the biggest streamers on Twitch battle it out for the glory of being a Twitch Rivals champion? Cause we're bringing that to your screen over 60 times a year, unique formats, rad prizes, and more rivalries than you can fit in an arena. This is Twitch Rivals. So again, really reiterating the fact that one of the main appeals, one of the main pillars of the appeal of this event is big streamers, right? That this is an event where, well, the appeal to general audiences is that you can walk into this event probably knowing nothing about the game and get to watch your favorite big content creator engage in a battle, a rivalry with other people in the arena of that specific game. That was what made this event relevant. That is what, at least on paper, keeps this event relevant. Yeah, cringe. Yeah, it does very much sound like a millennial wrote this, right? We're bringing that to your screen. Unique formats, rad prizes. Like, nobody talks like that. But the more interesting thing, though, is when they go into the FAQ sections, now they start breaking down what are some of the requirements of actually getting to join this event. So, the first question, who can participate in Twitch Rivals shows? Twitch Rivals is open to Twitch affiliates and partners in good standing. Now, what good standing means, not very clear on that, although we would assume good standing probably means respected by and or friendly with the Twitch staff and Twitch administration. Participants must stream their point of view from their channel and join the event Discord to be eligible for prizing. And then they have how do I become a partner or affiliate, but after that they have how do I get involved. Twitch Rivals is open to Twitch affiliates and partners by invitation, or you could be selected by hitting the Express Interest button on the event page for the schedule. Two things that are immediately clear from reading these two FAQ questions alone. These two FAQs alone. First is that, again, because they specify only only affiliates and partners in good standing get to participate, it does mean that you are going to have to preserve, at least to some degree, some sort of respectability or mutual respect with the members of Twitch's staff. And second, this is an invite-only competition, which also means that, by implication, everyone who gets to participate in one of the Twitch Rivals events must have been vetted by some member of Twitch staff prior to their attendance. Now, when you break down what is the function of Twitch Rivals, when you want to get an idea of, well, what are the main flaws of Twitch Rivals, why has this event been mired in so much controversy, and why has the controversy seemed to be so repetitive in between individual instances, one of the first things you need to understand is, why does this event exist in the first place? What is the purpose of Twitch Rivals? What is it supposed to accomplish for the people running it? Because there is always going to be a purpose. There is always a reason as to why these platforms would be willing to shell out enough money to run an event like this. And when it comes to deep diving into the reason, the rationale behind why this event exists, you can actually trace it back to a slogan, I suppose, an adage, a platitude, a principle that underpins much of the business world, and that is, nothing happens until somebody sells something. Now, this is a quote that is, if you do business, if you do marketing, this is something that will likely have cropped up at some point during your studies. It's a quote that is attributed to various different people, various different business moguls. For example, Arthur Red Motley, a guy who owned a magazine by the name of Parade, Henry Ford, the motor engine mogul, or Thomas J. Watson, the CEO of IBM. And again, who said this quote first? very much up for debate. Nobody seems to have a clear idea. However, the reason why this is a philosophy that has underpinned so much of how people do marketing or how people think of business is because when you really think about it, right, so much of what ends up happening in our world in general happens because it serves someone's interests to make money. The very same principle applies to Twitch. Nothing happens unless they have something to sell to you. If you want people to do something, sell it to them. If you want people to act a certain way, sell it to them. If you want people to think something, sell it to them. It's the exact same thing. And events like Twitch Rivals are no different, right? Twitch Rivals quite literally happens because Twitch wants to sell something. And then the question becomes, what is Twitch selling? What is Marvel Rivals? I got ahead of myself there. What is Twitch Rivals designed to sell? And this ties in with an aspect of marketing, which has a little bit of a PR component as well, called event marketing. And event marketing is exactly what it sounds like, right? Quote, the practice of promoting the interests of an organization and its associated brands by associating the organization with a specific activity. Or, I should say, you could simplify this even further to the use of events as a marketing tool to build brand recognition for the organizations involved in running them. Essentially, what that means is the reason why companies like Twitch choose to host these events, even if they might not be the most profitable, is that they generate more attention for the company. They build brand recognition for the company, and they offer the company a way to grab whatever positive mental associations they want people to think of when they think about the company. Now, people have, well, the textbook where I got this definition from, the official definition of event marketing from, it was an article written in a journal, I believe, written by two scholars by the name of Zarin Tonello and Schmidt, called The Impact of Event Marketing on Brand Equity, the Mediating Roles of Brand Experience and Brand Attitude. And that's basically academia jargon for how does event marketing benefit the brand that uses it. Because very often what you may find is that these businesses will opt to run these events even if those events don't have an immediately positive financial impact. It might not immediately increase profits. It might not immediately generate revenue. And yet, these organizations do so anyways. And this was basically an article trying to break down into a more specific fashion, a more measurable fashion, how these events benefit the companies that run them. And one of the things that this article does is it proposes a little bit of a diagram to conceptualize how a brand evolves before and after one of these events gets run. And the way that they've arranged this diagram is a little bit of a sort of pyramidic flowchart in a sense, where you start off at the beginning, right, before the event happens. Pre-event brand perception, where the audience either doesn't have strong mental associations with the brand or doesn't have an awareness of the brand. Then the event is organized and audiences, consumers, actually get to interact with the event. After this point, three things happen. First, the audience develops a bit of a brand experience. Now, what they mean by brand experience is basically the ability to interact with some aspect of the brand in a tangible and memorable fashion, right? You attend an event, you interact with whatever is going on in that event, you consume whatever entertainment is put in front of you, maybe you buy some products that are sold at the event. In whatever capacity, you get to experience a part of the company's brand. Now, what that does is it flows on to two other things. First, brand attitude. In contrast to brand experience, which is what happens when you interact with a brand in some way, brand attitude is how you feel about it, right? So after interacting with an event, if you find it entertaining, if you find it engaging, if it's something that becomes memorable, that's more likely to affect your brand attitude by skewing you towards a more positive response, right? If a company provides you something that gives you joy, pleasure, satisfaction, you are more likely to view the company as a whole, or feel about the company as a whole, more positively. And then once you have both of these things, you then get post-event brand perception, where the audience is both aware of your brand and they feel more positively about it. Now, yeah, brand awareness, right? Overall, that is what this adds up to. People becoming more aware that your brand exists and feeling more positively about your brand. And yeah, Reindeer, funny you should bring up conventions, because broadly speaking, we can simplify this diagram even further to basically a 3-step process, right? First, the organization in question hosts an event. They invest time, resources, money into creating this event. Then audiences get to experience the event. They build, they connect with the event, they interact with it, they create memories based off that event. And then afterwards, what ends up happening is audience perceptions of the organizers are then retroactively mediated through their experience of the event. The event essentially becomes a filter through which people perceive the company that runs it, right? And in exchange for the money, time, resources invested into actually making that event happen in the first place, audiences give their feelings of goodwill, develop a certain image of the brand, and potentially down the line are more willing to pay out money. And we actually have a very recent example of this, which is HoloFest. In this example, the exact same 3-step process happens, right? HoloLive, in conjunction with whatever sponsors tag along, for example, Bandai Namco, they host HoloFest, right? And HoloFest or some sort of expo, anything like that. Then audiences, VTuber fans, people who watch these streamers on an everyday basis, they pay money, they buy tickets to attend this event. They get to experience the event, they build memories, connect with their Oshis, etc., etc. And then afterwards, having experienced that event, what ends up happening is the audiences now have a stronger mental image of what HoloLive is. Actually, Zodic-kun, Fishman sponsoring vendor at Offkai. Yes, that is also another example that can work, because in that particular case, by having Sakana publicly sponsor a whole section of Offkai, every time people interact with that part of Offkai, including the artists, not just the con-goers, right? Including the artists, now all of them have that same mental association with Face Connect, with Sakana and Face Connect by extension, right? And as a result, their perceptions of Face Connect is filtered through the fact that Sakana was generous enough to fund all of the artists in a vendor hall for Offkai, right? And so it's very much the same thing. Now, usually when a company pulls this off and, actually manages to implement this process competently, everyone wins, right? The company gets a better public image. People are more willing, they build up a reservoir of goodwill. People are more willing to buy their products and invest their time and emotional energy into that company. The consumers, the audience, they get an experience that they were willing to pay for. They get an experience that they can, hold close to their hearts, that they can hold in memory, look back on fondly, etc., etc. And even the people who are involved in actually running this event can come out better as well, because for many of the talents at HoloLive, this, for them, is a dream come true, getting to perform in front of thousands of people live on stage, getting to become an idol. All of these things are very much dreams that people are chasing when they enter this industry, and getting to participate in events like this are very much a part of that dream. However, this is not always a positive process, because it is possible to fuck this up. And another equally recent example of somebody fucking up this process, fucking up this use of event marketing, can be seen in Mr. Beast's attempts to run the Beast games in conjunction with Amazon. And the reason why, in this particular example, this whole process didn't result in the intended positivity, the intended goodwill directed at the organizer of the event, is because the way that the event was run was not, well, from all outward appearances, was not competently run as well. When you use event marketing, what you are essentially doing is, for a period of time, you are tying your brand to the event that you run. Now, what that means is your event, how well your event goes, will directly impact how people end up viewing your brand in the aftermath of that. If you run your event well, people will feel better towards your brand. If you run your event poorly, in the exact same vein, people will come out of that event viewing your entire brand as being as being lesser than it was before. And so, when it comes to the way that Mr. Beast ran Beast Games, the intended effect was essentially disrupted by the fact that you had these news stories coming out at the same time about how incompetently the event was being put together. For example, this article by Business Insider, how a Beast Games crew member was nearly crushed on set. I don't want to die. Or this article by The Gamer, stating, severely injured Beast Games crew member reportedly offered $1,000 in gift cards as compensation. And when you put these two events together, when you put these two bits of information together, it is almost impossible for people to come out the other side with a positive view of the event, and by extension, a positive view of the organizer running it. And so every time you run one of these events, there is a little bit of a risk that you have to shoulder, right? If you run it competently, that can be a boon to your company. If you run it awfully, you're worse off than if you had never tried to run it to begin with. And so, in every single instance of event marketing, you can essentially divvy it up into, you can essentially separate the intended outcome of that use of event marketing, right? The intended associations that your audience is supposed to come out the other side of that event thinking about your company with, versus the actual outcomes. In successful instances of event marketing, the intended associations match up perfectly with the achieved associations, right? So for example, with HoloLive and HoloFest, the whole point of the event is to establish that HoloLive is a company that has an identity that revolves around one core concept: virtual idols. And with every HoloFest, that brand identity, that core essence of their brand, has been thoroughly reinforced. However, with other more faulty examples, like for example the Beast Games, the intended associations of philanthropy and entertainment were overwritten by the achieved associations of exploitation and negligence as a direct result of how incompetently run, or allegedly incompetently run, the event was behind the scenes. Once audiences became aware of that, it was essentially all over. Your brand is represented by your event, which means if your event is run negligently or neglectfully, then so too is your brand going to be made worse as a result. And so, when you look at Twitch Rivals, the intended association so far from their marketing seems to be competitive gaming and quote-unquote fun. Right? And so, when you look at their actual achieved associations, in order to understand what the achieved associations are, you are going to have to dig deep into, one, how they actually ran the event, and two, whether that actually reinforces or conflicts with the intentions behind how they wanted people to see the event and by extension themselves in the aftermath of it. And if you want to get a better idea of the intended associations that Twitch wants people to come out the other side of Twitch Rivals with, you can start by breaking down the way that they marketed Twitch Rivals. When we look at their core slogan, right? The motto that the event is supposed to run with, right? Anything can be a competition. You can, broadly speaking, break that up into two general themes or ideas, right? The first is this idea that this is an event that revolves around entertainment. Oh, Funless, thank you for the 5. Twitch's current brand is Dan Clancy with a Hassan womb tattoo. That is not an that is not an image that I needed this morning, but thank you for the 5. So the first aspect, the first component, the first half of the Twitch Rivals brand is that idea of entertainment, right? Where you have these associations with personality of the people who participate, drama, suspense, fairness and arbitration, generic appeal, because this is an event that revolves around the biggest content creators getting together to compete in some shared event, right? And then finally you have consolation, right? The idea that even if your favorite content creator doesn't come out of the event on top, it would not have been a waste of their time and would not have been a waste of your time as a result. However, the other half of the event and its branding revolves around the idea of competition. And the problem is, when it comes to competition versus entertainment, well, there is a little bit of a difference, because competition carries a whole bunch of different mental associations, connotations, expectations that may or may not run counter to what is expected of entertainment. For example, in contrast to how entertainment focuses around the personalities of those involved, competition expects a degree of formalization, right? There has to be a set of rules, regulations, and expected conduct. There are structure and standards when it comes to how people are expected to interact with one another, how people are expected to conduct themselves during the event of in the event of a competition taking place. Noxin, wasn't there a Twitch event where a streamer broke the tail? Oh yeah, no, that was an IRL TwitchCon if I remember correctly, right? You also have things like balance, which is expected of a competition, right? Not just the idea that it is fair, but the idea that everyone has, at least to some degree, an equal ability to show off their skill when it comes to using a different mechanic in terms of the main area of competition, whether that be a game or a sport or whatever it is. Fourth, you have this idea of skill expression, right? This idea that a competition exists because there are skilled people willing to congregate in order to show off their proficiency at doing something. And so a competition that fails to give room for skill expression is a poor competition indeed. And then finally, you have this idea of exclusion and exclusivity. In contrast to entertainment, where it is expected that there is going to be at least some effort to make sure that everybody involved comes out of it feeling good, right? Feeling okay with what has happened, feeling happy with how things have gone. Competitions do not really give a shit about that, because by very nature of it being a competition, some people are going to be excluded from that feeling of satisfaction, triumph, victory, etc., etc. Only a few people get to win, because a competition is about comparison. And when it comes to comparing your levels of proficiency, not everyone is going to be at an equal level. The objective of competition is to find who is the most proficient at whatever shared activity is being indulged in. Now, the thing is, when you take these two aspects of the Twitch Rivals brand, both of them also correlate to a specific form of appeal that they use to draw in audiences. For example, when it comes to entertainment, that usually correlates with an appeal to celebrity, right? And you can see this in the way that the hype around Twitch Rivals, this specific Twitch Rivals event, was being talked about, how it was being drummed up by various news outlets, right? For example, this Dexerto article saying, how to watch Twitch Rivals 2v2, Elden Ring Challenge featuring XQC and Disguised Toast. Now, they don't mention the Souls-specific creators like Ouroboros TV or Lobos Jr. They don't mention the event organizer in the headline, Mendo. No, they default to two of the biggest content creators that are a part of this event, XQC and Disguised Toast. And when it comes to understanding how this event is supposed to appeal to a general audience, this is the bulk of it, right? Celebrities are important. Celebrity is important, because without that, you don't get the majority of your audiences. And then the second thing, though, when it comes to competition, that correlates with drawing people in via proficiency, right? Getting people who are already invested in this game or in the streaming community for this game getting them invested in the event, because they get to watch the most skilled content creators going head to head. They get to watch people show off exactly how the game's mechanics works, exactly what you can do with mastery over said mechanics. So between these two, you have the major sources of appeal when it comes to, drawing in audiences. However, when it comes to actually making sure that you create an environment where these appeals work, where you can actually draw in an audience that is interested in either of these two things, whether it be, an interest in the proficiency of the players involved or interested in the celebrity of the players involved, you actually have to do a few things to make sure that each of these core components of, those two pillars of the event, entertainment and competition, actually come to fruition, right? J for Obrigado, thank you for the 50 pesos. A compromise would be equal opportunity. Yeah, exactly. So, when it comes to hammering home to your audience that this is a competition that's worth paying attention to, the thing that you need to make sure you do when you're running the event is you need to ensure that you actually have competitive integrity. And when you look at how this event was arranged to supposedly provide that, well, it comes down to a few things. First, the event tries to achieve formalization and structure and standards by making sure that it actually has a rule set on paper, right? These were the rules that get sent out to individual players in their discords or get disclosed to the public in the time period immediately preceding one of these events, so that people can actually have a solid document to look at when it comes to what those rules and what those expected codes of conduct are supposed to be, right? If you don't have a written rule set, you aren't formalizing your event properly. Same thing when it comes to having actual structure and actual standards, right? On top of that, you actually have a system of making sure that your event actually has these contests of skill, breaking up your competition, your overall event, into individual brackets where you match up competitors against one another. That is another aspect of making sure you have structure and standards, and how you define those matchups. Whether it's based on skill, whether it's based on experience, whether it's based off of some other, suppose maybe arbitrary measurement. You need to make sure that you actually have that down in order for your event to be structured, to have standards. And so, if you want if you want competitive integrity, these two things need to be, ensured when it comes to the way that you set up your event. Same thing applies for when you want to make sure that same thing applies to the need for balance and skill expression, right? In this particular case, in the case of this particular event, the way that they tried to achieve balance and skill expression is, first, there were, in this particular iteration of Elden Ring Twitch Rivals, there weren't really a lot of builds that had been banned. There weren't really a lot of items that had been banned, and as a result, there weren't really a lot of playstyles that had been banned. And so you have quite a bit of skill expression available there. However, when it comes to balance, the way that this event tried to balance it is that it kept the teams restricted to teams of two. One of which was someone who was, more experienced with the game, more experienced with Elden Ring, usually a content creator that specialized in Dark Souls content. And the other would be a protege, somebody who was usually just a big name streamer, but less proficient or less experienced when it comes to the Souls-like genre, or less experienced when it comes to Elden Ring specifically. And in every single instance where these two teams would compete with one another in PvP sections, mentors would be matched up against mentors and proteges would be matched up against proteges. That way you don't have this massive disparity in terms of how skilled each individual player is, or how each individual team is when they go head to head. And that was how this event tried to achieve a sense of balance. The other thing is, when you end up balancing the event in this manner, separating between people who are more proficient at the game versus people who are less proficient at the game, what you end up doing as well is placing your event on a spectrum when it comes to whether it's balanced competitively or whether it's balanced casually. Now, in both of those extremes, there are benefits and there are drawbacks. When it comes to competitive balancing, if you were to choose to balance your event in a way that encourages more of a competitive approach, The benefit is that it allows for a high degree of skill expression, right? People who are already familiar with the game, people who are already invested in the game, who have played the game, it's probably going to be more interesting to them because you provide more opportunity for people to show off the upper limits of what you can accomplish if you get really, really good at the mechanics of the game. However, the drawback is that usually if you have any casual participants in a competitively balanced game, it becomes a lot harder to balance because, well, you need to start accounting for more things, right? If something can be exploited to any degree, it probably is going to be exploited to the utmost degree, so you're going to have to take that into account there. On top of that, it also makes the event more exclusive, which is not in and of itself a bad thing, but it could make it more difficult if what you're aiming for is general appeal. And to provide more clarity on what I mean by competitively balanced, right? The two main things that I associate with competitive balancing are that high-level players comprise 50% or more of a team's composition, and high-level players primarily enhance team performance through mechanical prowess. In other words, they are direct participants in the game, and how well a team does directly correlates with how good their high-level player is. However, when we talk about more casual balancing, the way that that's different is that high-level players are usually treated as a limited minority of a team's composition, right? Either it's the case that they're 50% of a team's composition, but there's only one of them, or they are in the minority of a team's composition. The second criterion for casual balancing is that high-level players are primarily used to enhance team performance through pedagogical prowess. Now, what I mean by pedagogical prowess is how good they are at teaching their teammates the mechanics of the game. So instead of relying on the high-level player to carry the team via, directly being involved in playing, it more so casually balanced events more so cater towards providing an environment where the experts get to show off by imparting their knowledge on someone less experienced than them. And that's the main way they get to affect how their team does, right? How good they are at imparting their knowledge. So, Sumonite, how much Rivers of Blood in Moonvale was there? Not a lot, actually, if I remember correctly. Because at this particular point in time, I think either they'd been patched or they had been outright banned. I forget which exactly it was, but yeah. Freakman, welcome to the stream. Hiromichi Mori, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. It's very kind of you. Welcome to the 5 new footstools. Yeah, I'm a reindeer. Competitive balancing only tends to work for a general audience if you have highly skilled announcers or commentators, right? You need a bridge to make sure that it's appealing, and generally it's quite hard to nail that balance. It becomes harder to nail that balance to appeal to a general audience the more competitively your event is arranged. However, when it comes to casual balancing, the drawback is that it limits skill expression, because if you're going to balance it for a casual audience and for casual players, obviously you're probably going to have to ban the more skill expressive, albeit exploitable aspects of said game. However, the boon, the positive, is that it becomes easier to balance in the sense that you can make it so that everyone is at a more baseline level of performance. Everyone has access to, a more simplistic array of tools so that they can, there is not a huge learning curve that they need to get over before they can perform. And also it makes it just generally more accessible to a larger audience because it's not as mechanically demanding, which means that it's easier to understand if you lack the same background of understanding of the game. Now, generally speaking, when it comes to looking at the way that most Twitch Rivals events are pitched, generally, if you just go off of the marketing for these events, you would usually place most Twitch Rivals at around here, right? Around halfway between competitive and casual. Ideally, you would probably want it to probably lean more in the direction of casual because you want a larger audience, because the event prides itself on involving the biggest streamers, right? It very obviously cares about the total number of eyeballs on any one event. However, what we will end up seeing, a little bit of foreshadowing, is that is not always the direction in which the event ends up going. Now, when it comes to the final aspect of competitive integrity, right? Exclusion and exclusivity. The way that Twitch Rivals attempts to uphold this particular aspect of competitive integrity is by limiting the event to being invitation only. However, there is an inherent problem in how this premise of Twitch Rivals as a competitive event, an invite-only competitive event, there is an inherent problem with the premise, and that problem stems from another aspect of how the event is run. Does anyone here have any ideas, any guesses as to what aspect of how the event is run might end up complicating the fact that it is invite-only, might also end up compromising how the event ensures its own competitive integrity? Any ideas in chat? Master N, that's why games as a whole have been gutted difficulty-wise and no longer have mechanical depth. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Because when you aim for general appeal, you have to sacrifice, at least to some degree, mechanical depth. Because otherwise it's going to be difficult for people to, contest with the... It's going to be more difficult for people to pick up because they have to deal with other players who have met a higher skill ceiling than they have. Twitch has a vested interest in who wins. Yes, that's getting close. Why do they have a vested interest in who wins? Is the organizer allowed to participate? Yes. Which is a little, as we'll see in a bit, it does introduce an element of complication there. Favoritism? Kind of. VTuber racism? Kind of. Nepotism? Kind of. Again, nepotism and favoritism are flow-on effects of this, right? What causes an event like this to start prioritizing certain streamers over others? Cronyism? Not quite, no. Yeah. Elden Ring got popular in large part for not doing that? Yeah, no. I agree. But the problem is this event tried to garner general appeal by doing exactly that, watering down mechanical skill expression in order to appeal to a more general audience. Popularity? You're getting close. Why does this event need popularity? What happens when There we go. KGO. Advertising. Twitch Rivals is a sponsored event. They have, quote-unquote, marketing partners, the two that they currently have listed on the website being State Farm and Honda. The problem is, what that means is when you combine these two specific aspects of the way that the event is run, you get two very, shall we say, easily abused flow-on effects. As a result of Twitch Rivals being invite-only, what that means is that the event, in terms of the way that it's organized, is very top-down. What that means is the participants of that event have very little input in how that event is put together and how that event is run. Now, if the person at the top, if the event organizer is very competent at their job, is very familiar with the game that's being played, that's not a problem. However, if you ever land in a scenario where the event organizer knows less than the people participating in the event, then you have a very major problem. And this only gets worse when you look at the fact that this is an event that has sponsors it needs to please. This is why it really emphasizes getting the biggest creators involved. This is why it emphasizes getting as many eyeballs on the event as possible. Because when you have advertiser sponsor-driven events, you also have a strong incentive for celebrity-based bias. The people who walk into this event with the highest CCVs are going to be there's going to be a very strong incentive to show them a little bit more favoritism over others who may be technically more skilled at the event in question, at the game in question, but who might not have as high a viewer count. And what this essentially creates is a ticking time bomb. If you run your event incompetently, if you allow people who are incompetent at organizing events, running events, to be in charge of those events, it is only a matter of time until people start looking at the way you treat individual competitors and start comparing them with one another. And once people start comparing the way that you treat different individual participants, it's only a matter of time until people start picking up on the possible reasons as to why certain participants might be being treated a little differently to others, maybe more harshly or maybe more leniently than their competitors. So, as a whole, what I want you to understand is that events, right, these events in and of themselves are an entertainment medium. And as I've always said on this channel, the medium is the message, right? So when Twitch, as a communicator, chose Twitch Rivals as a form of communication, right, there are two core components for that event to actually function. First, you have the competitive aspect, right? The fact that it is a competition. The message that that implicitly sends out to the audience is not everyone gets to win, right? Some people will walk away from this experience having lost, just as much as other people will walk away from this experience having won. It is, by nature, supposed to have stakes. It is an event that revolves around inequality to some degree. And all of this, despite not being explicitly stated, is implicitly present because of the medium itself. The second component is that aspect of celebrity, right? The event does not function without people being a part of it that audiences are already invested in. And as a result, what ends up happening is implicitly the message being sent out to audiences is, if you are going to be invested in this event, you're probably going to be invested only in as far as your favorite creator is invested, right? This is an event where audiences are expected to have their investment in this event, have their perception of this event be filtered through their favorite content creator who is participating in this event. Everything, audience sentiment, audience perception, etc., is all filtered through the celebrity in question, the celebrity representing them, right? So when we're breaking down what goes right and what goes wrong, it is essential that you understand that the event itself is a medium that Twitch is trying to use to communicate with its audience, right? Twitch is using the event as a medium through which they can sell themselves and their brand to the viewers who use their platform. And even though this is not, it's not a movie or a novel or a news article or whatever, it is still a medium, right? It's not a conventional medium, but it is one regardless. And if you are going to understand what goes right and what goes wrong, you need to be able to understand events like this as a communicative medium, as a marketing tool, because that's exactly what this is. Now, when it comes to events as a marketing medium, the second thing I want you guys to understand is how different aspects of the entertainment appeal of Twitch Rivals is designed to rope audiences into watching it, and by extension, rope audiences into feeling good about Twitch, offering goodwill towards Twitch. First two things, personality and generic appeal. These two things are essentially provided in the form of the content creators that they invite to participate in these events, right? Because naturally, if your audiences are going to experience your event and by extension your brand through the lens of their favorite content creator, it automatically gains personality as a result of that. It's just a part of the medium. And on top of that, the way that it gains generic appeal is pretty much the same thing, right? If you have generically popular creators participating in your event is probably also going to become generically appealing as well. And these two aspects, right, personality and generic appeal, it's basically a way for the communicator to leverage the celebrity component of the event medium as a way of appealing to the audience, right? Oh, look at our event. So many of your favorite people are playing in it. Therefore, you should feel good about it. You should feel good about us for organizing it, etc., etc. Pretty simple, pretty self-explanatory. The other two parts, though, drama and suspense plus consolation, this is more down to how the event itself is actually run, right? How does the competitive aspect of the event manifest? How do you generate stakes in your event? In this particular case, The way that the event created drama and suspense is by having the PvP sections be single elimination, right? Each player in their respective matchup and bracket only gets one chance to, well, essentially beat their opponent. And once their opponent is eliminated, once you're eliminated, you don't get to move forward, etc., etc. And in order to win, you need to move forward. That's how it creates drama, that's how it creates suspense. Again, pretty simple, but important to acknowledge, right? And equally as important is consolation. If you are going to create an event that has stakes, where not everyone gets to win, where there is inherent and implicit inequality of outcome, how do you make it so that audiences don't feel too salty about that outcome if it's not what they like, if it's not what their favorite content creator likes? How do you offer some form of commiseration to take the edge off of losing? And in the form of this, right? In the form of this event and other events like it, you have things like losers brackets, right? You have things like prizes that you hand out, not for maybe winning the PvP section, but maybe for winning the PvE section. And that's what ended up happening at the end of this event, where XQC and his teammate, Mendo, funnily enough, the organizer of the event, again, a little funny that the organizer of the event got paired up with the biggest content creator that participated in it, but, you know, just a coincidence. How Mendo and XQC ended up winning these little pot friend trophies, right, for winning the PvE section of the event. Now, drama and suspense plus consolation, these are basically ways that the communicator can leverage the competition aspect of the event to appeal to both the audience and the celebrity in question, right? The drama and suspense appeals to the audience. It gets them watching, it gets them on the edge of their seats, whereas the consolation appeals to the celebrity who's involved, because it reassures them that they are not going to lose anything by actually losing in the event, or they won't lose too much by participating in the event that they lose. However, the last thing, though, fairness and arbitration, this is the most difficult aspect of ensuring the entertainment value of an event. Because in order to actually create this sense of fairness, to ensure that you have a good process for arbitration, that basically requires you to nail all of the individual aspects that ensure the competitive integrity of your event in the first place. In other words, you cannot ensure fairness and arbitration as part of the entertainment value of an event unless you're also able to ensure all of the aspects that give it competitive integrity. Unless you are able to ensure formalization, structure and standards, balance, skill expression, exclusion and exclusivity. And the reason why you need a sense of fairness in arbitration is because this is the main way that the communicator directly is able to level with the celebrities they rely on to generate viewership. Because if you are unfair with the way that you run and organize your event, if you have shitty arbitration processes, no forms of recourse when something goes wrong, yes, you might be able to get away with it once or twice or maybe 3 times. But the more that you fail to ensure fairness and arbitration in your events, the less creators are going to be willing to participate in those events. And eventually, in the long term, if you alienate too many creators, your viewership is going to dry up as well. So, as a result, well, this brings us quite neatly into some of the things that ended up going wrong with this particular iteration of the Elden Ring Twitch Rivals event. Blaze, yeah, the intent is to provide players with a sense of pride and accomplishment. Yeah. So is it impossible? Not impossible, just difficult. However, very evidently it seems to have been too difficult for Twitch. So to give you a brief outline of how this event was supposed to run, right? The Elden Ring Twitch Rivals was split up into 3 different brackets. shall we say. In the first bracket that would take place on the first day, you would have a PvE segment where all of the teams would be split up into their respective duos, and they would essentially be sent off on an achievement hunt where they would go through the game, fully level their characters, finish their builds, while at the same time completing various gameplay challenges in order to garner points. Now, what this event did is it kept track of which individual players, the individual scores of each individual player, right? Where they would keep track of which challenges were completed by which player specifically and how many points were guarded by which individual players as well. And then they would tally them up in between different teams, and then they would decide on which team had managed to complete the most achievements and generate the highest number of points, right? So the second bracket was the PvP bracket between mentors. This would happen, if I remember correctly, on the first day of the competition, where after the PvE segment was done, after all of the players were, their time had elapsed in which they could finish their builds, finish reaching the level cap, etc., etc., the mentors would then be matched up against one another to fight PvP. And then at the end of the day, you would have a mentor victor, etc., etc., and they would get a certain amount of points for their team. Then the second day, you would have the protege bracket, right? The PvP section, where the proteges would, in a very similar manner, be matched off against other proteges, and they would go head-to-head, toe-to-toe, when it comes to fighting it out to find a single winner. And that winner would again generate points for their team. Now, overall, what ended up happening was that each individual section would have their individual winner, right? When it comes to the PvE section, Team Mendo, which was the team that the event organizer and XQC was on, they would end up winning the PvE section as a team. Now, I want you to remember that. They won as a team. This will be important later. When it comes to the PvP Mentor section, Team Maximum came first. This was basically the team that had Ouroboros TV, one of the specialist Dark Souls content creators that they had listed as part of their initial Twitter promotion post for the event. And when it comes to the proteges, the team that managed to win that was Team Disguised Toast, with Disguised Toast himself coming out on top of that specific section. Now, when you look at the way that the event was balanced, you could probably place Twitch Rivals as leaning more towards being casually balanced rather than competitively balanced. And this is mainly for two reasons. First was because of the fact that the mentors themselves were quite limited in terms of how much they could contribute to in-game team performance, right? Mentors were matched up against other mentors, and proteges were matched up against other proteges. And as a result, the degree of skill expression, etc., was, there was some room for skill expression, but it was mostly limited by the fact, it was mostly confined to its own specific bracket. The second thing is that this was an event that had zero prize money, right? The only thing people would get were trophies and, well, pats on the ass, essentially. And as a result, when you don't have prize money, it by nature becomes less competitive and more casual. People who played in this event were essentially paid in exposure, right? Which, mind you, is a real thing if you're a streamer, but, it's no $10,000, $20,000 prize pool or anything. So, as a result, you would expect this to be balanced casually. However, this was not an event that was, while it was balanced casually, that's not to say that it was balanced well, because come June 3rd of that same year, a few months after this event went live, one of the participants in this event, Cyrobe, a Dark Souls Elden Ring YouTuber who ended up participating in this event, would end up posting a video onto his personal YouTube channel going over some of the various inadequacies in terms of the way that the event was organized and run behind the scenes. And some of the things that he would end up saying in this particular video, some of the things that he would end up bringing to the audience's attention are quite concerning. For example, at around 8 seconds in, so right at the start of the video, He states that while multiple high-profile streamers had attended, only a handful of streamers, so less than half of the participants in this event, were actually from the Elden Ring / Dark Souls PvP community. Now, obviously, if you are going to create an event where you need the maximum amount of eyes on your event as possible, it makes sense to prioritize, shall we say, the larger content creators over people who have more niche audiences. However, that being said, if you're going to host an event that is a quote-unquote competition, if you actually want it to be competitive and it revolves around a specific game, you should probably aim to have at least 50% of the players in that specific event being players who have a high degree of personal investment in that game's community. Yes, it may be more niche, but unless you get them involved intimately, the chances of you being able to run a competitively satisfying event get slashed in half, at the very least. At around 1 minute 37 seconds, Cyrobe goes on to state that one of the biggest gripes that he had with the event was that the rules were left ambiguous, that they were worded misleadingly and only clarified in the last few minutes prior to the event that would require them to be clarified before. We'll go into more detail as to what he means by that specifically in a little bit. However, he also states that, on top of that, existing PvP restrictions only served to unnecessarily throttle build diversity and exposed a cultural disconnect between the event organizers and the PvP community. Again, I'll go into more detail as to what exactly he meant by that specific criticism in a few seconds. At around 5 minutes 24 seconds, Cyrobe then states that the rationale behind how the event organizers came up with the rules and restrictions betrayed a relative lack of experience with the game and its mechanics. In other words, as somebody who actually played the game, as somebody who had extensive experience in the PvP community for this game, when he looked at the rules, he realized that these rules were reminiscent of somebody who had not had that same degree of familiarity with the game and its PvP community. In other words, the event was being organized with people who were less familiar with the game in question than the people they were inviting to join their competition. And then finally, at around 6 minutes 30 seconds, Cyrobe he then goes through how he was officially announced during the event to have won the prize for individual best performance during the PvE segment of the contest. So remember what I said before about how the event recorded how each individual player gained points for the PvE section, right? How many achievements have been completed by each individual player? How many points have been garnered by each individual player? Because when the event started, the event administrators said clearly that the individual best performing player for the PvE section would be getting a prize. However, if you remember correctly, if you remember just a few minutes ago, it was stated that the winners for the PvE section were announced as a team, not as individuals. And that is a discrepancy that Cyrobe addresses directly, because in spite of the fact that the event organizers announced on stream that he had supposedly individually won the PvE prize, this was later retroactively revoked because it was supposed to be a quote-unquote administrative mistake, and the actual winners were Mendo, the event organizer, and XQC. Now again, we'll go into why that raises a few eyebrows later on in the stream. However, to start off with, the biggest thing that Cyrobe would end up criticizing the event for was the so-called no flasks ruling. And if you remember, this is where he criticized the rules for being worded ambiguously and only clarified last minute. Because one of the things that he ended up showing in this video were screenshots from the event Discord, where the administrators would attempt to communicate directly with the participants to clarify rules and, stipulations, etc., etc. And one of these screenshots showed that so essentially what happened is they went straight from the PvE section into the PvP section, right? So the moment the PvE section ended, people started filing into the shared area so that they could engage in the mentor PvP section. 5 minutes before the end of the PvE section, they specified that, quote unquote, all flasks are banned for the PvP portion, including mana flasks. Now, to give people context who don't play Elden Ring, flasks are an item in Elden Ring that replenishes a resource of some sort, right? And different builds, different playstyles are going to demand a different resource. For example, there are some playstyles that use your health as a resource to boost your damage. Similarly, there are other builds and other playstyles, for example, mage builds, that require the use of a different resource in order to do damage. For mage builds, it is mana. Now, here is where we get into a little bit of a cultural dissonance between the people running the event and the people who are actually part of the PvP community. Because among the PvP players, among the Elden Ring community, flasks is not just a technical term. Flasks is a slang term. Flasks is a slang term that specifically refers to either potions that buff your character or potions that restore your health. When people talk about flasks that restore mana, yes, technically in-game they are listed as a flask of some sort. They're classified as a flask, as a consumable. However, the technical term that players use is blues. They don't refer to mana flasks or mana potions as just flasks. And so when people walked into this event, the more experienced players assumed that when the event said no flasks, they just meant no health potions. They didn't think that it meant no health potions and no mana potions. And the reason why this is important is because if you have a more experienced player walking in assuming that they have access to mana flasks, they might also be incentivized to adopt a build that relies on mana flasks being usable. They might choose to adopt a mage build, for example, to show off a different playstyle for the people watching the event. And if a player walks in with that assumption and then only 5 minutes before the PvP section gets told, yeah, no, you're not allowed to do that, that may or may not screw over that particular player when it comes to actually performing during that event. This is exactly what happened with Cyrobe, because he then shows a second screenshot from that same Discord where another administrator is then saying, please review the, 3 minutes before, sorry, my bad, not even 5 minutes, 3 minutes before. An administrator comes in and says, please review the following PvP PvE restrictions for the show, and then they link to a document listing them out. We'll get to what that document says later on. We will be having a mandatory attendance FAQ/rules breakdown session at 1:30 p.m. PT, 4:30 p.m. ET on the 1st of June, 30 minutes before the start. Please make sure you're ready to join Player FAQ channel at the time. You're of course welcome to ask any questions you may have in chat prior to and after this meeting. Thank you and best of luck. And you can actually see Cyrobe's teammate, Girl DM, mentioning how weird this discrepancy is and how last minute this clarification is in the same group chat. Girl DM says, quote, we checked yesterday that it was no healing. And then another administrator then comes in to say, the rule is, quote unquote, no flasks, including mana flasks. If you'd like to respec, you're allowed to do so, as long as you're able to do it quickly in the next 5 minutes. Which is not exactly a lot of time to be able to respec. Yeah. Organizers did not consult with the scene members. Exactly. And that was the biggest problem behind this miscommunication. Because you might say, oh, okay, well, this is a skill issue, right? Because it's just technical language, right? You should have known. Right? You could theoretically make the argument that, oh, you should have known that no flasks means no flasks, right? No mana flasks, no flask of wondrous physic, no health flasks either. The problem is, when you actually go to the rules document and you hover over the hyperlink that they have for the no flasks rule, they show Flask of Crimson Tears. They link to a Fextra Live webpage that specifically gives details about the health flask, the health potion. And as a result, if you were to simply go off of the rules document itself and hover over it, you would have been given plenty of reason to assume that mana flasks were not excluded from the rules. Because it literally links to the webpage exclusively for the health flask. And on top of that, even if you try to make that argument, when they say that, no flasks are being banned, right? The problem is, earlier on in that same rule set, they also specify a unique type of flask of wondrous physic, right? So they have a section earlier on in that same rule set that bans a specific type of flask, on top of also saying no flasks in general. So by that logic, you would assume that if they meant no mana flasks, they would also separately specify that, right? Except they didn't. So once again, you can very obviously tell that this was a rulebook that had been put together by somebody who both didn't consult with the people who were endemic to this community, and who also didn't seem to really know what they were talking about, because they didn't know how the different technical terms needed to be differentiated from one another in order to be comprehensible. Oh, did my Fugi disappear? Scarling, Michael Ore, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Holy, that's an old Footstool. Become a Footstool and get emotes, chat. Thank you for the 5 gifted members. I hope you guys enjoy. I hope the 5 new Footstools enjoy those emotes. I need to check to see if I can add another emote after this stream. But yeah, thank you for your generosity, Scarling, and thank you for sticking around for so long as a Footstool. But in any case, yeah, I think my my internet may have had a little bit of a tism just then. But in any case, so not only do you have the problem of the event organizers not actually saying anything to them specifically, but even the way that the rules were written is inherently ambiguous. Blaze, as an addendum, mana flasks are actually usable in the arena while health flasks aren't, so there's a precedent for it working like that as well. Yeah, exactly. If they wanted to say no health flasks, like they didn't even need to say that, because I forgot to mention, the arena that they were using in-game to have the event, to have the PvP event take place, it doesn't allow you to use health flasks. So there was no reason for them to say that either. So it's just so... It was just so it made it so obvious that the event organizers and administrators just didn't know what the fuck they were doing. So, at 2:07, he says, and I quote, "Now, no one that actually plays this game would think that no flasks meant no blues, mana flasks, because it just makes no sense to do that. This is a pretty big deal to ban blues in a duel. While not completely unfair, I only went with a battle mage build because no flasks assumes no healing, and I wanted to show off a unique build to show the upper limits of what could be achieved within a 2-hour time limit other than a halberd or Vike's war spear." So essentially what he was saying is the reason why he went with that mage build, one that relies on having access to mana flasks, is because he wanted to introduce a bit of build diversity into the event. He wanted to show off, again, in his own words, the upper limits of what you could accomplish in only 2 hours of playtime, something that wasn't one of the generic other 2 popular playstyles that other players were adopting. He wanted to be able to show off the game a little bit. And again, this is a noble goal if the whole point of the event was celebrating the recent launch of a very hyped up game. So, at around 2 minutes 27 seconds, he then cites Ouroboros, one of the other experienced veterans who are endemic to the Souls-like gaming genre. And Ouroboros, funnily enough, was the participant that ended up winning the entire Mentor v Mentor PvP section. And Ouroboros himself also agrees that the rule specifying no flasks, meaning no mana flasks, was also quite counterintuitive. Quote, "I agree that was a sort of dumb rule. I don't agree with that at all." And then at 3 minutes 2 seconds, Cyrobe cites how coincidentally, right, before this last minute clarification was added, Cyrobe's first PvP match was against Mendo, the event organizer. Now, I'm not going to speculate too much on how exactly that worked, but it is a little weird that the only player with a battle mage build, had his build and playstyle screwed over by a last-minute rules clarification that happened 3 minutes before he had to face off against the event organizer, who was not using a build that would get screwed over by that clarification. Which is, again, it could just be a coincidence. But as we're going to see later on, when too many of these coincidences start stacking up, people are going to start asking questions, right? However, to continue, at around 5 minutes 24 into this video, he starts diving into the supposed rationale behind why this no flasks rule was implemented. And this is a real fucking rabbit hole, because this opens up a whole bunch of new questions regarding how qualified the event organizer actually is to run an event like this. So, around this time period, right, around this time period in the video's runtime, he plays a segment from Mendo, the event organizer's stream, where he tries to justify the no flasks rule. And according to Mendo, the rationale behind how the event organizers came up with the rules and restrictions, according to Cyrobe, the rationale behind, the justifications behind the no flasks rule betrayed a relative lack of experience with the game and its mechanics, because Mendo's cited reasoning for banning mana flasks was that, apparently, during testing, allowing players to use mana flasks supposedly made the matches quote-unquote too long, resulting in their ban from the tournament. Now, the main reason as to why this justification doesn't make any sense is because mana flasks don't actually increase your HP, but they do increase your capacity to do damage. So, if you are going to allow your players to use mana flasks, in theory, and arguably in practice, that would make matches faster, not slower. Because when you have access to mana flasks, you can do more damage, and when players can do more damage, the matches become shorter, which is why this reasoning doesn't actually make any sense. And Cyrobe says as much himself, because he points out that the reasoning doesn't hold up under scrutiny. FP flasks, mana flasks, directly facilitate faster matches by enabling the user to do more damage. Additionally, what he ends up observing based off of his own performance is if you walk into that match with a build, a playstyle that relies on having mana, banning flasks makes it so that you have to adopt a more conservative playstyle, because you have to be really, really careful about not wasting what limited resources you have. You have no refills, and as a result, when people tend to play more conservatively, the match length ends up getting dragged out, and that's exactly what happened on the day when Cyro matched up against the other mentors in the PvP segment. In every single one of his matches, all of them got dragged out by virtue of the fact that he had to be really, really careful not to waste his mana. So every single shot, every single enhanced strike needed to count. And as a result, like I said, like everyone said, this rule, this reasoning behind the no flask rule just makes no sense with that justification. And when you look in the comment section of Cyrobe's video, you can see all of the people who bothered commenting on this video sharing the exact same sentiment. Because if you look at the top 3 comments, right, they're all varying degrees of poking fun at the event organizer for coming up with such an awful rule. OMG, I was wondering, why the hell would this guy bring a mage to a non-FP Floss tournament? But that explains it. That sucks so much, Lamau. Proud of Mendo for having the courage to ban flasks 5 minutes before he has a PvP duel with a mage, and then steal his trophy for the PvE achievements in the end. Now, what exactly he means by steal the trophy, we'll get into that in a second. And then finally, the fact that you couldn't use blue Blue Flasks. Blue Flasks was such a huge screw-up on their part. They really neutered what kind of builds could be shown off. Sucks Mendo couldn't just admit he was wrong. And again, you can see that when you see these obvious discrepancies in the way that your event is being run, the first people that audiences are going to blame are going to be the event organizers. However, the worst part of the video is what happens at around 6 minutes 20 when Cyrobe would show off and document how he was essentially misled on whether he had run the PvE segment or not. And words cannot do this section justice, so I'm just going to play this section for you guys to watch. Hold on, let me switch over to the reacting screen. Hold on. Okay, there we go. All right. Remember, somebody remind me to put the BGM back on afterwards. So, again, just to reiterate, this is where this is documenting the section right after they announced to everyone watching that Cyrobe has just won the PvE section, right? And then what happened afterwards.
The stakes. What was on the line, you might ask, for this tournament? Well,
by the way, is the audio okay for that? Is everything coming through all right? So stunning and brave to ban mana right before you fight the mage. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, this is one of the problems as well that comes with having your event organizer be one of the participants, because you open yourself up to those kinds of accusations. Because what else are people supposed to think when you write a rule that vaguely, put it in a way, phrase it in a way that's that misleading, and then clarify it only a few minutes before you actually stand to benefit from gutting somebody else's playstyle? So yeah, audio is good? Okay, great.
Only the grand prize pool of $0.00, which isn't all.
Yeah, Freakman, I'm actually trying to find some plausible deniability here because I don't think I could live with myself. Yeah. You'd have to be like incredibly, inhumanly shameless to be able to pull this off, right?
All bad though, because it's not about the money. And they had these cool little pot friend trophies that seemed to be custom made for the event. One went to the winner of the PvP bracket, and the other one actually went to me.
Where we've got ourselves the pot friend trophy in Twitch Rivals. It's going to the winner of our PvP tournament, and also specifically going to Cyrobe, who was the individual player in the PvE segment that achieved the most achievements that we had lined out. Yeah.
I want to make this very clear. I want to reiterate. This is the official Twitch Rivals Twitch account streaming the Elden Ring event. This is an actual announcer saying this aloud to everybody watching.
Yes, we know that other squads had more than him, specifically Mendo and XQC had 20. But
so they actually addressed the fact that even though Mendo and XQC's team had more points overall, Cyrobe was apparently the individual player who got the most points during that specific segment.
But Cyrobe had 15. The next one closest, Murder Crumpet, had 10. So it was far and away Cyrobe doing a lot of the heavy lifting in the PvE segment.
This clip was said live on the main Twitch Rivals channel, and I'm actually friends with the caster who said it.
He actually shows off DMs with the caster who made that announcement, right? Where he asks, did you double check that it was correct mid-tournament? The trophy thing? Yeah, because we were like, okay, Team XQC/Mendo takes first. Then during the break, I asked again if the trophy went to the highest individual points, because I saw your name at the top of the list. I hyped you up at the start, so I thought it would be a cool thing to reference when we got back from the ads. And they said, yeah, XQC got first overall because of that golem kill right before the end. Cyrobe has the most individual achievements, so he gets the pot friend. And we agreed. So again, this is the announcer clarifying the event organizers, the administration, and him actually consulted one another to clarify whether Cyrobe got the most points individually and whether as a result he earned that trophy, right? And then he goes on to say, and we agreed to mention that when we came back from the PvP part, and when we came back before the PvP part started, us saying it on air is around middle of the VOD before the first round of the PvP begins. And then Syrob says, do you mind if I share this part of our DMs? Because this being confirmed is disastrous for the administration. Because how do you even make a mistake like this?
And he double-checked mid-match to make sure I was the winner. I was then notified via the Twitch Rival staff an hour after the event ended that apparently it was all just a whoopsie typo. Sorry bud, but you didn't win anything. The whole on-screen graphic and script were completely wrong and the announcement wasn't true, and I was not getting any trophy. Apparently, it was supposed to go to the total PvE event winner, which was never disclosed to anyone. But
so, instead of being awarded to the individual highest performing player during the PvE segment, it had now changed to being awarded to the highest performing PvE team during that segment.
now, who is the real winner of the trophy? Well, the event organizer, of course. Good to see the trophy went to good hands.
Man, again, if I had been a participant that had been robbed in that manner, I would be fucking livid. However, to go back to the slides... Hold on, give me a second. Alright, let me remember to turn on the BGM. Okay, there we go. So, the thing is, that shift from giving the trophy to the highest performing individual player to giving the trophy to the highest performing team. The problem with doing that, though, is, and unfortunately the VOD has now been deleted, but 2 minutes into Cyrob's VOD, you actually had a member of the event administration saying out loud that the prize was intended to be for the individual highest performing player during the PvE segment, right? And you actually see this being stated in the comments of Cyrob's video. Careful, Armchair, whenever you change screens, we can see everything. Everything? What do you mean by everything? Hold on, let me make sure. Did I dox anything? Hold on, let me rewind the VOD a little bit, just to make sure. Oh no, that's just the music screen. That's fine. All right, so yeah. So, it was intended to be handed out to the highest performing individual. However, afterwards, 1 hour after the event ended, they changed that. So, this leads us to believe that that was not the intention right off the bat, right? That wasn't the intention right off the bat to hand it over to the highest performing team instead of the highest performing individual player. And so, the question then becomes, why did they change that? What could have caused them to change that? And so, when you don't provide a justification for doing something, and this is something I've said multiple times before on my channel, right? If you don't provide a justification, an explanation that the audience can understand behind why you did something, the audience will find a reason for themselves. And, coincidentally, this wasn't the only little bit of controversy that ended up cropping up over the course of this event. It wasn't even the only controversy that ended up involving Mendo's team. Because during the PvP segment, what I didn't mention before is that not only did Cyrobe have his mentor v mentor matchup versus Mendo, but Girl DM, the other person on the same team, had their matchup against XQC. And during this particular match, there was a little bit of an incident that involved XQC that ultimately resulted in XQC rage quitting the entire event. And for this, I want to go to this Dexerto article that breaks down exactly what happened between Girl DM and XQC during their PvP match. Hold on, let me check to make sure you guys can actually read this as well. So, the headline of this article is as follows. Oh, it's a little off-center. Hold on, let me see if... It's a little off-center, but I'll read it out, don't worry. So the headline of this article reads as follows. XQC quits Elden Ring Twitch Rivals event as VTuber wins match despite quote-unquote breaking rules. Popular Twitch streamer Felix XQC Lengyel, I hope I said that right, quit the Elden Ring's Twitch Rivals event after a misunderstanding led to him losing a match against his opponent who he claims broke the rules. And then he gives there's a little blurb on XQC, and then to skip ahead to the actual section where they actually document what happened, right? During the Twitch Rivals event on June 1st, XQC used an item before combat that boosted his defense skills. So the first person to actually break one of the rules was XQC, because before the PvP section started, he used an item that essentially buffed his stats, right? In turn, his opponent, VTuber streamer Girl DM, called for the admins and claimed that the fight was unfair. And then, as a result, the tournament admins awarded XQC's opponent a free hit on the 26-year-old streaming star. Once the item effects ended, the fight began once again. However, a misunderstanding between the two caused further confusion. While XQC was expecting the VTuber streamer to get her free hit and then back off, she didn't, and proceeded to hit Felix. On the other hand, Girl DM was expecting to get her free hit, and for XQC to then start fighting back straight at her. Now, this particular thing I can kind of understand, right? If you're expecting this to be a formalized penalty, I can understand if you would assume that they would hit you, then back off to their starting position, and then from there, both of you would start the match again. However, this is yet again another skill issue on the part of the event organizers, because this is very much something that they should have specified before telling them to administer the penalty, before telling Girl DM to administer the penalty. However, no use crying over spilt milk, right? And rage quitting over that particular instance is a very poor display of sportsmanship. To go on, while XQC called for them to reset, the tournament admin revealed that after further inspection, Girl DM would win the match as the health discrepancy was too big to where it was worth doing a rematch. Basically, XQC complained and tournament organizers said, yeah, nah, we're not doing that. Right? And then finally, after ranting to his chat for a couple of minutes, XQC saw a screenshot of a staff member and moderator of the Twitch Rivals channel poking fun at viewers. Quote, my streamer broke the rules but still lost. Give him a rematch. Chat, y'all so silly, said the moderator. That's so ironic. She broke the rules too, but only I got punished, XQC replied. I'm done, dude. Get me the fuck out of this. They can take it. It's fine. I don't give a fuck. Where's your ad block? Oh, they turned it off for Chrome, so unfortunately I can't do that. uBlock doesn't work on Chrome anymore, so. However, I will say, this behavior from a member of the Twitch admin is highly unprofessional. They should not have been antagonizing the streamer's audience for an administrative oversight in terms of how they told Girl DM to administer the penalty. So, yeah, I can understand XQC being mad at this, because like I said, this is a degree of unprofessionalism that should not be part of the way that the event is being run. So, however, ultimately what ended up happening is XQC just Alt F4'd out of Elden Ring, and then spent the rest of the stream playing Minecraft, doing React content, and then gambling at the end. So, you haven't heard the term? Oh no, I have. I'm going to be migrating over to a different browser by the end of the week, don't you worry. So, the thing is, it is very suspicious when one of the biggest streamers, the biggest streamer you invite over to your event, throws a hissy fit right at the end over the PvP section, rage quits your event, and then afterwards, mysteriously, you suddenly change the terms of your PvE section to say that you're now going to award the PvE team, the highest performing team, which was the team that included the streamer that just rage quit, instead of the individual player from the team that supposedly antagonized him. When you indulge in that kind of poor communication, when you apply your rules in a manner that is that apparently arbitrary, it's going to be very, very difficult for your audience to refrain from putting two and two together and concluding that maybe, just maybe, that sudden change in your rules, that sudden change in your handing out of consolation might be a last-minute pivot so that you can win back the favor of one of the biggest creators on your platform. Just putting that out there. And so, by the end of this particular event, this first go-around when it comes to the Twitch Rivals Elden Ring event, what Twitch had essentially done is completely voided pretty much all of the aspects of what would have given this event any sort of competitive integrity. There was no formalization because of the fact that the rules, in terms of how they'd been put onto paper, was a misleading mess, disconnected entirely from the community that is specialized in playing the game that was the centerpiece of the competition. There were no structure and there were no standards because they were undermined by the arbitrary way in which those rules were enforced. The balance was, essentially throttled by the fact that build diversity had to be limited by the inexperience of the event organizer when it comes to figuring out which items, which playstyles were worth banning. And on top of that, the level of skill expression was kneecapped as well. The only thing that they got kind of right was the exclusivity part, because at the end of the day, you still had winners that exhibited a degree of skill, except for the PvE section where you had a winner that was arbitrarily changed retroactively after your event was already over. So, yeah, not exactly a great start. Hang on, I drifted off for a second. What happened between DM and XQC that caused him to rage quit? Basically, Girl DM was asked to administer a penalty in a way that was left very unclear by administration. And so XQC rage quit because he thought that the way that Girl DM administered that penalty was unfair on him. So, yeah. Dude, I wish he was more toxic, but the events put on wholesome Chungus vibe. Yeah, I don't believe there was no malice. I find it very difficult to believe that there's no malice as well, because Twitch, again, like we've said many, many more times before on this channel, it has a history of being extremely arbitrary and malicious with how it uses favoritism towards its golden boys and girls, shall we say. However, this was, of course, not the first time that this was not going to be the only time that Twitch Rivals tried to run an Elden Ring event, because come February 14th of 2023, the Twitch Rivals Twitter account would be back, announcing yet another Elden Ring Twitch Rivals event. Quote, "The epic struggle for victory returns to the lands between in this edition of Twitch Rivals Elden Ring Anniversary PvEVP featuring Mendo. Are you ready for this great adventure with your favorite streamers?" And then Mendo himself would quote tweet this saying, "Beyond excited for this anniversary event, got the squad ready to run it too. My team is, again, XQC, and now with a new addition, Jesse F. SMF or SMF1, sorry, I can't really see which one it is." Now, this tells me two things. First, Twitch doesn't seem to have learned anything because they're running it back. Nothing seems to have changed besides the fact that teams are now 3, not 2. But the second thing is, there doesn't seem to be any consequences for badly organizing a Twitch Rivals event. Because, in spite of all of the flaws, the very obvious flaws to do with how the event was run and organized prior, here again, we have the exact same event being run by the exact same person yet again. Nothing has changed. And, well, that's not really fair to say, because there was one small difference. See, previously, it was observed that Elden Ring had illogical bans, but they hadn't banned too much. Now, they pivoted in the exact opposite direction. The pendulum swung in the polar opposite direction, because come February 21st to 23, when the event would actually go live and people would have access to the formal rule set, people would start looking at the formal rules and realize that they had banned a whole shit ton more items than they had the first time round. And naturally, as the internet is wont to do, people would start poking fun at how extensive the ban list was. You had a Twitter post by Only Afro saying, "Competitive Elden Ring Twitch Rivals rules, Lamau." Basically showing an extended scroll through all of the rules set to Star Wars intro theme music, showing how, again, there was just an entire essay's worth of items and playstyles that had seemingly been rendered non-viable by the bans. You had people in the replies poking fun at it by drawing similarities between this and an arbitrary, informal Smash Bros event where a bunch of rules lawyers went overboard on creating the US Constitution, trying to eliminate different playstyles and exploits. You had people in the comments pointing out various specific items that didn't make sense being banned because they weren't even remotely close to being good or exploitable. For example, Killer Spring. Why the Runok? That shit is slower than Dark Souls 2's Estus. The funniest thing is they banned Runoks for the arena, where you can't even use them in the arena. Clueless. Yet again, more example that the event organizers are just as unfamiliar with the community, the specifics, and the culture of the game as they were last time they tried to organize an event of this nature. And then also, Velasaria VTuber, Elden Stars ban. That spell is so bad, literally every person that uses it in PvP winds up a corpse in the process of casting it. To which Afro replied, agree. And this wasn't the only instance of people poking fun at it from within the Elden Ring community, because yet another veteran player by the name of Stielovsky would, on February 22nd, post a video going through the new set of rules and pointing out various inconsistencies and the illogical nature of some of these bans. At 1 minute in, he expresses visible confusion at many of the items that have been banned according to the rules. It's not a good sign when you have a rule set, you release it to the public, and one of the more veteran players of the game, one of their first reactions is, "What the fuck? Why is this here?" Despite some bans being appraised by Stielovsky as quite logical, the overall sentiment appeared to be that the bans would have made more sense in a previous patch of the game. And he also points out that an entire playstyle, Mage, has effectively been rendered non-viable by the bans. Again, it's a little funny that the event organizer last time got beaten by a mage, and in the new iteration of the event, now for some reason that entire playstyle is completely non-viable because they expanded the ban list to encompass a whole bunch of other things. Again, not saying that there's a one-to-one causation, but the correlation is a little suspicious there. At around 3 minutes into the video, Stielovsky states, quote, "It doesn't look good, guys. This is actually fucking insulting to the community, not going to lie. Why they wouldn't fucking, ask Elden Ring PvP Discord to help them with that," by which he means the rules. A lot of these things does not make sense from the perspective of what is currently available in the game. So again, he's stating outright that from his observation, from his perspective, the way that the rules have been composed makes it very, very obvious that there is a disconnect between the event organizers and the people who actually play the game. And then finally at 5 minutes 36 seconds, he says, quote, "This rule set does not solve the meta issues. It solves nothing. The majority of these rules makes no sense." And yet again, there was this recurring sentiment, this enduring observation that this event seemed to be completely disconnected, at least in terms of its administrators and organizers, from the people who actually play the game, especially who play the game on stream as part of their established content repertoire. This rule set does not solve the meta. It does not reflect the exploits that are currently present in the game. Sorry, it does not address the exploits currently present in the game. It does not exhibit any sort of connection between the event organizers and the PvP community in this game. And while this event ended without seemingly too much controversy compared with the last one, there was still a shadow that was hanging above the head of this event. Because 1 is an anomaly, but 2 is the beginnings of a pattern. 2 is a coincidence. But once you get 3, then it becomes a pattern. And come August 2nd, 2024, we would have our final entry to establish that pattern, that there does indeed seem to be some sort of favoritism problem, some sort of event organizer disorder when it comes to the way that Twitch Rivals is organized, specifically when it comes to Elden Ring. Because on August 2nd, 2024, Twitch Rivals' Twitter account would announce yet again, prepare to discover the dark secrets of the world in the land of shadow. Mendo's Elden Ring Challenge on Twitch Rivals. August 6th to 7th at 2 p.m. PT. This was basically an event that they organized to commemorate and benefit from the hype surrounding the Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC. And yet again, the exact same event organizer has come back for round 3. And this time, yet again, they would advertise this event based off of the biggest streamers in attendance, and yet again, XQC would be showing up to make another appearance for Twitch Elden Ring Rivals. Yet again, it would unfold in a 3-bracket process spread over 2 days, right? Day 1, PvE. Day 2, PvP, Day 2, PvP between some members of a team. And then followed by another PvP section, which was a single bracket where all 3 members of a team would face against all 3 members of the other team, right? However, interestingly enough, this was also the third event would also end up becoming the sort of Avengers for all the people that had been screwed over by previous Elden Ring Twitch Rivals. Because not only had Girl DM and her team come back for round 2, right? Not only was Cyrobe VT back for yet again another run at Twitch Rivals for Elden Ring, but Stilovsky, the person who the previous year, had critiqued Elden Ring's, the Twitch Rivals rule set for Elden Ring, ended up becoming a participant himself, joining under the team Router, I believe that's SXD, or SX, yeah, I think it's SXD, or XO, I can't really make it out because my eyesight's not great. However, and just in a similar vein to the previous 2 years, the event overall seemed to have gone well, right? People seem to have enjoyed the event, they seem to have had fun. However, yet again, in the aftermath of this event taking place, starting from August 11th to August 12th, some of the participants, Cyrobe and Stilovsky, would release more videos going through flaws in how the event was organized and run. Sorry, give me a second to just take a sip of water. I can feel my throat starting to die. If you have anything to drink on hand, I advise you to hydrate with me. Alright. Would you like some water pouring ASMR? There's, my cup is empty, so it's going to be pretty easy to tell exactly what's going on. Got that Avengers theme running. We call that foreshadowing. Hydration check. Indeed, indeed. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm fasting here. I'm sorry for your loss, Ardentop. I hope you're having a nice Ramadan though. I hope you're managing to get through it okay. Please look after yourself. Try not to faint challenge and all that. Scarling, thank you for the 2. Tusk. I'm glad you guys seem to enjoy the pouring. Get the chip. Oh, yeah, no. So, after this stream, when I get time, I'm going to be adding in a new emote. It's not we already have a hydration emote, but I'm going to be adding in a new one where it's a variation of the grab emote that I got Noxin to make me a few days ago. So I'm quite excited to add that in. So you have yet another one to add to the list of emotes that you guys get to use on stream. But in any case, that's much better. I now no longer feel like I'm dying as hard as I was before. Alright, so coming back to Cyrobe's video. At about 1 minute 23 seconds. Billy, thank you for the 5. What about feedback? Oh, thank you for keeping the tradition alive. It's good to see you around, my guy. At around 1 minute 23 seconds, he states that due to poor planning, a lot of the creators who participated in the event were only invited last minute. For some, including Cyrobe himself, last minute didn't just mean like a few days before the event went live. No, Cyrobe was invited the morning of the event. I believe he said 3 hours before the event began. So that was fucking wild in terms of how close they ran that to the start. At around 4 minutes 26 seconds, he states that many of the rules that govern PvP sections made no sense. As an example, he cites how rules banned the use of certain spells without also banning the use of items that had the exact same effect as those spells. And the example he gave was Ancient Rancor, a spell that was banned despite the fact that the items called Rancor pots in the game that had the exact same effect, albeit you needed to throw them at the enemy instead of just casting them at the enemy, which took a little bit longer. They had the exact same effect, but they hadn't been banned on top of that. So it was basically functionally as if it hadn't been banned. If you were a skilled enough player, the ban didn't apply to you, because you could just pick up the item, it would have the exact same effect as if you were allowed to use the spell. However, again, he takes pains to emphasize near the end of the video that the overall experience was still a positive one. He still managed to have fun. However, there were those hiccups. The same cannot really be said for Stylovsky, when on August 13th he would post a video documenting the backlash that he had received after being the winner of the PvP segment, of at least the first PvP segment, when he was individually facing off against other players. At around 41 seconds, he addresses other streamers and their audiences who have been accusing him of quote-unquote cheating by quote-unquote abusing lag during the 1v1 PvP segment, which he ended up winning. He states that he believed that international PvP tournaments are ill-advised due to inconsistent latency between different players located in different locations. However, nonetheless, he clarifies that the accusations were quite unfounded and, to be frank, quite stupid, because the lag experienced did not in any way advantage him, since lag is debilitating for both players. If someone is lagging on your end, that means that you're also lagging on their end. So when you had all of these players, who admittedly were mostly casuals, who were accusing Stylovsky of cheating because he was lagging, the only thing you could really retort with is that that was just stupid. Because yes, you could say that he's lagging, which makes it harder to play, but it's not like he has any sort of inherent advantage from going through that lag. Because just as he was lagging on his opponent's screen, so too was his opponent probably darting around on his. So if he was able to win, that was probably because he had a higher skill level than his opponent. It's just that simple. And the problem is, people didn't seem to realize that, so they started throwing around accusations of cheating. And then at 6 minutes 55 seconds into his video, he explains that Elden Ring on PC uses a From Software mechanism for mitigating differences in latency, that frequently just distributes lag among all players involved in a multiplayer game. So again, there's a tool that exists within Elden Ring in terms of its, how it was constructed as an application, as a game, that is supposed to make up for differences in latency. However, what it ends up doing, more often than not, is simply making both players equally laggy when they get together to play a game. So, again, it is a little bad that Stilovsky had to clarify this himself instead of the event organizers coming out to make a statement telling people, look, it's actually really bad sportsmanship if you just run around accusing somebody of cheating just because they lagged during the game. And on top of that, it's also... you would also have an argument to make that it was on the event organizers to issue a clarification of that kind because it was their decision to take this tournament from being an NA only tournament to encompassing the EU as well. And when you have players that come from areas of the world that are that far away from one another, obviously you're going to have latency problems. And again, if those latency problems are only there as a result of the competition you've chosen to have, the least you can do as members of the event administration, the least you can do as event organizers, is to get people throwing around unfounded accusations of cheating off the backs of one of your participants who come from an area of the world that is that far away, that only participated because you allowed them to do so. And so, by the end of this entire saga of those 3 instances of Twitch rivals trying to run an Elden Ring event, what you had essentially gotten is a series of disasters, one after another, a series of recurring problems that kept cropping up over and over and over again. To recap, the rule-making rationale across all of these events exposed a key disconnect a clear disconnect from the player communities that the event supposedly catered to. Elden Ring PvP community, basically a non-entity when it comes to the decision-making process regarding the rules. The rules themselves were often vague and misleading, and they were either changed on the fly or clarified last minute by the event organizers. There were administrative oversights when allocating prizes and announcing winners, often resulting in one or more players feeling cheated out of a prize that they had been explicitly told they were about to receive. There were also, very frequently, last-minute invitations to creator participants, not frequently, that's not fair, but last-minute invitations to creator participants became a bit of a recurring trend, where not everyone was invited to participate at the same time, and as a result, that often had unintended consequences on making it so that not everyone got a fair chance to prepare and perform their best. There was also a lack of enforcement against poor organization and poor sportsmanship. This was a recurring thing. And also, the poor sportsmanship was to some degree even indulged depending on the size of the streamer, right? When people were accusing Stilovsky of cheating for no reason whatsoever, the event organizers failed to sufficiently push back against that and retroactively decry or disqualify some of the players that did so. On top of that, when XQC started essentially throwing a hissy fit over the way that his match went in the first Elden Rings event, there was no disqualification. Contrary, he seems to have tried to the event organizers seem to have tried to placate him and pacify him by changing the way that they allocated prizes to give a pot friend trophy to him as well. And that brings us to the final recurring thing that seems to be cropping up, which is very, very apparent favoritism towards larger, more established streamers. And when that is the case, what ends up happening is, in spite of your intended associations being competitive gaming and fun, what Twitch Rivals essentially ended up doing to itself and to the platform that hosted it by extension was instead, now when people think about Twitch Rivals, they think about favoritism. They think about disorganization. They think about badly run events and unfairly constructed rules. They think about event organizer, player, community disconnect. And this, above all, this has become the defining image in many people's minds when it comes to thinking both of Twitch and of Twitch Rivals. The big streamers, well, Twitch bends over backwards to accommodate them. But literally everybody else? Yeah, no. Maybe if they're lucky, if they're skillful enough, they might get some acknowledgement, but not nearly enough. And, well, the ones who aren't skillful enough, they get fucking nothing. Less than nothing even, because sometimes they get humiliated by being told they won a prize and then having it retroactively revoked from them. But in any case, again, who benefits? Twitch, because they want to curry favor among their biggest creators. So it's unfortunate, but this is what happens when you have an organizational structure that is run nepotistically and thrives and allows favoritism to thrive, where every single member of the administration, the organization, are incentivized to curry personal favor and personal connection with some of the biggest streamers in the space. They start viewing this event as an opportunity to start cozying up to streamers that are bigger than them, or streamers that they like personally, rather than viewing the event as something that they are in charge of running seriously, regardless of who they have to enforce the rules against, big or small. So that, well, a bit of a tragic conclusion. Or ideologically aligned. Yeah, that's true, Akorake. And so, at this point, based off of the beginning to end, well, most recent entry of how Twitch Rivals has dealt with Elden Ring as a game, we can already see that there is an established pattern happening here. A game drops, Twitch Rivals chooses to get in on the action, create a Twitch Rivals competition, quote-unquote, that is supposed to leech off of the hype surrounding the new release of that game, while paying no attention to the specifics of the player community of that game, and also allowing for blatant corruption and favoritism in terms of how they administer the rules when it comes to their event surrounding that game, as well as also regulating their competition and coming up with those rules in a way that seems to be ill-informed at best and malicious at worst. And the thing is, now that we've established that as a pattern when it comes to the way that they ran the Elden Ring Twitch Rivals events, we can now start applying that to one of the most recent examples of this exact same pattern of events occurring. We can apply that to Marvel Rivals. And speaking of Marvel Rivals, on December 6th, 2024, Marvel Rivals, a little hero shooter game, third-person hero shooter game, will be launched by a little production company by the name of NetEase on the EN video game hero shooter scene. Live action genre, right? Same thing as Elden Ring released for PlayStation, Steam, and Xbox all on the same day, and much in a similar vein to Elden Ring. This was a game that absolutely popped off. It crammed its foot into the door right at the end of 2024, and it absolutely exploded in popularity. By December 18th of 2024, the official Marvel Rivals Twitter account will put out the following tweet saying, quote, "We are thrilled to announce that 20 million players have joined Marvel Rivals. Our gratitude for each of you is immense. The spray is ready now, and we also included this number in the fray. Thank you for, in the spray, Thank you for helping us achieve this milestone. Log in from December 20th, 2024 to January 10th, 2025 to claim it." And then, starting from January 9th to 10th, you would get success story after success story about how Marvel Rivals is ballooning in player count while still managing to retain much of its initial player base. For example, Marvel Rivals Intel on January 9th. Marvel Rivals currently has 120k viewers on Twitch. Overwatch 2 has 7k. And then Dexerto. Marvel Rivals has retained an impressive 90% plus of its player base since its peak on December on Steam. And speaking of peaks, in January 11th, Marvel Rivals would reach what is currently its true peak of all time at 642,333 players. January of 2025 for Marvel Rivals was no fucking joke. This was a new heavy hitter that had just bursted onto the scene, and it, by all outward appearances, seems to be here to stay. And so, as with every other instance of a game that ends up exploding on Twitch, Twitch did not let this go unnoticed. Starting from around early January 2025, Twitch would start, behind the scenes, reaching out to large creators to try and get together a Twitch Rivals event. We know, based off of how that event went, that some of the creators that they ended up reaching out to included the likes of Valkyrae, XQC, and Shroud. And come January 17, 2025, the official Marvel Rivals webpage will put out the following announcement. Marvel Rivals Showdown on Twitch Rivals. Dear Rivals, we are excited to announce the inaugural collaboration between Marvel Rivals and Twitch Rivals in 2025. The thrilling event will showcase a lineup of beloved streamers competing together, providing you with an unforgettable viewing experience. We have curated exclusive drop rewards specifically for this event, which you can earn by watching participating channels. Mark your calendars for January 18th to 19th, starting at 2 p.m. PST on both days. Don't miss out. Join us in watching these exhilarating matches. Well, they were right. It was unforgettable. You're right about that, Shinnok. Total prize pool, $200,000. That's massive. Match format, total 12 teams, total 72 players. Day 1, group stage round robin. Teams will be divided into 2 groups of 6 teams each group. Round robin, 2 matches per round. Teams will be ranked based on their win-loss ratio. Day 2, bracket stage single elimination. Single elimination bracket, round 1 and quarterfinals will be best of 3. Semifinals and finals will be best of 5. Jacob Foxfires, thank you for the 10. The game is such an oddity of everything going right. I had never seen a movement for a game this big, so much that it affects other games. Not only Overwatch, but Call of Duty and League of Legends as well. They've all taken hit. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Marvel Rivals was lightning in a bottle. It came at the exact same time as so many players were just universally giving up on live action, right? Giving up on hero shooters as well. People thought that we had seen all there was to see, and then Netflix flopped their cock on the table. Marvel Rivals was salvation for a lot of people when it comes to the gaming scene, because it proved that if you have enough dedication to giving players what they want, live action is not a dead genre. Live service is not a dead genre. Live service doesn't have to be maligned, right? And hero shooters are far from being a tired genre. Yes, you have unoriginal slop like Concord, for example, but that doesn't have to be all there is to it. And Marvel Rivals, I do think Marvel Rivals breathed new life and new hope into gaming, both among players, and it showed off to devs what can happen if you don't just make shallow cash grabs. So, yeah. What's more interesting about this event, though, is when you scroll down on the official Twitch events page, and you go down to their quote-unquote official tournament rules document. Now, this is basically a document that every participant, every player needs to sign in order to acknowledge that they understand how this is going to work. It is a document that is designed to do many things. However, one of the more interesting things that it does, as outlined in section 6 of the document, is outline a code of conduct, right? This is an event, this is a formalized event, and as a result, it needs to have a formalized set of codes of conduct, rules, and standards, right? Master N, actually, didn't one of the former AN talents get mad at Rev for his defending of Marvel Rivals heroine designs? I think I remember. Yeah, I think so. I think that was Nemo, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, they did have a little bit of a spat, although I don't think anything came out of it. So that was odd, wasn't it? Yeah. I remember people getting really mad over Marvel Rivals for supposedly having like gooner content or whatever in terms of the way that their characters were designed. I mean, like, come on. It's just a sexy person. The industry has been so starved of casual sex appeal in its character design that now it seems people have completely forgotten what it means to have a visually appealing character. But yeah, Mario Nima again, sheesh. I do admit that, well, I mean, I've spoken with Nima personally. She seems to be a nice enough person, but that particular Twitter spat was something that I think was very much ill-advised. But in any case, in Section 6 of the official tournament rules document, one of the interesting things is it starts listing off behaviors and certain aspects of player conduct, that the event organizers and administrators supposedly will not tolerate. And, well, interesting thing is, when we start going through some of these rules, we can start to see that there were quite a few instances where these rules were broken in previous events, but nothing seemed to have happened to the people breaking those rules. For example, to quote, all players are expected to 1. Exhibit good sportsmanship and maintain respect for one another, and above all, tournament entities and spectators. Yeah, that's wonder where that hasn't happened in the past. 2. Play at their best at all times within the tournament. 3. Avoid any behavior inconsistent with the principles of good sportsmanship, honesty, or fair play. Yeah, I wonder if accusing someone who won despite lag of cheating would fall under that category. 4. Follow all instruction of the tournament organizers. 5. Not have any mobile phones, tablets, or other voice-enabled and or ringing electronic devices within the play area during the tournament. And 6. Not text/email or use social media during a game or match. Any player behaving inappropriately or not competing in compliance with the official rules, including the general play rules and gameplay rules as determined by the event organizers in their sole discretion, may be immediately disqualified from the tournament and forfeit all potential prizes. Further, the event organizers reserve the right in their sole discretion to ban disqualified players from any future tournament or event organized by tournament organizers. Wow. It would have been nice if they actually did that, wouldn't it? Maybe then we wouldn't have recurring unsportsmanlike behavior from the same people over and over. But what do I know? Behavior that is considered to be inappropriate and in violation of the code of conduct includes, but is not limited to, the following. And then lists off a whole bunch of things, but yet again, I want to emphasize one of the behaviors that they list is acting in unsportsmanlike or disruptive manner. Acting in an unsportsmanlike or disruptive manner, or with the intent to disrupt or undermine the legitimate operation of the tournament, or to annoy, abuse, threaten, or harass any other person. When you are a content creator and you accuse another creator of cheating and your audience goes into the comment sections of that creator's videos and starts accusing them of cheating as well, you fucked up. You should be blacklisted from future events. And as a result, it's the fact that Twitch Rivals does not seem to have enforced against that kind of behavior in the past. That is an indictment of how that event is being organized and how much of a sham these official rules seem to be. Scarling, thank you for the 2. These people don't play God of War or video. True. Mercurius, thank you for being a member for 7 months. You are one old Footstool. Actually, equally as old as Scarling, if I remember correctly. People's aesthetic taste has been atrophied. Oh, no, absolutely. I agree with that 100%. We have been starved. There's been an absolute drought and famine of appealing and unique and engaging character designs as of late in gaming in general, especially in AAA gaming and live service gaming for that matter. But, man, holy shit. To go on, they list out a whole bunch of other rules as well when it comes to different things that the code of conduct forbids. For example, you have collusion, bribery, betting on your own performance, etc., using game bugs or hacks in your favor, using any language or wearing any clothing that appears vulgar, etc., using tournament facilities to post, transmit, disseminate, or otherwise make available any communications, basically cheating by broadcasting what is going on with another team, so sabotaging your team by informing the other team of what's going on, etc. They're taking any action or performing any gesture directed at the opposing player that might be insulting, mocking, disruptive, or unsportsmanlike. Yet again, so far we have had three separate instances of Twitch rivals denouncing unsportsmanlike conduct, and yet in the instances where that has cropped up in the past, there seems to have been zero enforcement to prohibit that happening again in the future, which again is something immensely frustrating. However, what is even more interesting than this is section 10, where they start listing off a whole bunch of disclaimers when it comes to how responsible the event organizers are in the failings of the event. Quote, "The Twitch tournament organizers are not responsible for any incorrect or inaccurate information or other materials on, associated with, or utilized as part of the Twitch website or the Twitch tournament website, and the tournament organizers assume no responsibility for any error, omission, interruption, deletion, defect, delay in operation or transmission, communications lines failure, theft, destruction, or unauthorized access to the Twitch website or the tournament website or the field of play in the title game." Basically, they just said the tournament organizers are not responsible for fucking shit up. If the rules are unclear, if things are inaccurate, if things are incorrect, and they're put on the website or materials regardless, well, that's not on them. That's on you for not checking beforehand. And they go even further. Each player agrees that the tournament entities shall not be responsible or liable for, and hereby released from any and all claims, costs, injuries, losses, or damages of any kind relating to any of the following: incomplete, lost, late, misdirected, or illegible registrations, or the failure to receive registrations due to any cause. Any computer system, gaming console, phone line hardware, software, or program malfunctions or other errors, failures, hacks, unauthorized access, delayed computer transmissions, or network connections, which may result in alteration of a game or affect game results. And finally, any problems or technical malfunction of any network or line, servers, providers, equipment, software, basically everything. They're not liable or responsible for anything. And then we go down to Exhibit C, one of the later parts where it provides more rules and definitions to tack on to what we already have in the formalized portion of the document. Specifically, the section around match procedures, where they state, "In-game observers are not allowed except for tournament organizers and their designees. 2. Time between rounds. During each phase of the tournament, teams are allowed 5 minutes to break between rounds. And finally, bugs and glitches. In the event of a bug or glitch that affects gameplay, the full round must be played out. If a team calls for a rematch due to a bug or glitch, they must save the replay and submit it to the tournament organizer for review. Exceptions to this rule may be made by the tournament organizer at their sole discretion." Can anyone point out the key phrase in that part of the tournament rules document? Because there is one part that makes it very obvious why this is an event that was, well, essentially built up from a bad premise. Shannock, exactly. Sole discretion. Every time you see that, that is an attempt by some entity to justify arbitrary and personalized selection based off of whoever is in charge of administrating an event or anything else, right? An administrator. This is excusing subjectivity in the way that this event works and the way that this event is regulated. And it becomes problematic because later on, in the team roster section of Exhibit C, at the end of the official tournament rules document, it says, "Oh, hello Evo, welcome to the stream. We're just going through the official tournament rules for the Marvel Rivals Showdown Twitch Rivals event." So, it says under rosters, first, rosters. Teams will be determined by tournament organizers prior to the start of the tournament. So, in other words, it's the tournament organizers who have to give final say on how a team is actually composed. Players may not change teams once they have been determined. However, the more important part is second, substitute players. In the event a player is no longer to compete in the tournament, that player's team may designate a substitute for the affected player. The approval of the substitution is at the sole discretion, even more use of that subjectivity, that justification of subjectivity, in the word sole discretion, of tournament organizers. So, in other words, tournament organizers basically have the final say in everything to do with how a team is put together. Who gets to get put on a team? Who gets approved to put on a team? Who's approved to stay on a team? What happens if you need to swap somebody out? All of that needs to go through a tournament organizer. And all of them make that decision, quote unquote, at their sole discretion. And you can start to see where there might be a problem when you start going over to the match obligations portion, specifically the section where they talk about how the communications are going to happen regarding this event. Communications, quote, "Tournament organizers will specify a VoIP server for all official communication during the tournament." And the reason why this is important is because despite a lot of aspects of the team building, a lot of aspects of joining the competition, being allowed to participate in the competition, a lot of that goes through the sole discretion of the tournament organizers. However, so long as there is some degree of transparency, maybe that sole discretion does not create too much power in the hands of the organizers, except the fact that this section is stated in the rules means that primarily the communication that's going to happen between the event organizers and the participants is going to occur in the Discord. And the reason why I emphasize this is because in the case of this Twitch Rivals event in particular, there have been multiple rule changes, but there have not been multiple official tournament rules amendments made to this official tournament rules document. In spite of the fact that the rules seem to have changed, the updates to the actual document that was released to the public do not seem to be equally frequent, which leads me to believe that the rule stipulations are occurring the exact same way that they've occurred in the past, via private Discord. And that is no way to run a tournament when it comes to making clear to everybody what is okay and what is not okay. And an example of that kind of rule change comes out of how Marvel Showdown how Twitch, when they were hosting Marvel Showdown, tried to balance their teams. So starting from around early January, the original plan for how these teams were going to be balanced, consisted of the following. You would have each team of 6 people be limited to only having 2 or less players that had the official in-game rank of Grandmaster or above. So the 4 top ranks in this game: Grandmaster, Celestial, Eternity, and One Above All. One Above All being the highest of the 4. So in other words, this game, in order to participate in this event, you could only have 2 people on your team that were Grandmaster or higher. Everyone else had to be Platinum or lower, right? No Diamond players, basically. And so, when you look at the way that this competition was initially pitched, you could probably draw the conclusion that it was pretty much smack bang in the middle of competitive and casual. It wasn't quite casual because of the sheer size of the prize pool at the end, right? So it couldn't have been casual. However, it's not exactly supposed to be competitive either, because the number of high-level players, yes, there are multiple on one team, which is why it's not all the way here at the bottom, close to casual, but it's also not that competitive either, because they are still thoroughly in the majority of each team's composition. However, what would end up happening is, come January 11th, Twitch would attempt to, quote-unquote, remedy this balance by changing the number of Grandmaster players that were allowed on a single team from 2 to 4. They doubled it, and now, instead of only a third of each team being comprised of high-level players, now it was 2/3. Now, that 6v6 team could have a maximum of 4 basically professional level players inhabiting their space and throwing down with other teams. Paul SD, see, you say that there were no rules for smurfing, but there was supposed to be a rule for smurfing, and we'll get into that later. So, between whenever the event was first cooked up and when January 11th happened, essentially what ended up happening is the competition shifted all the way from being the middle to way towards the top, because all of a sudden, this was basically the equivalent of a pro match. A bunch of sweaty, high-performing, high-level players duking it out against one another, and to the point where the casual players are basically useless since they're in the minority of each team. They are basically irrelevant to the outcome of a fight. And, rightly so, some people would start taking issue with that. Some people, including Valkyrie, who was one of the first people from all outward appearances that was approached in order to participate in this event. And starting from January 17th, so around 1 or 2 days prior to the event taking place, these creators would start taking to Twitter, or their reactions would be posted on Twitter in order to show off exactly how unreasonable these demands were. I'm going to briefly react to what Valkyrie has to say about these changes. So, Marvel Rivals Intel says, quote, "I waited 5 years to play in Twitch Rivals just for this shit to happen. Like, this is insane. Who planned this garbage? Valkyrie and team crash out over Twitch Rivals, changing the rules and allowing 4 Grandmaster Plus players on team." So I want to remind you, this is 1 week before the event takes place. This should not have been when they changed the rules that drastically to accommodate something that is going to shift the caliber at which the competition takes place that much. So hold on, let me just play this. Let me just pause the music for a second.
Guys, I have imminent fear. Necros is returning.
No!
Sleepy, you're our pro! You're not allowed to be scared!
But he plays. He has not got off this game since it came out.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Also, keep in mind they have 4 of me's.
Bro, they have 5 of
By 4, he means Grandmaster Plus.
you. Saikuno is GM too.
Whoa, whoa. I think giving
True.
Saikuno a little too credit there.
Do we actually think we have a chance or no? Because, like, we could just, just rank up that day. Like, I liked
like
playing
that.
against
I like
Myth's
that.
team last night.
Like they
'cause it
literally
felt
have
like
a
we had
pro on
chance.
every role. We
So
have a
you're
pro on
saying
2
we should
roles.
take more performance-enhancing drugs?
I'm gonna throw up. Like, which Twitch staff member do I need to talk to? Like, I don't understand how this happened. Like, I waited 5 years to play in a Twitch rival just for this shit to happen? Like, this is insane!
Dude,
Like, who
Welcome back, Sinful Lad. And to be fair, you may dislike Valkyrie for other reasons, that's perfectly fine. However, in this particular instance, I think it's pretty safe to say that a lot of people should be able to understand why she finds this to be immensely frustrating. Imagine you wait for half a decade to participate in an event that's been hyped up for ages, or that you've hyped up in your mind for ages because you care about the platform, and then the time comes and they shit in your rice by essentially screwing you over and reducing you to being an infinitesimally insignificant aspect of your own team, by overloading the competition with people who perform to a caliber that you could not possibly hope to attain in the time given to you to prepare for the event. That is extraordinarily unfair a set of circumstances to try to deal with when you are joining a competition of any sort, let alone, a hero shooter.
Plan this garbage.
I'm not even kidding. Do you guys want to see the messages that I sent them?
Yes, I do want to see the messages. Be like,
I want to know if I would have railed them even harder, bro.
Whose idea was this? Like, I don't understand.
Dude, Ray needs to let Ray have the app, please. Ray will convey what I want to say to them in a perfect manner. I need to see what Ray will say.
I need to see the logic. Oh my god, I'm so triggered. I just don't understand it. Like, just say it's a pro tourney then at that point. Like, why even have people under Grandmaster? Who is doing this?
That's insane.
I can't believe this! Who? Dude, Twitch has so many issues. What the fuck?
Ray, save us!
YouTube rivals.
Oh, we're never having a YouTube rival. There might be a short rivals though. I mean, that's their prio.
Short rivals.
Syke was AFK for most of the round. Yeah, well, we're going up against like 5 pros! It doesn't matter. They could literally all be AFK and we would still lose. Like, oh my god, what the fuck? Like, oh yeah, there was a 5v6. What the fuck? Okay, you know what? I'm done. I'm done. I'm actually so done.
Truly a legendary crash out, but no less warranted for the passion behind it, because another player who was participating in this event, a high-level player who was the captain of his team, I do believe, Boger, would take to Twitter to provide more context for Ray's outburst. For context, quote, "The upcoming Twitch Rivals has had a 2-player limit for Grandmaster Plus players, but they changed it to 4 players just a week before the tournament. Now it's just a bunch of eternity sweats, like us, with over 300 hours stomping on streamers who are just there for fun. At this point, it's more of a pro tournament where the high-level players will game and everyone else will be AFK. Twitch Rivals, in my honest opinion, should be about content creators learning the game, competing, and having fun. But how are they supposed to do any of that if every game is a stomp? They should have made it so that you can have 2 Grandmaster Plus players and everyone else should have been Diamond Max. This way, Grandmaster players could have coached everyone else and made it a more engaging and fun experience. Right now, it's Coughing Baby versus Hydrogen Bomb." And to be honest, that characterization of the situation sums it up pretty well. And this was an event that gradually ended up snowballing into more and more negative attention for Twitch, because people would start writing articles about the creators who had been screwed over by this rule change. For example, streamers call out Twitch's Marvel Rivals Showdown tournament for unfair rule changes. MSN. Valkyrie calls out Twitch Rivals for Marvel Rivals tournament rule changes. Esports Illustrated. And more and more blowback was mounting. Other creators who had been involved in previous Twitch Rivals events would start weighing in as well and start contributing their own negative experiences of the event and the event's historic mismanagement on top of everything else. Such as this video by Connor Clips, where Connor talks about his previous experiences. Seadog VA talks about his experiences getting screwed over while participating in Twitch Rivals and why he is incredibly hesitant to participate in any future Twitch Rivals events. So we're going to be watching this through this video about to around 8 minutes into it. So let me switch over back to the React screen. Hold on a second. All right. And the picture that he paints of what it's like to play as a part of Twitch Rivals, to actually join the event from the inside as a participant, is not exactly a very flattering one. It has quite a lot of similarities to what we were talking about earlier on this stream.
Dude, I woke up today and I was looking at Twitter, as you do, as one man shouldn't start his morning. And I saw all this, I don't know if you guys keep up with streamer drama. There was like a Twitch Rivals drama. I don't know if you guys heard about this.
Oh no, YouTube froze. Oh, you sure Seadog VA isn't glazing it? Don't worry. He's not glazing. For some reason, everything seems to have frozen on this side. The video is not playing? Yeah, no. For some reason, the audio started playing, but the video is still frozen. What is going on? Oh, my. Apologies. We seem to have encountered a little bit of scuff. Hold on, give me a second. Okay. Let me try refreshing the page. Maybe that'll fix it. Chrome. This isn't even Chrome. That's the worst part. And now I'm... this is Firefox. Hold on. Let me go back. All right.
Dude, I woke up today and I was looking at Twitter.
Okay, it should be working now.
As one man shouldn't start his morning. And
I want to... As further reference for the Hassan stream that we're going to do later on, I want it to be put down in the... I want it to be noted down in the transcript that CDogVA has stated out loud that he sometimes starts his morning by going through Twitter. Again, this is more... instead of being a this will be relevant later this stream, this will be relevant in a future stream. Scarling, thank you for the 2. Real stream right here. It's been... True. Yeah, no, I probably will be switching to Brave at the end by the end of this week. So
saw all this. I don't know if you guys keep up with streamer drama. There was like a Twitch Rivals drama. I don't know if you guys heard about this. Nopers. All right, I'll explain because I think most of you are normal and are healthy and reasonable adults.
I'm going to speed the video up a little bit to 1.5.
So I'll kind of explain, because I feel like the reason why I want to talk about it, chat, is because I have something I want to add. Basically, there's going to be a Twitch Rivals, which we've done before, which is normally a thing that Twitch gathers a bunch of streamers, tells them, hey, compete in this thing, there'll be some prize money. And I guess they had a rule set, which was you were only allowed like 2 Grandmaster players, and then they turned the rules to 4 Grandmaster players, like the day before, and then they, I guess, went back. I'm not fully understanding what happened. All I know is that they made a mess of the rules. And we obviously, here at the CDogVA channel, we're familiar with the balancing of Twitch Rivals teams. We've, I think we've had a couple of Twitch Rivals where we've competed where...
That expression says it all, right? Like when he was talking about Twitch Rival, when he was talking about his prior experiences with Twitch Rivals, and he has that like shit you're tired of face. Like you just know that it's been a disaster from the start for years, and he's been through the ringer a few times. Jacob Foxfires, thank you for the 5. Not even the Hassan stream, and Connor is already cooked. I mean, if you start your day with Twitter, then yeah, it's not really a lot of other things you can be besides cooked.
Where maybe the teams were not so balanced, and it was a pretty miserable experience for me. And yeah, I guess it happened again. You're not salty about it? I'm so salty about it. Dude, okay, so basically, the weird thing that like Twitch Rivals like offers creators is like, hey, look, we'll throw an event, you can be a part of it, and you can win some money, right? And, that's great. I've had my fair share of issues with Twitch Rivals, which is why I normally, 99% of the time, I will not do it. Mainly because, one, they never fucking balance it. They never balance Twitch Rivals. And, like, I know that it can't be perfectly balanced, right? I know that, like, when you have this many creators, you just can't balance it. Which is why, when I discussed with the team about doing events, I would often want a much smaller team size or participant size.
So immediately, and this is something that he's going to elaborate on more in a few minutes as well, but the fact that Twitch Rivals is structured around the need to have as many creators as possible to maximize the number of eyeballs on the event at any one time is severely a severe handicap on the ability to balance the participants and the teams properly. And when you see the way that Twitch Rivals is marketed as a competitive event, part of the reason why I suspect many people feel as betrayed as they do when they buy into that premise and then actually try joining it as a participant is because if you want something to be competitive, as we talked about before, you need it to be balanced. And the problem is Twitch can't afford to make it balanced because that would require them to not prioritize the most eyeballs possible at any one moment as their utmost concern.
Because I don't know how many they have in Twitch Rivals, but if I had to guess, just because of my knowledge of working with them, it was probably like 60 plus people they had involved. I would always sit there in these calls and be like, can we have 16 people? And I'll actually try to balance it for you guys. And the goal of that is that it will make it more entertaining for everyone. And I can make sure that everyone involved is like in it. And often the pushback that you get when you do these kind of events is like, oh no, we need more people. We need as many creators as we can so that we can like sell like the show to more sponsors. Basically, it's like TLDR, right? So Twitch Rivals always wants as many creators in these events as possible. They do not give a fuck about the balance in terms of like that perspective. Like they'll try to balance it with like 64 people, but it's like once you've already gotten that many people, it's too much. And on top of that, instead of having like somebody who like selects everyone, it's very hard for Twitch to do this, right? Because for example, like the streamer games that Ludwig did. If Ludwig asks you to be a part of your event, it's a lot easier to say yes, right? Because Ludwig is like, he's a cool guy.
What he's getting at here, and this is something he'll probably end up, again, this is something that he will end up elaborating on further when he compares the way that Twitch Rivals is run to the way that private events by creators like Ludwig are run, is that the problem with Twitch is that they've dug themselves into a bit of a hole. If you want creators to go out on a limb and trust you, in spite of the fact that you have an awful history of balancing things, if you want creators to entrust their time to you by getting them to join these events, they need to be able to trust your ability to balance things. But the problem is, if you haven't been concerned with balancing things in the past, you've now put yourself in a position where no creator is going to join your event with trust in mind for how you're going to run it, right? So what essentially happens is Twitch has now locked itself in with, well, nobody in their right mind, no creator in their right mind is going to trust Twitch to balance its teams properly, because that's just not something that they've established themselves to do. And what's going to end up happening as we go down the path is, well, over time, less and less creators are going to be approaching these competitions with the intention of actually seriously engaging with them. More and more, as the same events get hosted with the same games over and over, the communities for these games will start tuning them out more and more as well. Because if this is not going to be run professionally, why bother giving it your time? And so, Twitch cannot, well, part of the reason why Twitch hasn't been balancing its teams properly is because it wants engagement. But the problem is, by not balancing those teams properly, it sacrifices its own ability to keep farming engagement in the long run. It is essentially a negative feedback loop, and they are now, with the way that they've run previous Twitch Rivals, this is the position that the platform is now in.
He's not going to fuck you over. You know that he likes to run those events. But Twitch, they struggle to invite people because they don't have that kind of leeway or trust that like a Ludwig or whoever would have for an event, right? So a lot of the times the solution is
it's a little bit of a catch-22, right? So how do you balance if you don't have people who give you that trust? But how do you get people's trust without balancing it properly, right? And again, Twitch has only themselves to blame for being in this position at the current moment.
They'll say like, hey, you're a team captain, find a team. The problem with this is that a lot of the time people just choose their friends, which is fine, but it doesn't exactly make a balanced thing. And maybe that, or what can also happen is that somebody will choose just a bunch of pros in the game. And it just ruins it for everyone. So it's really like, ideally what you would do is that, you'd come to, if I was doing the event, I would say, hey, let's pick a chat up. Squib01, I would say like, hey, be a part of my event. No, you don't get to pick your team. I will pick it for you. You will have fun. You will meet new people. You will talk to new talent or whatever. You'll have a good time. And you just have to trust me.
Again, it all comes back to trust. The one thing that Twitch is never going to be able to get from anybody who's paying attention to what it's been doing. Fool me once, that's my fault. Fool me twice, now you've lost my interest. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, I haven't seen Ludwig have trouble with events, though. No, the thing is, Ludwig's events usually end up going pretty well, but that's usually because he doesn't have a massive roster of people participating in those events. He can control the participants quite tightly, and as a result, he has quite a lot of control over how things go.
But a lot of the time in Twitch Rivals, because there isn't that trust, from a lot of these like Twitch reps, they can't ask that. They can't say, hey, I'm going to put you with some random, because you're going to say no. Because a lot of creators don't want to team up with someone they don't know, for a myriad of reasons. So it's kind of, it's really tough. But, when I had my own event, we did the Jump King Twitch Rivals, which was, I don't know how many years ago now, two years ago. That was a very frustrating experience because I felt like, as the creator and whose event they wanted me to run, it felt like at every single point, every decision I wanted to make, there was somebody who was constantly like trying to undermine it or just change it. Ultimately I don't like the team is really nice, and I don't mean
too many cooks in the kitchen, basically. And unfortunately, what seems to be happening is as the various event organizers end up fucking things up, yet again, as we can see through the various Elden Ring tournaments that Twitch Rivals has attempted to host, it doesn't seem like there are any consequences for any of the people involved in running these events or organizing these events when shit goes sideways, which is part of why, and this is actually, funnily enough, a problem that is shared in common with Twitch's own moderation as well. If you don't punish bad behavior, how are you going to expect that bad behavior to miraculously resolve itself?
It's in like a bad way, but it's just like the way that they do it is so broken because they have to get as many creators as possible, and they do not care who the creators are as long as they have like a high CCV. So, and I feel bad because like I've met a lot of the team, a lot of them want to change how it's done, but it's just how it is. And then another time, the time that really pissed me off, this is the only time that I was like, dude, this is fucked up, was when we did the, I don't know if you guys remember this, we did this Apex at Twitch Rivals, NA, I think, yeah, Apex Rivals on a, oh, dude, this was the worst gaming experience of my life.
Gabriel, it's kind of bizarre how it feels like there's too much control where it's only a hindrance and too little control that it needs to have. See, what you're picking up on there, because that is very much a very popular sentiment among people who've been paying attention to what's going on with Twitch Rivals. What you're picking up on there is the dissonance that exists between people making rules while not understanding why they are making the rules that they are. Because where it's not restrictive isn't enough is on what the event organizers can pull off. That's why it feels loose. But at the same time, it also feels too restrictive because the people making the rules are making rules arbitrarily. They're not founded in any sort of logic or understanding of the game, the community, or the players being involved. And as a result, you simultaneously get this really weird contrast between the event being way too strict on certain aspects while being extraordinarily unregulated when it comes to others. So, yeah, no, absolutely, I understand where that sentiment comes from. And if I were to articulate the origin point of that feeling, that is what I would narrow it down to.
The only thing that made it good was
Yeah, Jacob Foxfires, this is a good way of putting it. There are rules lawyers who are running this event, and also participating in this event to some extent, that are trying to rules lawyer without even knowing the rules of the games that they are trying to, control. And that's a problem, right?
My teammates who are really fun and cool to hang out with, but they literally did an Apex Legends Twitch Rivals. They had like a full Apex Legends lobby, and they had me with two people who had barely ever played Apex Rivals against literal world champions. Like, who were sweating because why wouldn't they? They could get 50k or some shit. I don't know. So for me, it's like LeBron James versus a toddler. Hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. It was not even close. It was miserable. You can go.
He's describing the exact same thing that would have happened if Twitch had stuck with the 4 Grandmaster players rule that they probably went with, because let's be completely honest here, if they allowed the Marvel Rivals tournament to go ahead with 4 Grandmaster Plus players on each team in a 6v6, those other 2 casuals, they're not going to be doing shit. They're basically going to be glorified mascots the entire time. And that, as a play experience, especially when you signed up for something different than that, that is miserable.
Watch the VOD where I desperately try to have fun with it, but it's brutal. And I remember going to them afterwards. I was like, how the fuck did this happen? Like, how did nobody see this? And then they were like, oh, so there was a big Discord, I guess, that we were supposed to join, which I didn't join because I didn't see it because I was busy. And then that's how they then decided the teams, was because I didn't join the Discord, so I just got put with whoever was left over and didn't pick. And they were like, yeah, no, you should have picked. I was like, brother, it's your show. You should be involved in the show, and you should make sure that the teams are balanced. I should not have to do this for you. Because obviously, if I pick, I'll be like, yeah, give me Imperial Helm. Like, yeah, I'll win, that'd be great. So I just feel like they could have been a lot more effort to like actually balance it. But there's so much stuff that goes into the show. Otherwise, that I feel like it's almost like the bottom priority is balancing it. The first priority is actually getting the show, getting all the sponsors and all this kind of stuff in the tech. Very frustrating.
Sinful Lad, that's a good point, actually. The fact that they allowed 4 instead of 3 or so makes me wonder if they even know the mechanics of Marvel Rivals. I don't think they do. I'll be honest, I'm not sure if any of the event organizers for any of the Twitch Rivals events actually understand or are familiar with the mechanics of the games that they host on their platform for the events.
frustrating. I've had pretty much every experience I've had in the Twitch Rivals has not been ideal. On top of that, one.
And then pretty much he just starts recounting an anecdote about another instance where he's participated in Twitch Rivals only to be disappointed by the very obvious lack of consideration by the event organizers in balancing the teams and making sure that everybody was communicating properly with one another. So, to go back to the slides. Whoa, okay. There we go. At this point, right, people were starting to really start to drum up a hullabaloo about how stupid that decision to change it so that sudden decision to make each team majority professional players or GM plus players was. And Twitch was starting to get a little antsy. Unfortunately, they didn't actually channel that antsiness into anything productive, because one of the first things they ended up doing after the GM rule change started gaining traction was to start cracking down arbitrarily on teams for supposedly having members that were outside of their respective rank limit. And an example of this was Sykkuno. This is so stupid. On January 18th, the same day, right? Same day. A little bit after people started talking about this. An account by the name of Sykkuno Archive posted a video of one of the players in this event, Elm, talking about how Sykkuno, another streamer who had been a part of his team for this event, had suddenly been kicked out from the event. Quote, Elm will follow Sykkuno in solidarity if Sykkuno doesn't participate in Twitch Rivals. Elm, if Syk isn't playing in it, then I won't play. Things are basically being worked up behind the scenes to try and make sure everything works out correctly. And Boger, who was also on the same team, would come back in to clarify and provide more context. Here is the exact timeline. Oh, is the BGM not playing for you guys? I swear it's turned on. It should be on, right? I hear it? Oh, okay. Excellent. All right, I just had to make sure. So, Boger states, quote, here's the exact timeline. Me and Necros asked for plat players. Twitch put Sykkuno and Elm in our team. We coach Sykkuno and organize scrims to prepare. One day before Twitch Rivals. We are told to kick Sykkuno because he isn't plat. Awesome sauce. Now, the reason why this was so stupid was because of two things. First, they had supposedly stated, despite not making it clear beforehand, that your previous season's placements would affect how you were judged for this event as well. And in the previous season of Marvel Rivals, Sykkuno had managed to place as a platinum player. Now, as of the time that this was happening, he was only in platinum. However, because of the fact that he was previously a diamond player, Twitch Rivals administration was trying to make the argument that he doesn't belong on the team since he's not technically plat or below anymore. However, the second thing, and that's what makes this whole affair so idiotic, Sykkuno, well, this is an invite-only event. Twitch invited Sykkuno to participate in this event. Twitch allocated Sykkuno to Boger's and Elm's team. And you would think that if you invite a player onto your event and you allocate them to a team, surely you yourself, as the administrators and event organizers, would have vetted that person, done a bit of a background check, tried, at least made an attempt at proper balancing. But no, you just allow that to happen. Don't inform the team that you allocated them to either, and the day before the event, well, just kick him. Tell that team to kick him. Now, obviously, given how unreasonable this demand was, more and more streamers would start talking about it and making fun of it as well. For example, Ray would pop back up, stating, quote, "Has Twitch Rivals always been this scuffed? I was so excited to finally play in one, but the last-minute rule changes and not listening to the community is another level of unprofessional and unorganized I have ever seen." To which another user by the name of Marco replies saying, "I feel like no one understands that the frustration isn't towards the pros either, but towards the system that they aren't sticking to equally, distributing skill." Sorry, the system. I read that really weirdly, sorry. The frustration isn't towards the pros either, but towards the system, where they aren't sticking to equally distributing skill amongst the teams or putting in the work to check players' ranks for themselves. And then Ray would reply to that saying, "I agree. I'm actually so confused by why Twitch would even run tournaments like this if they're not going to put in the effort to organize it properly." And Sykkuno himself would post a bit of a meme talking about how when Twitch should have been trying to organize the balancing of their event and their tournament, instead they just choose to arbitrarily shoot him between the eyes, or at least make an attempt at doing that. However, what Sykkuno's apparent ban or apparent uninvitation had exposed, more importantly, were two things. One, like I said before, previous season ranks were supposed to factor into team balancing, and more importantly, the organizers have proven with Sykkuno that they are willing to vet the streamers they invite, but they only seem to do it arbitrarily. I want you to remember both of these things. They will be important later. Now, in response to much of this backlash, especially the fact that this backlash was primarily coming from pretty large streamers and was starting to gain attention not just among, various online communities, but among newspapers and publications as well, Twitch then made the equally stupid decision to, less than 24 hours prior to the event taking place, revert the rule change that they had in place for the past week to being only 2 Grandmaster Plus players on each 6-player team. Now, you might think that this would be a good thing, because now they finally changed it so that the people who previously signed up when the event was first pitched to them would be happy. Now you would finally get this dynamic where it's not all sweats, not all tryharding, not all competitiveness. There's a little bit of fun to be had there as well, because there's more of a shift back to the casual aspect of playing the game. The only problem, as we've stated before, Twitch does not invite everyone at the same time. Some people get invited to events later than others. Some people just get invited to events late, period. And one of the people who got invited to this particular event late was Doki Bird. At some point after the January 11th rule change allowing 4 Grandmaster Plus players on a single team, Doki Bird was reached out to by Twitch and invited to participate in their Marvel Rivals tournament. And she had made the executive decision after having the sense to look around at the landscape, realizing that other people were gearing up their teams to be as competitive as possible. She had made the executive decision to do the exact same thing with her own team. As a result, less than 24 hours before the event went live, Doki Bird and her team were fucked, because they had arranged their team around a core of 4 high-level, high-performing players. Now 2 of those players had to jump ship, and she had a dilemma on her hands. How the fuck do you decide which players to kick just so your team can still keep playing in this tournament? On the morning of, I believe in the early hours on the morning of, before the event took place, In the waiting rooms for one of her scheduled live streams, Doki would start typing a live reaction to the news that Twitch had yet again changed the rules to its tournament. I'm forced to drop out of the tournament, but me and someone else. I took it for the team. I'd rather get cut than my teammates. I'm crying, but it's for the best. I don't need the clout or the money as much as my team. The thing that really was a gut punch? Doki was the captain for her team. Her team was Team Dokibet, right? And she, well, as we'll get into later, Dokibet has a relationship with Marvel Rivals. It may not have always been a very healthy relationship, but it was a relationship nonetheless. And the fact that she had now had to drop out with this short notice after trying that hard and training that hard to get to where she was, that shit was rough to watch. And she would also go onto Twitter and post an official statement there, stating, quote, "Oh, is Doki a GM? No, that's an understatement. She was, in the previous season prior to this event taking place, she managed to reach the top 500 players in the game. And remember, this is a game that had like a peak player count of 600k. And at the time, probably had a peak player count, an average player count of around 200k. So, to say that Doki is GM plus is the understatement of the month. But yeah. Quote, "Unfortunately, there will be no Marvel Rivals Twitch Rivals tournament from me tomorrow. I had to drop out as captain because I was forced to cut 2 of my teammates who have peaked eternity and above. I made the decision to cut myself out because my teammates deserve the money and exposure more. I know this was a tournament that you Dragoons and I were really looking forward to being in for the last 2 weeks, so I'm sorry. There's a lot I can say, but I don't want to create more drama. I just want to stop being targeted for bringing a team that was within the guidelines and then forced to find replacements within a day before the tournament." Funless, thank you for the 5. Doki got through the curse of Ra to get top 500, but she couldn't get past the curse of Twitch. The curse of Twitch is infinitely worse than the curse of Ra if you rely on it to make your money and live, essentially. But yeah. The thing that made this such a kick in the teeth for both Doki and her fans is that Doki was a Marvel Rivals OG. Starting from at least around like April, May of 2024, she was involved with this game. Over the course of those few months, starting from May, she was invited to be to be part of the alpha playtest of Marvel Rivals way in advance before it released publicly to players worldwide. And on top of that, over the course of those few months, she would end up, after it released, developing what I can only describe as putting her Dragoons through the fatherless experience when when your dad gets consumed by the local corner store. When she would go on her break in December, she would start tweeting out almost daily about how much she missed Marvel Rivals. December 12th, 2024. Guys, if you keep cursing me, I will just replace streams with Marvel Rivals. If we don't make it today, I will hold God of War hostage. December 14th. I miss you, Marvel Rivals. December 15th. Good morning, Marvel Rivals. Thinking about you. Pleading face. December 18th. Good morning, Marvel Rivals, heart. Let's never be apart for that long again. Kiss emoji, kiss emoji. Our viewers got the shared experience. I don't abandon you guys. Well, not really. And then, starting from around January, Doki would start taking the grind really seriously to try and reach the achievement of reaching top 500 in the game. January 6th. It's crazy to see myself number 1 in the Marvel Rivals category when everyone is streaming it right now. It's still surreal to think people enjoy watching since I'm not the best player, but thank you for watching this bird's descent to madness as she tries to get top 500. And then only 2 days later, Doki would achieve that particular objective. We finally did it. After numerous streams and many cursed lobbies, we are ending top 500 for Season 0 of Marvel Rivals. Our rank grind is finally over, and we are free from the circus. We were all here. And she shows off her rank as being, if I'm reading that correctly, Global 161, which is insane, considering the player count at the time. Again, fish are born to swim, birds are born to fly. Doki Bird was born to play Marvel Rivals. And having had this moment, this journey that she's gone on with her audience of mastering that particular game, with how obviously she's passionate about getting good, having the rug pulled out from under her in this manner, basically being put into a position where you either forego your own dreams or you sacrifice somebody else's, is just such a shitty position to put any sort of team captain or any sort of leader in when it comes to something like this. And so, well, she did make the decision that, well, the rather applaudable decision to forego her own dreams, but this would have been like pulling teeth. And this was not something that other streamers left unnoticed either. Zentreya. What the fuck is going on with the Twitch Marvel Rivals thing? Jesus. Skara, I swear 7/10 of Twitch Rivals are just horrible, and it feels really bad to see the same consistent problems every year. And then Coney, another player on Dokiba's team that had managed to be left behind because he was a platinum player. If Twitch Rivals still can't figure out their whole casual versus competitive vibe after 6 years, they should just stick to Fall Guys and Party Animals. I honestly couldn't have put it better. Because, to be honest, looking at how they've conducted themselves here, holy shit, they do not belong anywhere near a competitive game. Scarling, thank you for the 5. Doki after having to deal with yet another poorly managed Corpo. Shit, not her again. Yeah. I can only imagine what kind of PTSD response something like this probably would have evoked. But, yeah, no. She's been on the receiving end of far too much corporate incompetence in her over the course of her career. However, later on that same day, a few hours later, Doki would then post a second official statement just outlining some more of her feelings and rationale about the decisions that she's made. Quote, I thought about it for a long time, but I'll make one last statement. I was invited to the tournament last minute when the rules allowed 4+ diamonds and above. I was not aware of the old rules, and I asked for the team list to gauge how quote-unquote competitive it was going to be. I saw some teams that were stacked already and tried to make a team that followed the guidelines I was given. When I got an invitation, I was playing with a few people who were helping me end in top 500, and they ended up being on my team since I asked them to join me during my rank session. These were her friends. And again, I want you to understand, what Twitch had just put her in the position of is not just choosing between sacrificing your own dreams versus sacrificing the dreams of your players, right? It's not just people who are playing under your banner. Some of these people were her friends, right? People who had helped her grind out to that major milestone that she managed to celebrate with her community earlier on that year. And asking her to make that decision is just, it's just so fucking backwards. But in any case, to go on. During the last week, I was told by multiple people and my teammates that rumors were being spread that I was going to get disqualified on Saturday, or that Twitch staff was planning on making me change my teammates. My teammates got worried and asked if this was true, since people were saying that to them. So I messaged staff multiple times and quadruple checked everything and was reassured that it was not the case and that these were just rumors, that my team is within the guidelines and that nothing will happen. Even before confirming my team officially, I asked if this was okay and was given the same reassurance. I was relieved. Organized scrims, scrimmed with my team, and did VOD reviews and made strategies for the tournament. Being told with less than 24 hours that it was indeed happening just felt depressing, since I felt that I did everything I could to avoid this exact situation. Let me make this very clear. There was jack shit that Doki could have done here. Every problem, every switch, every controversy emerged purely from the event organizers of this atrociously put together debacle. To continue, I understand that those who dropped out will still be compensated, but I didn't join the tournament for money. I was even given an option to join a random team that needed a high ranker to make up for it, but I wanted to play with the team I made with the people I was comfortable with. And the fact that Twitch, as we'll find out later on, right? Twitch did two things in the aftermath to this decision and after being made aware that Doki had opted to drop out of the event rather than, cut one of her teammates. First, they offered to let her co-stream the event, which is fucking idiotic. Because why? After you suddenly jumped one of the streamers that was most excited to participate in a gaming event, why would you then try to phrase it as some sort of compensation and consolation to tell them to get in the chair and watch other people play instead when they could do no such thing after having the hype built out? After having the hype built up from under them over the course of these few weeks. Like, how idiotic do you have to be? How tone deaf do you have to be in order to think that that would be a good idea? But the second thing is, the fact that they offered to allow her to continue playing in this event, albeit under a different team that quote-unquote needed a high ranker. Like, these are creators, not just fucking numbers on a billboard, not just fucking numbers in a stat page. Like, no shit, they're going to have some sort of emotional, sentimental connection and therefore loyalty to the team that they've been practicing with this entire time. You don't just swap players around and assume that they'll be perfectly happy with just being able to participate in the event. That's not how this works. For some reason, Twitch seems to be utterly blind to the fact that, number one, their creators are people, not just stats, not just, a CCV count for their event. But two, they don't seem to realize that if they are going to discount this is the whole point behind competitions like this. You want people to build rapport with one another. If you're going to make competitions that involve teams, no shit you're going to want your players to start building bonds and friendships with one another. And to simply throw that all out the window and say, oh, yeah, you can just help another team have the same number of high-ranking players as yours. Like, what the fuck? Just abandon the team that you spent all this time practicing with and play for another team. Ignore the off chance that maybe you have to play against your previous teammates. Something that seems to be a recurring theme is conflicts of interest seem to be completely invisible to the people running these events. But it just baffles me how your entire bread and butter as a company are streamers, right? Content creators who essentially generate money for you from their audience by being people, and yet you seem to be completely blind to what the implications of that are for an event like this. It's stuff like this that convinces me that even though the people in charge of Twitch are people, they certainly seem to have a hard time perceiving the creators they manage under their wing as people as well. And this isn't even like a... I am crashing out a little bit, but this is not even something that is unique to Twitch Rivals, because this is a problem that extends far beyond the scope of this one event or even this one series of events to just being Twitch's way of handling their platform in general. There is this recurring pattern where they assume that their content creators are doing things for the most cynical reasons possible, right? Oh, as long as you're participating in this event and you get eyeballs on you and you get money, you should be happy, right? oh, as long as you continue to get to stream this event, you're happy, right? Instead of acknowledging that, no, there are more reasons than just monetary and attention behind why people would like to participate in this event. There's sentimental value. This is someone who actually cares about the game that is being made the center of this competition, this tournament. And yet, nothing. Yeah. Buy high 11 projection. Yeah, I could absolutely see that being the case. Because if Twitch is populated by nothing but cynics, I could absolutely understand why they would project that same cynicism on all of their creators as well. But sometimes when you see that being very obviously exposed to be the case, it's just such whiplash between, like, how do I put this? I want you to imagine for a second, right? I want you to imagine being a Dragoon who didn't tap out after Doki began her descent into Marvel Rivals madness. I want you to imagine, some of you probably won't need to because you were there. I want you to imagine that you spent all of those streams, those hours, day after day, you know, joking about how she has made the executive decision to stop streaming everything else. You know, you have those little clips of her alt-tabbing and it being discovered that she was actually had Marvel Rivals running in the background of whenever she was doing something else on stream at any one time, right? You turn this into a meme among your community. You build up that rapport, that investment in not just Doki Bird, but Doki Bird's enthusiasm for the game, right? And then Twitch drops this on you guys. How many communities have been alienated by Twitch Rivals in the exact same manner as what has happened here? Because as we're going to go through in a second, bridges have been burned between Twitch and their creators over shenanigans like this prior. And if you burn bridges with creators, no shit, you're going to end up burning them with their audiences as well. How many times can Twitch afford to do this in their Rivals events before the only people who are going to show up are going to be cynics, attention seekers, and, well, people who need the money, right? Because there are only so many times you can pull off this exact same grift with the same game. And after something as disastrous as this, if they do have another Marvel Rivals Twitch Rivals, sorry, I don't see many of the same players tuning in again. Maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe they improve things, maybe the same players show up, sure. But this is going to be a disaster that doesn't fade from the minds of people for quite a while, I would assume. They blue-balled the perfect shonen plot. To be fair, Freakman, as we'll get into in a second, they didn't quite destroy the perfect shonen plot, but they really did Doki and her team dirty with this one, and her audience for that matter, who were hyped up to see their Oshi, essentially, you know, what's the phrase again? Kick ass and chew bubblegum. But in any case, fun, let's think about the 5. The real reason people who did get kicked out is because they refused to get the Hassan womb tattoo. How many times before Hassan Abi enters Twitch Rivals? He needs to fall off hard before that's the case. I would assume he'd only be able to join like the most normie friendly game, like Fall Guys or Party Animals, or some shit like that. I can't even imagine, well, I'm sure Hassan has played Minecraft before, but it's just, I can't imagine him doing that as part of like a tournament. But in any case, to go on. I just enjoy the game so much, and as a content creator, it's rare for me to be invited to these types of tournaments and to be able to compete at a high level since I'm not a pro, but yet I have a high rank. Putting me in the pro category is always just a detriment to any team I join because I cannot perform at a level like that. If ever, I'm just a competitive person, but I'm not at the level one would call professional. There's so little opportunities to compete for those who are content creators but aren't as skilled as regular pros, but are grouped within that category. And I just want to experience a competitive environment again for a game I was really passionate about. And this limbo that Doki occupies, where you're not exactly skillful enough to be, an actual professional player, but you are too skilled to be written off as just any other player. I understand what she means when she says that is a rough place to exist if you do want a competitive environment that is structured in the same way that a tournament is. Because yes, you can get, you can summon the boys for yet another ranked lobby. You can run it back. You can head out into the wild west of the the wild west or the circus, whichever is more apt to characterization of your respective game and its ranked culture. But it's not the same thing as entering a tournament with a team that you've practiced with, you familiarized yourself with, and then fighting for the top place in an environment like that. And opportunities to do that, as Dokibet said, are rare. And the fact that she's been denied this here is just... It got a lot of people mad, for understandable reasons. You could probably tell based off of how a lot of people were posting about it at the time as well. Yeah, Doki is a pub star. She's like a local pro. Yeah, I think that's a pretty accurate comparison, to be honest. It is a very weird place to exist when you're good at a game, right? It's the difference between a pub star soldier and a pro soldier. Yeah, exactly. In the end, I decided to drop out because the team I made was not a team full of big streamers. And was a team that wanted to do well for an opportunity to have eyes on them in a big event and potentially grow from it and a chance to win bigger prize money. I wanted them to be able to have that opportunity since I've already been fortunate enough to have been lucky and to experience lots of support and growth because of you guys. Even if I'm not able to participate, I hope you support the rest of my team and cheer them on. This was for many a very bittersweet moment. Because people viewed that sacrifice as being quite noble, understandably so. In a perverse kind of way, I do think that this ended up amping up Doki's brand just as much as it ended up damaging Twitch's. Because there is an inherent nobility to giving up something that you've been anticipating and been passionate about for a while, just so somebody who is less advantaged than you, but perhaps more able than you, can make full use out of it in your stead. However, I say bittersweet because the bitterness didn't just come from the fact that Dokibird was giving up something that she'd been hyped for a while. It wasn't just the fact that her audience had been sort of let down by the horrendous organization of this tournament. No, it was the fact that this sacrifice was ultimately not even for any good reason. Because something that people started to realize after the event started and went through is that there were two teams that did not actually restructure to accommodate the new set of rules. Those two teams being Shrouds and XQCs. Remember what I said earlier about Saikuno's almost ban being a precedent for two things? One being that they are willing to judge players based off of their previous season's placements, and two, that they are arbitrarily reviewing and vetting their participants. Yeah, turns out quite a few members of Shroud's team ended the previous season being above Diamond, being Grandmaster and above. Not just two of them. On top of that, the same thing applies to XQC's team. Except whereas with Shroud, you could probably put that down to administration and the organizers simply not checking, not doing their due diligence, and them sort of playing along with the bits, right? Not causing a fuss, not bringing it to the event organizers' attention that they were, tacitly breaking the rules. No. XQC's team, you don't have that excuse. They all used fucking ults in order to dodge detection. So Yeah. By the way, they weren't even slick when they tried to do that, because not only did people end up finding that out in the aftermath, the same news article that was ranting about how, that was documenting Valkyrie's grievances with the tournament, also had a section at the end noting, quote, "The tournament also shined a light on other frustrating issues, like popular FPS streamer Shroud having 4 of the highest ranked players on their team after the rules change, and content creator XQC's team playing on alternative accounts to hide ranks altogether." So, yeah, not exactly a great way to cheapen the sacrifice made by many teams, not just Doki's, by the way, when it came to restructuring in the aftermath of that rules change. Charlie, Spur, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the 2. Chairman, not enough give entertainment. Make sure you don't accidentally call me Remo or Lydia. But in any case, this was the shit topping on a garbage fire, on a complete garbage fire of an event, because you could make a case before about the event being misguided, but there was silver lining in the fact that, you know, you had these gestures of nobility from people like Doki to soften the blow. But no, you just had the event organizers there was absolutely no excuse for this. This was sheer incompetence. If not, actually, this was sheer incompetence at best and malice at worst. Because making this mistake, given all of the other little coincidences that event organizers have made in favor of big streamers over the course of previous Twitch Rivals events, yeah, no. At this point, I'd say they have thoroughly run out of the benefit of the doubt. This, I can only assume that this was intentional, in a bid to give the 2 biggest streamers who are participating in this event a reason to keep coming back for future ones. That being said, though... Sorry, give me a second. Oh yeah, Pia Ye. I forgot to mention that as well. Yeah, XQC's team privated their accounts to hide the fact that they'd reached the ranks that they did in the previous season. So, yeah, no. There's no hiding the fact that they were cheating with that one. However, actually, hold on, let me just get to this message. Gabriel, the longer you explain what happened, the more I'm convinced they created the tournament so they could win and kept winging the rules. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's, at this point, given how cynical and how selectively lax, by the way, Twitch has been with enforcing the rules around Twitch Rivals, throughout the history of the event, this is the only conclusion that is left available to me. That this was 100% intentional. That they didn't give a shit about any of their creators besides the biggest ones that attended the event. Now, in a stream that was supposed to originally be her Marvel Rivals tournament perspective, Doki would go live on January the 19th to essentially vent to her audience for a little bit about how she felt in the aftermath of that decision. Now, a lot of what she was saying overlapped with the statement that she'd made the day before. A lot of it reiterated the same feelings, the same sentiments, the same rationales behind her decision to drop out of the event herself. I want to give a quick shout out, by the way, to DokiBird Public Squad in the comments for timestamping this VOD, because it made it a lot easier to essentially burn through it when I was trying to look for new information compared to her previous statements and cross-reference the two. However, there are a few things that she says in this stream that I want to emphasize to you guys. At around 18 minutes 30 seconds, Doki describes how her previous experiences with the Minecraft and Fortnite Twitch Rivals events have burned her, essentially. Because in both of these events, she was invited to participate under the impression that they were going to be casual events, right? And then what ended up happening was she got put onto a team. Well, one of two things would happen. Either she would get put onto a team where where her other teammates were expecting her to be competitively viable, in which case she felt awful for, essentially. She didn't say this, and the other people on her team didn't say this, but the gist of it was basically for essentially weighing them down, right? However, the second thing is that the second outcome would be that her team would lose the event and would get stomped by people who had walked into the event with the intention of being, essentially sweating, right? Being as competitive as humanly possible. And so, when she was invited to participate in Marvel Rivals, her rationale was she wasn't going to make that same mistake again. She actually cares about this game. She actually plays this game. She's actually good at this game. So there's no way in hell she's going to handicap herself under the pretense that it's just supposed to be casual. So she looked around at the other teams, realized everyone else had competitive teams, and decided to do that herself as well. At 53 minutes in, she clarifies that she does not blame Valkyrae or any other streamer complaining about the rules prior to its reversion back to the original form of only 2 Grandmaster Plus per team. She states that she emphasizes that Valkyrae's criticisms of the event were absolutely valid, and also points out that Valkyrae expressed disapproval at the sudden change by reverting the rules 24 hours before the event was supposed to take place. And around 54 minutes 36 seconds, Doki emphasizes that although she understands the desire to not rock the boat due to relying on Twitch for your career, right, wanting to quote-unquote play nice with Twitch, she really stresses that unless you criticize what they've been doing, they will have no reason to change what they've been doing, because they will assume that they can just sweep it under the rug and it'll all be fine. And she mentions how the previous day she'd had to block a few accounts on Twitter because she was just getting annoyed by watching people glazing Twitch's decision to revert the changes the way that they did. And from her perspective, I can absolutely understand finding that to be extremely aggravating. However, it's this last point that I really want to emphasize. Because when it comes to Twitch, there is very often a temptation to play nice. There's very often a temptation to want to butter them up. What I call the access journalism fallacy, right? If I'm nice to them, if I play along with what they want me to do, maybe they will continue to give me opportunities to represent others to them. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. And unless you're willing to criticize, call out, and essentially condemn what Twitch is doing, whether it be with their moderation or whether it be with the way that they run Twitch Rivals, they are not going to change. Because a company like this simply does not care about the individual creators. Maybe the staff cares about people they find interesting, who align with them politically. Maybe the platform cares about creators that are big enough to generate a large amount of income that they cannot afford to give up. Maybe they care about people who they can goon to. Maybe they care about people who bring in the most money. But they don't care about you as an individual person. They can't. It's not how the transaction is set up to work. It's not how the medium works. And so, that last sentiment of making sure, again, empathizing with people who don't want to rock the boat, because very much if you rely on Twitch for your groceries, you want to stay in their good books, fair enough. That's understandable. But if you actually want things to change and get better, you are going to have to criticize what the fuck is going on with that platform. And again, this is something that I'm going to be elaborating on much, much more when it comes to Twitch in a later stream, likely to do with Hassan. But for the time being, and insofar as the scope of Twitch Rivals goes, that's really all she wrote, to be honest. near the end of the stream, Doki starts talking about how awfully this experience has soured her impression of the entire platform. How, well, how she was thinking twice about streaming on the site, at least for the immediate future after this event happened. How she felt like she had burned a bridge, but that bridge had already been essentially destroyed by Twitch initially. How she is aware that she might be burning a bridge, but she doesn't really feel like she cares. And if you look in her chat at the time that she's saying this, the same sentiment is echoed among all of the Dragoons as well. By all accounts, none of them seem to be very keen to give Twitch another chance either. And when I talk about the detrimental long-term effects of running your events like this, that is what I mean. However, that being said, I might have unintentionally given the impression that this event was all doom and gloom. Granted, Dokiba did get kind of done really, really dirty by this event. However, the universe has a very funny sense of humor, because in spite of the fact that they lost their team captain, in spite of the fact that they lost yet another one of their GM players, the fact that they had this massive disruption to their strategy and to their team composition, it turns out that come January 20th, the team that would manage to win the entire tournament was fucking Dokibird's team. Twitch Rivals, victory, big congrats to Coney, Coach Hogs, Miss Rock, Sabubu Roll, Super Gomez FPS, and Jacoby Ao, sorry. They've conquered our first ever Marvel Rivals showdown on Twitch Rivals and are crowned champions. Now, if you ever want just a quick belly laugh, go to the VOD for this Twitch Rivals and go to the post-game interview where they bring on the various team members to start talking about talking about their experiences in this tournament. And Coney starts going off about how he wants to make sure that they actually did win, that it wasn't yet another administrative mistake made by the tournament organizers. And you could see there's this long silence that follows immediately afterwards, and you can see the announcers just kind of cringe on the inside. This one woman, this poor woman, just covering her face, that oh shit expression when you know that your boss is fucked up, but you can't comment on it either. And it was just such a funny thing to watch all of the people involved in this kind of squirm for a little bit when somebody was just blunt enough to bring up the fact that these events are run like shit, and the fact that they have been run like shit. It was a really nice moment of catharsis. And the best part, the cherry on top, the icing on the cake, the absolute poetry, or the absolute cinema of this entire event is that Doki's team won by beating out both Shroud and XQC in the semi-finals and finals, respectively. Let me reiterate, two teams that cheated to get to where they were got absolutely mogged by Doki Bird's team, in spite of the fact that they had to deal with their team captain dropping out the day before and restructuring and re-strategizing on the fly. And to be honest, when you consider this as the grand outcome of Twitch's first ever Marvel Rivals tournament, I'd say this is pretty much the best storyline you could probably ask for. If you want a quick recap of events from the perspective of somebody who is actually a part of it, may I refer you to a video that was released by Coney himself. Actually, if I remember correctly, Coney himself was quite a big dragoon. Starting from, well, not starting, but He was known as a pretty big dragoon, even starting from February of last year. But on January 30th, Coney would release a video basically going ham on how awfully this event was organized and recounting the experiences of what it was like to be a part of that team to win that entire tournament. Called Twitch Kicked Doki Bird Off Her Team, We Got Revenge. Twitch Rivals made me... and then that photoshopped screenshot of Doki tweeting, Twitch Rivals made me drop out of my own team. There's this... just Doki Bird in the comments saying, "You're welcome," with 9k likes. By the way, this video is currently sitting at around 1.4 million views. So yeah, in terms of a humiliation ritual, I'd say this is a pretty complete one for Twitch. But, again... not exactly the best ending, but certainly one of the happiest we could have gotten, all circumstances considered. This is one of those rare examples of something happening where you can really believe that there is a sense of karmic justice to the universe. Because, holy shit, was that funny when you realized how Dokiman's team still managed to win by trumping 2 cheating teams. But in any case... Daniel Salas, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Kino, absolute cinema. Amen, my friend. Amen. It's really, really funny. Oh yeah, no, a real conversation that happened in a call between Doki and her team in the immediate aftermath was Coney declaring that he was going to make a video about it. And then he asked her, "Oh, can I clickbait you?" And without any hesitation, Doki just says yes. It's just such a beautiful thing when you see 2 content-brained people just plotting to make hay out of a shared situation. But yeah, it started off depressing and dark, but somehow it managed to come through in the end, which is, again, absolute cinema. Charlie, think about the 2. Scully Michael Ori knows what knows what I'm looking for. I think many of us do, Charlie. I think many of us do. Gabriel, thank you for the 5. It is clear that Doki was very spiteful due to that tournament. However, since she is a girl, does that mean the spite is stored in her chest? Maybe. Women in chat, where do you store your spite? I've talked about in the past how spite is stored in the balls for men, but... please let me know if you have some particular insight you'd like to share. However, to bring it back to the main thing that we started off with, what I want you to realize, and if there are any event organizers or managers or whatever watching this VOD, watching this stream, what I want you to understand is Twitch is a perfect example, an almost perfect example of what not to do when you try to utilize an event as marketing for your company, your brand, or just your public perception of you. What I want you to understand is that event marketing is a tool that you can very much use effectively, but requires you to actually be effective first. It requires competence in order to use it without harming yourself. If you take away nothing else from this stream, I want you to understand that event marketing cannot be relied to fix a brand. Yes, it might be fun. Yes, it could end up having good outcomes for some people involved. Yes, it could turn out okay in the end. But if you have problems going on in your company, if you have problems as in terms of your brand, your public perception, if you are just bad at your job, no amount of events are going to fix that. And the reason why no amount of events are going to fix that is because events can only amplify whatever virtues or faults existed prior to them. If you were a competently run company prior to hosting an event, chances are your event will amplify how competently people view you. But if you are a company that doesn't know who their target audience is, doesn't know how to keep their participants happy in that event, doesn't know their way around marketing an event properly, setting expectations, following through on those expectations, then your events will only serve to amplify the feelings of contempt, derision, and resentment that people already felt towards your company. Or To put it more simply, Twitch Rivals is an event that shares the same identity crisis as the platform hosting it. Blatant favoritism, insecurity, not just in the behavior or conduct displayed by some of the more, shall we say, unsportsmanlike participants who participated in these events, but also on behalf of the company hosting them. Are you really so insecure in your ability to get eyeballs on your events that you are willing to compromise on the competitive integrity of a fucking tournament just so you can try to get more eyeballs on it next time? Are you really so insecure in your ability to communicate, form connections, rapport with individual distinct communities that stream on your site that you would rather make events that have been organized by people who seem to be completely disconnected from those communities instead? Are you really so insecure as a company that you are willing to bend, if not break, your own tournament rules to give consolation prizes and to fillet the shaft of big content creators who end up joining your events just so you could maybe convince them to join your next one? Because if as a company you really offer that little, there is no other outcome than for all of your events to be just as much of a trash fire as the way that your company exists on a day-to-day basis. Because when people think about Twitch Rivals, when people consider if they should join Twitch Rivals, their motivations will be purely cynical. Do I get exposure? Can I win money? Am I technically competent enough to beat the other competitors out of the competition? It will probably have very little to do with the love of the game. It will likely have very little to do with showing off the game to a new audience, or demonstrating a degree of proficiency, of mastery over the game and its mechanics. When people think about Twitch Rivals, they think about favoritism. They think about insecurity. They think about lack of sportsmanship. Because at this point, Twitch has not really given us anything else to think about. It is, in many ways, an event that is a mirror image, the spitting image of all the faults of the company that runs it. Which then brings me to, what if you're a content creator? What if you're streaming on Twitch? What if you're thinking about getting in on the Twitch Rivals action? I'm not saying that you shouldn't participate in them, because like I said, there are tangible, cynical benefits to joining an event like this. More exposure, chance at winning money. All of those things are worth your while. Maybe it can be fun, providing that you are not one of the group that gets screwed. You're not part of the group that gets screwed over, apparently every single time they run one of these events. But one thing I want to emphasize, and this is something that Doki Bird kind of ended up touching on as well in her words to her audience after the event was taking place, in her venting to her audience. One thing that I really want to emphasize to all creators, a way to sort of subvert, undermine, eliminate the access journalism fantasy, the access journalism fallacy, is this. Streaming platforms have no concept of fairness, and neither do the people in charge of them. It doesn't matter whether you're talking about YouTube, it doesn't matter whether you're talking about Twitch, it doesn't matter whether you're talking about Kick, it doesn't matter whether you're talking about Rumble. Streaming platforms are not motivated by the same things that everyday people like you or I are motivated by. They don't care about fairness, they don't care about justice, they don't care about kindness, they don't care about compassion. They certainly don't care about dreams. What they care about is money. Money, engagement. That's it. If you expect anything else, you are going to be disappointed. And so, as a streamer, if there are any creators watching this, or even, everyday fans that are watching this, I want you to please understand that because they have no concept of fairness, and the people in charge of them don't either, plan accordingly. Don't keep giving them the benefit of the doubt. Don't let them walk all over you. Don't play nice in the hopes that maybe they will change, or maybe they'll give you the privilege of actually forcing them to change how they operate. That won't happen. They won't. And so, if you are dealing with a cynical entity, with cynical people, it sounds awful and it feels awful. But the best way you can protect yourself is to approach them with cynicism as well. And TLDR, multi-stream. If your internet can handle it, multi-stream. But yeah, that's about it. One of the shortest streams that we've had on this channel. I have been getting back into them lately. I've been developing a bit of a... I've been appreciating it. The ability to hopefully make things a little bit more concise. Not a 10-hour stream. But yeah. Fight fire with fire, exactly correct. It takes a cynic to call out a cynic. Because the problem is... nice people, right? Charitable, compassionate, soft-hearted people. It's good to have them around, but they cannot be relied upon to keep things running. Simply because it only takes one cynic, one exploitative cynic, to turn all of that goodwill to dust. We could have had 2 more hours of making fun of the cheaters losing. We could have. But I wanted to keep it brief. I think that I very much adhere to the philosophy of less is more when it comes to entertainment. 17 more hours. Shorter. Shorter for me. I've had 12-hour, 14-hour streams before, so if you ain't cheating, you ain't shy. The planned yapping portion of the stream is over, but yeah. There are a few streams that I have in the works at the moment where I'm just looking around gathering research materials and stuff, and one thing that I found to be really depressing looking into this topic is going back to the patch notes interview that Giga did with Dan, going through everything that Dan said to Giga, and given everything that's happened over the past few weeks, noting down how much of what he said was just fucking lies. It's just so... The weird... How do I say this? The rough part about being... And I don't want to make this some sort of, oh, woe is me type thing, right? Because it's not actually a detriment to me. But one of the more, shall we say, double-edged, I suppose one of the more double-edged aspects of being a cynic is even when you're right, you're never happy. I said when we were first reviewing the patch notes interview that Dan did that this was all just an empty gesture, a PR lap, an exercise in trying to placate an audience without having earned that by Twitch. And as time has gone on, I think that opinion has just become more and more vindicated. However, because it doesn't seem like we are in a position to do anything about it, it doesn't really bring me too much pleasure to be able to say that. Because I suppose the best outcome would be to hammer home in the eyes of every creator, as many as possible, that Twitch actually just doesn't care. That contrary to their performative bullshit that they are going to try to use other creators to enact, they don't actually give a shit about any of their creators, besides maybe the few at the top and maybe the few that the staff goon to. And at this point, I'm putting Hassan in the latter category. Charlie, think of the two. Please be, please be Booba. Please be Booba. Please be Booba. Down, Charlie, down. Zufio, thank you for being a member for 1 month. I've heard of seeding brackets, but this is nuts. I see what you did there. Artemis, thank you for the 2. We're here to hear you yap. So as a yap chairman, with pleasure. Yeah, no, so... Yeah, as a cynic, happiness comes from I told you so, lol, lol, lol. I guess. And sometimes it's satisfying, right? When it comes to... When you get to tell somebody... See, the thing is, if you get to say that to somebody who's, you know, arrogant, who was arrogant, who tried to rub in your face their assumption of how things work, and you finally get to say to them, yeah, you know, I've finally been proven right. Yeah, that is satisfying. But it doesn't make you happy. Well, at least personally, it doesn't make me happy. Don't get me wrong. It's satisfying, in the same way as when you scratch an itch. It's satisfying, but it doesn't make you happy. Because at the end of the day, you just write about a shit situation, which isn't great. I do hope that the next time, and this is something I will be bringing up in the Hassan stream. I hope that next time Twitch allows somebody to get close enough to it to actually start asking some real questions. I hope they understand that Twitch is not going to be operating on good faith. That good faith is not something that Twitch does. Alright, just as a general rule. That if you want to ask them something, you're going to have to plan ahead of time. And you're going to have to be willing to put them on the spot and be disagreeable. Because playing nice doesn't work. The access journalism fallacy is just that, a fallacy. Very often what I see is... Actually, this is something that all of you guys can probably relate to, especially if you've been observing what's been going on with games journalism. And this is also a comparison that I brought up when I was first going through the Patch Notes interview. A lot of people make the mistake of assuming that if they play nice with a corporation or the representatives of a corporation, they will get to talk to them more, right? They will get another chance to keep talking to them. And maybe if they compromise by representing the interests of whoever they're talking on behalf of in less abrasive a manner, maybe in the future they'll get the chance to raise more difficult issues or talk about more unpleasant things later on in the future. But the reason why that is a fallacy, the reason why that never works, is because it neglects the realization that as an interviewer, as a third party who's going in to talk to this corporation and its representatives, you don't hold any of the cards. You hold no agency. The only way you get to talk to that corporation is if that corporation chooses to permit you to do so. And when you realize that, when you realize how little of a position of agency or how little agency accompanies your position, the logical realization afterwards is to ask, why now? Why me? Why would the corporation be willing to allow me to get anywhere near it to ask questions and talk to its representatives, especially if it's in a public manner? And once you ask those questions, you very quickly realize that this impression that you maybe being moderate, maybe being agreeable, maybe being accommodating can earn you more agency with that company that you're speaking to, with that corporation you're speaking to, that is all an illusion. You are being given the illusion of choice. Because a company will never choose to allow you to get near to it unless it stands something to gain from you doing so. That's simply the terms of the transaction. If you have been invited, then you're only... And this is, yet again, an extension of some of the frustrations that I had when I was reviewing that initial interview with Dan. But if you are a creator and Twitch has just invited you to talk to them about something, again, I understand wanting to be accommodating, I understand wanting to play nice, because after all, well, if you're talking to Dan Clancy, he's technically your boss, right? Or, well, not your boss, but the person who's person who runs the platform that pays your bills. I understand, but at the same time, if you're going to choose to be agreeable and you're going to make concessions to Twitch, you need to understand that if Twitch is going to invite you to come on to one of their platforms to ask them things without outwardly trying to control what you say, even if they're doing so subtly, the only thing you have going for you, the only bit of agency, the minuscule, tiny bit of agency you have in that situation is your audience. That is the only thing that gives you weight in the eyes of a platform like Twitch and administration that is as cynical as Twitch's. The only thing you have going for you is how many people turn up to watch you when you press go live. That little number at the bottom corner of your stream. That's it. Nothing else. They don't care about your content. They don't care about you as a person. They don't care about your personality. They don't care about your interests, your talents, whatever. They just care about your CCV and maybe your revenue. That's about it. And so, if you are going to expect them to talk to you in good faith without you having to push certain points that they don't want to deal with in the public eye, you're setting yourself up to just be used by Twitch. The only way you can actually leverage your following into some sort of possibility of change is if you use your platform if you use the immunity granted by your platform, I should say, to criticize what it is they're doing, to identify specific areas where they are either lacking in terms of how they are performing as a company, as a platform, or identify specific practices that are detrimental to either the creators that use their platform or to the platform as a whole. That is the only way that you can have any sort of agency in any sort of a discussion. Because otherwise, you are completely blind to how the company holds all the cards. It's part of what makes Doki's protest against what Twitch did so effective is the fact that she wasn't interested in playing nice. Because since she was willing to express how upset she was, now there is more, well, let's be honest, Twitch isn't going to change anything about Twitch Rivals unless people stop watching Twitch Rivals. And if you can make clear to audiences how little Twitch cares about the people that participate in Twitch Rivals, I think that's as good a deterrent as any. And unless you leverage that moment where you've been wronged, or the person you're representing, or the people you're representing have been wronged, and actually take Twitch to task over it, like again, you don't have to screech them out in a shouting match or anything, but at least be firm, at least be specific, be disagreeable if necessary. You need to be able to represent those wrongdoings, those instances of misconduct, those injustices. You need to be able to bring them matter-of-factly up to Twitch's attention in the public eye. Because otherwise they have no incentive to deal with it, to address it, to correct themselves on the basis of it. The default isn't your viewer being the customer and the platform the boss. The platform is the customer and the viewer is the product. Your talent is the ability to source the latter. That's a fair enough way of arguing it, yeah. Point taken. Doki hasn't streamed on Twitch since. I don't blame her. Because she's doing fine on YouTube. She doesn't need to. It's just... How do I say? So much of marketing and branding is just massaging people into developing a specific association with what you are and who you are. And Twitch, the way that they've branded themselves, they have somehow managed to pummel audiences into viewing them as not hands down the worst streaming platform, but definitely the most malicious when it comes to the amount of what can only be described as deliberate human discrimination against some of their streamers, or in favor of other streamers, I should say. But yeah. Yeah, Doki also has the social capital and incentives to not play nice. Exactly. Or I should say, lack of incentive to play nice. But yeah. This is why I also keep harping on about how you need an advocate if you want to speak to Twitch that does not have an incentive to play nice. Or is capable of foregoing that incentive to play nice. Because otherwise, well, it's unreasonable to ask anybody to jeopardize their main source of income. And for many Twitch streamers, Twitch is their main source of income. For many Twitch streamers, they would be very much incentivized to play nice, to become friends with as many members of Twitch's administration as possible. But the problem is that gets in the way of also bringing up uncomfortable topics like why the fuck is an actual terrorist sympathizer getting banned for 1 day, whereas other people say, if they forget to say in Minecraft after saying I'm going to, you know, super slide, and then they get banned for like a 30-day period. Why is it that there are that some of your moderators have apparently claimed that there is one set of rules for literally everybody on your platform? Sorry, one set of rules for lollies and then one set of rules for literally everybody else on your platform. Like, those are uncomfortable questions to answer, because to some degree you are going to end up forcing Twitch into a position where they either have to lie to the audience in a very obvious manner to say, oh no, that doesn't actually happen, or they have to reveal how little they actually give a shit in order to allow their platform to operate in that manner. And while making Twitch admit that they don't give a shit, that doesn't actually solve any problems, but at least that snaps people out of that delusion that maybe someday they will be able to get into Twitch's good books, or maybe someday, maybe if enough time passes, Twitch will finally start playing fair with individual creators. They won't. That's not how the site works. And I do think it's cruel to leave people hanging on that hope that Twitch is going to wake up the people who run Twitch are going to wake up one day and suddenly be reasonable with the streamers that stream on their site. Because that's just not how their behavior has borne things out. Even after a change in management, after Emmett Shear gave way to Dan Clancy, nothing has really changed about the way that the moderation is still fucking awful. So, I'm Master N going to sleep now, but I want to ask Hassan's stream next. I'll put that in the poll. I'll leave it up to the poll, but I am leaning towards that, I'll be honest. Basically dissecting his puff piece, going over how astroturfed he seems to be, and also how Twitch seems to be, for some reason, they seem to be quite willing to crucify their platform on the aberration, the abhorrence that is Hassan. I will never understand why Giga was so willing to fixate on the fact that Twitch has rules that sound good in theory, despite the fact that they just don't apply those rules to some of the most reprehensible content that gets streamed on the platform. Like, Twitch's community guidelines has a fucking anti-terrorism clause, and Hassan has broken it in every conceivable manner, and yet he has not been punished in a proportionate manner, all of the penalties that he has received are purely symbolic, if any. I just don't understand what the fuck the platform is planning to do by keeping him, by not even keeping him on the site, but shielding him from all sort of repercussion from making the content that he does. And again, that wouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Like, that would still be problematic, quote unquote, but that wouldn't be as much of a problem if it wasn't for the fact that they were so willing to pull the trigger when it comes to other content creators as well, for much, much less. The fact that Hassan got a ban for a day could, in another world, right? Hassan getting banned for a day for making the content he does can be fine. If Ethan's content nuke being looped on end on Twitch would have only been banned for less than an hour. In that scenario, fine, sure, that would be fair. But what's going on is way too much of an inconsistency, a consistent inconsistency in how those same rules are applied. So, there's just nowhere to go for that platform. It's just fucked. And the worst thing is, because they refuse to get rid of Hassan, at some point, well, we're already starting to see symptoms of this when Twitch is deciding to try to remove as many features that they have to pay for as possible. But at some point, when this continues to be a PR problem for the site, when advertisers get scared out into pausing their spending or pulling out altogether, at some point, the total amount of ads that are available for everybody on the site is going to start dropping. As Devin Nash predicted last year, we are going to start seeing something along the lines of an adpocalypse. And when that happens, at this point I'm convinced it's a when, not an if, the first people who are going to be affected are going to be streamers who are not part of the top 10, top 50, or top 20 streamers in each category. The biggest streamers are going to be the last affected. Despite the fact that, well, Twitch seems to be the most lax on enforcing their rules against the biggest streamers, which is a whole other topic of conversation, but ugh. Moderator is too busy simping for Hassan biceps. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past them at this point. Oh, it's just so needless. It's so unnecessary. Why would you keep a cancer like that on your site? Why not at least tell him to fucking pull it back in? How insane is the non-VTuber part of Twitch? Everything I hear about Hassan is crazy. Well, there are quite a few examples of... out of that entire interview, the most useful thing to come out of that interview was something that Giga said after it was done, and that was, this isn't a VTuber-specific problem, this is a site-wide problem. Twitch's inconsistent enforcement is not something that is unique to VTubers, but is a problem that they have site-wide. However, like I said when we were reviewing it, where I disagree with her is in how we solve that problem, right? Yes, it might not be a VTuber-specific problem, but we're going to need VTuber-specific solutions. Because if you think you're going to be able to get Twitch to fix its site-wide problem when it comes to moderation, you are, frankly, delusional. That's not happening. So, how do VTubers solve this problem? And I think that one of the most useful insights that we got from what Giga said is if VTubers want to really rake Twitch over the coals when it comes to how they have been treated, people need to start citing examples of when the same penalties have been handed out to... when the same penalties or the same behaviors, the same conduct that VTubers have exhibited that they've been penalized for have occurred among non-VTuber streamers, but they haven't been penalized. When you have examples of favoritism happening among just the general streaming populace that are easily referenced examples of how Twitch's moderation has no consistent standard. In other words, VTubers and their audiences would greatly benefit from memorizing, I suppose, examples of when you have had TOS breaking behavior that has gone unpunished by other streamers simply because of their size or some other sort of immutable trait. I have some examples, but I'll save them for the future stream, where where I talk about Twitch in more detail. But yeah, biggest takeaway from that interview should have been, if you want to advocate for VTubers, you're going to have to start pointing out double standards. You're going to have to start making yourself more aware of things that flesh streamers have been doing that are either punished the same as how VTubers are punished, despite their act being far worse, or not punished at all, whereas in spite of violating TOS in the exact same way as VTubers are being accused of violating the TOS. So, good night, Master N. I hope you have a nice rest. And if Twitch gets less ads and possibly skip watching 40 minutes of ads, I consider that a small Twitch W. The price is going to be that creators find it harder to make money on the site as well. So, I don't know how from the perspective of a viewer, yeah, that would probably be a good thing, right? But from the perspective of just the site as a whole, I don't know about that one. I got here late, so if you've talked about it, please disregard. But do you have any thoughts on the whole? Oh yeah, no, don't worry. I've talked about it right. I talked about funnily enough. I talked about it right at the beginning of the stream, where I do think that False's video brings up a pretty valuable reminder to audiences to approach every claim that is made by anyone, corpo or individual talent, with a healthy dose of skepticism. That being said, I don't think that False's video really presents information that's that new or really changes as much as what people seem to be thinking it changes about the situation. So, I think that pretty much sums up my thoughts. Again, I'll go through them in more detail in a later stream where I do talk about Globy, but yeah, for now, that about sums up how I feel about that particular situation. Last call, Jay Raiden's Google Doc about the Mean Girls. I've seen that. To be honest, I have no doubt that it's good drama, but at the same time, I'm a little, it doesn't interest me as much because it seems like an interpersonal conflict rather than some sort of like corpo thing, which is more my alley. I am aware that is, I am aware of the Marvel Rivals might just be a cursed game. Like when it comes to like people trying to organize tournaments, it might just be cursed. Yeah, it might just be cursed to have the questionable event organizers, but yeah. You promised a fetish stream? As a goal, though. It's not a systemic issue? Oh, on the contrary. The situation with Globy has convinced me that there are systemic issues in the company. But it's a little less dire than than Square Mimi specifically seems to have been making it out, I think. I don't think the comparison to Niji Sanji is fair. And, however, I will say that, like I said, there are at least problems going on in terms of the upper management at Globy and in terms of their communication strategy at Globy. Both of those things are severely flawed. And the way that the situation transpired was a direct result of deficiencies in both of those areas. Regardless of the conduct of the two talents, and believe me, there are plenty of reasons to criticize the conduct of the two talents, the company is still not exempt or exonerated from actually having issues, which I do think is one of the things that I was a little concerned about when I was looking at the audience reception to False's video. Is there seemed to be quite a few people that pivoted 180 to simply saying that, oh yeah, Globy's fine, and you know, the girls were just trying to manipulate everybody into believing a sob story. Where I don't think that's the case, and that's not what False said either. All he said was, you know, the situation's a bit more grey than what you might think, which I think is fair enough to say. Slug Mimi was majorly... Yeah. Me Too has taught me to weed out forced... Yeah, I don't know how much of the distress was genuine. This is just the medium, right? I'm not cynic enough to simply write off everything they're saying as illegitimate just because of the way that they said it. That being said, though, I will say that their conduct was far from professional, and I understand that that's a lot to ask of somebody after they've been terminated without notice, but... Oh, I should say without sufficient notice, given what we have been told. But it is... If you do intend to continue doing this professionally, especially if you intend on getting into another agency at some point down the line, I cannot advise handling the situation in the way that they did, because that kind of thing tends to get you blacklisted, which is not great. It takes away options from... Well, it takes away options where you can, options for you to go down when it comes to pursuing your career in this area. And narrowing your own options is never a good thing. It felt like forced, but it's just my opinion. I mean, that's fair enough if that's how you felt about it, right? That's understandable if you don't believe it. But how do I say this? It all comes down to the same point that I've been reiterating multiple times over, right? Company has its problems. The talents who've left are not... They're not exactly blameless angels either, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. What stood out to me most is I'm not accusing them of anything. They committed... Yeah, that was a little weird. Hobo Barbie should definitely not have used her corporate model. That's my opinion. Oh no, I think that's a fairly non-controversial opinion to have, right? Unfortunately, when it comes to situations like that, you will always have a portion of a creator's fan base that like eggs them on and says, yeah, stick it to them, etc., 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 without really considering the long-term consequences of doing something like that. The moment she went live with her old model, that's it's painful, because now, if she wants to continue being a VTuber, the chances of her being able to become a corpo again in another corporation, that's like plummeted through the floor. And it's... Again, I can understand being emotional, but some things you do in fits of distress you cannot take back, and that was very much one of those things that you just could not take back. And that was why watching it was, I would assume for quite a lot of people, very uncomfortable to see, because even in spite of all of the severe allegations, and there is circumstantial to back up some of those allegations that the two talents, leveled against the company, I should say. Again, the way that it happened was just rough to watch. Especially the fact that Mimi kept going on about not having a lawyer and, etc., etc., while still talking. Which is generally not a very advisable maneuver. Talent, not even self-necro, well, kind of self-necroing, but yeah. Beyond unprofessional. It was very vindictive. The thing that is the most damaging thing about that, I suppose, is that it retroactively makes the decision to terminate her more valid, which was the problem, right? If you are somebody who has been wronged by your company and you want to tell people about it, you still need to maintain a veneer, at the very least, a veneer of professionalism. Because if you don't, then, well, that's all the less reason to believe you should have been kept on staff. And it is exasperating to see a talent do that. even if I do think that her claims, some of them at least hold water. Now, I can be as critical of Globy as I want, I can be as critical of Brave Group as I want, but even then, it's impossible not to acknowledge that at least what Hobo Barbie did was very ill-advised. Yeah, it's like the shut up meme, right? Yeah, pretty much. We told her to take down the VOD and she did, but everyone knew it was going to be archived. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. The thing is, she didn't realize that, right? She started off saying, oh, it doesn't really matter. Which, to be fair, is a pretty common mistake that people tend to make, but fuck. It's just rough to watch. They threw a lot. I think that Hobo Barbie threw around a lot more severe accusations than Sealy, because she was the one saying that there was embezzlement and fraud. And generally speaking, regardless of whether something is true or not, if you are accusing someone or something of an actual crime, generally not a good idea to do it without showing evidence. One thing that was a little odd about False's video, I will say, is that it seemed to spend a lot of time focusing on what Hobo Barbie was saying, and not, relatively speaking, not that much time focusing on what Sealy was saying, despite the fact that Sealy was the one who brought some form of receipts to back up what she was claiming about the company. Whereas with Square Mimi, it wasn't really that much of a thing. Well, that was I think that was the only thing that I think might have been a bit of a strange decision in the editing of that video. But I mean, False's point is like it still makes sense. So yeah, the botting, the view botting. See, the thing is, right? I think it's hard to say because a lot of people seem to think that there have been regularities in terms of how Brave Group's talents, how their views and or their subs are fluctuating. And some people think that when it comes to the subs, they assume that it is the ads that Brave Group has consistently been buying for their talents that results in that increase in subs. And it could very well be that. However, I don't think that is as much of a silver bullet to the allegations of botting as people defending Brave Group from those allegations seem to think. Because we still have 9 demonetized channels in, well, spread across Idol and V4 Mirai, where YouTube is not budging, like, at all, which is fucking weird, because, like we've all noticed before, that just doesn't happen, right? Eventually, if you get, like, a lawyer involved, or whatever, even if you're just an individual talent, you tend to be able to get through to them at some point. Especially if you're affiliated with an agency. But for some reason, when Brave Group had multiple talents get demonetized, even though they threatened legal action, even though they made a big post about it, a bunch of posts about it on Twitter, there's still no reply by YouTube. Yes, not all of the channels that were demonetized in that initial wave are still demonetized. Some of them have been remonetized. But the ones that are still demonetized, YouTube just isn't budging on for some reason. And that's the thing that, at least to me, is the strongest bit of circumstantial evidence that something shady is going on with how the numbers are working out with Brave. And again, there's also, like I said before, Brave has an incentive to do something like that because they use their gross number of subscribers across all of their talents, across all of their branches, as a metric of success. So, I mean, when you get most of your funding from investors, you usually have to show that you are meeting a certain level of growth, right? So, you can get away with not being profitable for now. You can get away with not generating a lot of revenue for now, but you still need to show that there is growth. And if that growth isn't up to the standard of what the investors expect, well, I mean, we saw this even with Cover when there were some investors screeching and screaming about how Cover wasn't growing fast enough, right? Your investors aren't going to be happy. Yeah, it is very suspect that YouTube is not budging at all. Did Brave Group piss off no, did Brave Group piss off YouTube somehow? I assume that they did. Because, and I've said this before, companies like Niji Sanji, Hololive, VLure, Mythic, they've all managed to get through to YouTube on behalf of their talents, even when their talents have had their channels outright terminated for whatever reason. So it's really weird to me that in this specific case, there's nothing. They have no sort of recourse, which to me is just really fucking weird. Brave has an incentive, but so does any fan with a mobile phone sock puppet. See, that's the thing. We have seen botting happening across other fan-driven botting across other talents from other agencies before. Like with Hololive, with Advent, I believe that they were being botted initially as well by a fanatic or something. But the thing is, if YouTube is going to demonetize based off of deceptive practices and hold up even in the face of threats of legal action, what I assume is that the botting happened over an extended period of time, which would probably be too expensive for an individual superfan to be able to do. The problem is, it is happening across too many talents, across too many different branches of Brave Group, too many IPs, too many properties of Brave Group, and it is happening for too long a period of time for it to simply be dismissed as a one-off fanatic engaging in a bit of number friending, a bit of number monkeying. So yeah, 4chan pointed out that Fuomoko gets view-botted, but nobody is accusing Hololive. That's mostly because Hololive does not get most of its funding. Well, technically, yes, they do have funds from investors, and it is a lot of the funds they have in reserve, I would assume. A lot of their value comes from investors, but they are making money, whereas none of Brave Group's companies are, well, at least in the West, none of them are making money. Idol, V4 Mirai, Globy, like, yes, there are very talented people at all of these companies, but the companies themselves are nowhere near to being profitable. And as a result, when it comes to Hololive, they don't have an incentive to bot to make themselves look better to investors because they have actual genuine growth that they can show off to investors. Whereas with Brave Group, I wouldn't be so sure about the same thing. Do you think so? You kind of proved that Twitch caves to horde mentality. Maybe that Brave Group horde isn't big enough to make waves. What do you mean by that, Aquaric? It occurred to me that might be some unique points to that, yeah. Makes me wonder, did YouTube sort of fit their platform, since I remember Spiffing Brit kind of break the YouTube tab malt meta? Maybe. Chairman, have you ever considered doing a stream on how to be a new/drama tuber? Oh, you would love to see one of my previous streams. I've actually done a stream about drama tubers before, or drama tubing specifically. Hold on, let me switch to the BRB screen. I'll just bring it up. If you go through one of my old VODs, I have a stream called, I think it was something along the lines of dissecting what it means to be a drama tuber, where I basically talked about how Nux Taku was, how he fumbled reporting on Tigerholic's situation when that was a thing. Stalker situation. Hold on, let me find it. Yeah, it's this one. It's called Yapping About Negligent Reporting and What Makes Someone a Drama Tuber. So if you're curious about that topic in particular, feel free to just head on over to the VODs and take a look at that. But yeah. Wasn't that before Dustborn? I think so. It might have been. Oh, I saw that one? Oh yeah, so yeah, that would be pretty much it. All of the ideas I talk about pretty much, it pretty much answers what you were saying before. Just that YouTube is scared of pissing off Hololive fans, but not so scared of Brave Group fans. I don't think so at all, because I don't think YouTube gives a shit about anybody's fans, if I'm being completely honest. Like I said, it would make more sense if it wasn't for the fact that they've caved to individual creators making legal threats as well. Like, for example, Eri Gomu from Mythic Talent, an individual ASMR VTuber that wrote a legal demand letter to get her account unbanned and managed to get through to YouTube in that manner, using that method. So I don't think it's YouTube being scared of Hololive fans and not being scared of Brave Group fans, because as funny as the idea of a Brave Group fan is, I don't think that's why YouTube would be quick to pull the trigger on one compared to the other. YouTube pisses off everyone constantly. Sure. Wasn't that an old early VOD? I don't know about how old it was, but yeah. I might have been making content for like a year now. Somewhere down the line I might have missed an anniversary or something, but yeah. It all kind of blurs together after a while, so. It probably says something that all of Idol's most popular talents chose to leave. Yeah. Well, I would say that given what happened with Globy, and because what happened at Globy it suggests that there is, at the minimum, a degree of disconnect between Brave Group's management and the management of their branches that is not exactly the recipe for success. And it wouldn't surprise me if the talents that ended up leaving saw what was going on, realized that would probably be a problem in the future, and just noped out of the entire thing. So, Brave Group screwed me too many times for me to be a fan anymore. What has Brave Group done to you, Sumanite? Rin Penrose is actually impressively professional. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Rin was the crutch that held up Idol's PR towards the end when AVL was about to sell it off, so. Why not though? Someone like Pippa Pebblesworth probably would not have a chance getting banned compared to Narissa or Hosho Marine. Oh, getting unbanned. See, the thing that doesn't support that argument to me is the fact that we have had creators in smaller agencies get unbanned just fine. For example, Imi Bizo from Viallure, who was terminated. Okay, she wasn't terminated, but her channel was terminated around September of last year. And yet Viallure, in spite of being a small company, smaller than individual branches of Brave Group, I should say, was able to get her channel restored. So I don't believe the idea that the fan base is too small or the company is small, because YouTube has caved to smaller. Pippa could have Pippa vouching for her, sure. I do feel a bit sad that we only got one Candy Floss Pippa collab. But oh well. They terminated Domyoji Coco that makes 3 or 4 Riot Music OGs. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I'd forgotten about Riot Music. Fair enough, eh? I guess I have to check later on because I felt curiosity for your response. Hold on, let me take a look. Did you ask anything before? Is he responding to my super? I might have accidentally. Akorek, does that make sense in terms of like why I don't buy that line of argument? Because to me, it is always going to be very suspicious if a company that evidently has as many resources to burn as Brave is still unable to force what YouTube is doing to a resolution. So, YouTube has caved to smaller but even larger content creators, especially Asman even admit that he was willing to tweet to get his VTuber acquaintance unbanned. Yeah. But that doesn't exactly like disprove what I was saying about Brave having an incentive to bot, or how the fact that YouTube refuses to budge seems to be a bit of circumstantial evidence that supports the idea that they might have botted. And I want to make this very clear. If I do say that these talents were botted, I don't mean to say that the talents themselves botted voluntarily, or even that the management of those companies were botted, because given how many talents were initially picked up by YouTube's moderation, I would assume that the call to bot, if it was done, if it was carried out, was probably done by... The call to bot probably would have been made by somebody at upper management at Brave Group itself, not any of its subsidiaries. So... I meant a 5 super about VTubers being demonetized and migrating to Twitch. I believe you mentioned that while I was checking something else. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so... Yeah. Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not accusing streamers of botting. Yeah. It's possible that we're reading into things that don't exist. Could YouTube just be digging its heels in? Yeah, again, the thing that makes me disincentivized to believe that is the fact that YouTube has never dug its heels in this hard before. Like I said, the reason why I bring up smaller creators and smaller corpos being able to get their channels back is because, to me, that proves that when YouTube is not going to dig its heels in just based off of size or resources, right? There has to be some other reason, I would assume. And I want to also remind you guys that accusations of deceptive activity usually, and again, it's not the same thing as sex and nudity, right? Where every single ban has an inherent degree of subjectivity. If something is marked as deceptive practices by YouTube, chances are they probably have something on the back end that they could use to confirm, if they ever had to, that something weird is going on. Now, they would never have any reason to disclose this to the public, but if you were to sue, then they could probably whip that out as some sort of defense against whatever you're accusing them of doing. And to me, the fact that they are so adamant on not giving ground in the face of in the face of threats of legal action, that is what makes me take that possibility more seriously, right? So, yeah. Mate, you were actually streaming right through stage 1, kind of based. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Doki got herself remonetized by talking to like one guy. Yeah, exactly. It's not like Brave lacks the resources to be able to remonetize 9 of their channels. The only question is, why are those 9 channels still demonetized? Because at this point, it's a little weird that that's the case. I don't think anyone will argue that it's a little strange. Hey, we made it to sauna time. I love that that's what we're calling it now. We're calling the 5-hour mark sauna time. That's true. I didn't think about different reasons given for Brave Group demonetizations. Yeah, exactly. Right? Mythic talents are all technically Asmon's acquaintances. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Such a sad state of affairs that both Twitch and YouTube screw over their own creators. It's like a tennis match where the creators are the ball. Yeah, I agree. The way that I've heard other people phrase it is, if you are okay with human malice, then go over to Twitch. Whereas if you're okay with inhuman malice, then, well, YouTube is inhuman negligence, whereas Twitch is active human malice, right? And it's more about picking your poison, so. Anyway, I'll be VOD gang. I hope you have a nice rest, Shub. We've reached sauna time. Yeah, actually, funnily enough, I have a collab lined up for later on this week. I'll be announcing that over the next couple of days, and it's going to be a collab where I finally get to talk to somebody who I've wanted to have a conversation with on stream for a while, because he has a perspective on, shall we say, many of the topics we've discussed on stream that I do not have access to myself. But yeah, collab scheduled for later on this week. I'll be putting up a poll as per usual after this stream, pretty soon after this stream, defining what the next stream topic is going to be. I'll probably wait one more week before tackling the Globy situation, just to gather up, various bits and bobs of what to put into the slides. But yeah, aside from that, we shall... There's probably going to be quite a number of topics to choose from. I'll be bringing back the V-card option, because Globy is... Well, I mean, I've pretty much locked in when I want to talk about that. So, everything else, though, is a choice, and I'll be leaving that up to you guys. It's not Parrot, it's not False either. Harry collab. I don't think Harry would be caught dead talking to me. It would be pretty funny. But yeah, you've been teasing for a while though. That's true. That's true. That's true. But I mean, this is again one of the things that I like being able to access here with, you know, just the kind of content I do is being able to grab different perspectives from different people on how this industry works. So I do think that this collab will be interesting in that regard. Funless, thank you for the 5. Lawsuits will create precedent whether YouTube wins or not, so any legitimate claims regardless of channel size will be taken seriously by YouTube lawyers. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't think that Brave Group's claim that, you know, the channels are wrongfully demonetized are serious, because otherwise YouTube would probably be a lot more worried, especially because of how large Brave Group is, right? Oh yeah, no, I saw that Harry had tried to ask previous talents for money. Like, what the fuck? 5 hours, 12 minutes stream. Yes, we've managed to crack the 5-hour mark. No, not Mujin, not Mujin. Quite different. Harry collab when everyone wants me to collab with Harry. Oh, by the way, after that, the last stream that I did talking about the oh fuck, what was it? The blog that he put out about running Nexus into the ground. That form that I submitted to Nexus Studios, that application form, I still have gotten no reply. I've been checking my email inbox like once a week to see if there's anything new there from Nexus Studios. Nothing. I'm convinced that at this point he's seen it and he just knows that he shouldn't respond. It's just fucking funny to think about him like him like molding about how people are giving him shit for how he ran his company, going on to Nexus Studios, hoping to start afresh, and then seeing me pop up in the application forms. But yeah. Oh yeah, no, I saw that Alien Mixture joined Socks. I think there is something to be said about how the VShojo adoption style agency seems to be I think that will become a more popular business model going forward, because it requires far less initial investment to get off the ground than traditional corpos, I would assume. Only time will tell to see whether that kind of business model becomes more prevalent in the industry, but I do think that for a lot of people trying to get into the space, that adoption style agency, that Mythic Talent / VShojo style agency, is probably going to become. I think it has the potential to become the norm here. But curious, thank you for the 2 sauna emote for armchair. You know what? I might. How would that even work? I might bring that up with Noxon and see if he has any ideas off the top of his head. But yeah, that's an interesting suggestion, Mercurius. Yours is not a silhouette I'd like to see outside my door menacingly holding a resume. Sure. Is HoloLive's business model outdated? I don't think it's outdated. No. But I do think that HoloLive's business model requires a very specific set of circumstances in order to get off the ground. A lot of things had to go right for HoloLive to get as big as it has gotten. For one thing, and this is where I think a lot of people gloss over, especially people who are just entering this industry, right? They tend to gloss over the human component necessary in order to make the companies function. Without Yagoo, there is no HoloLive. Without the talents, there is no HoloLive. Without the specific talents that joined HoloLive in that specific order, there may not have been a HoloLive. And the thing is, when it comes to HoloLive's business model, the fact that it is as much of a sensation, as big of a sensation as it is now, that is very much the product of a combination of business savvy and luck, as well as personal branding and, you know, just personality that is going to be very hard to replicate. So, is the model outdated? No. But is it a model that a lot of different people can just walk into the space and replicate? Also no, if that answers your question. So, is it Yago or Yagu? I say Yagu. Achan and Sora was a yes. So if you try to start a company using Hololive's model, but you don't have Sora and Achan right from the beginning, I don't know if that model is viable. That's the thing, right? It's like saying, could FaZe Connect's model work without Mumi? The answer, of course, is probably no. FaZe Connect would join the pile of small corpses without Sakuna having the presence of mind to hire someone who could actually talk to women, so... Again, it's not really about... I don't think the model itself is flawed. Well, okay, that's a bit much. The model certainly has flaws, but I don't think it's outdated or non-viable. It's just that you need a very specific set of traits in order to make it work. That's why I think that the Vishoujo/Mythic style management agency style might become more popular, because it is easier to make it work, because you're not trying to start talents, you're not trying to grow talents from nothing. You're adopting talents that already have a strong brand of their own and a big community of their own. So there is a whole part of investing in a talent's growth that is no longer your responsibility, I suppose. Without coffee, FaZe is too sad. True. It's like asking if FaZe works without Pippa. That's true, although I wouldn't confine it to just Pippa, right? Pippa was indeed a big reason why FaZe blew up, but you needed follow-through in order for them to continue to leverage that initial lightning in a bottle that was Pippa's burst of growth. So, unless you have, for example, right, a lot of people do tend to point out how FaZe Connect JP is a lot less visible than FaZe Connect EN. The thing is, if you didn't have Nasa, Michiru, and Iori as your Gen 1 of FaZe JP, I'm not entirely certain that FaZe Connect would still have a FaZe JP. Because those early months, that initial period of growth for FaZe, that shit was rough for the JP talents. Unless you had that specific combination of three talents that were both willing and able to tough out that initial period of obscurity, you would not have the same company as you have today. So, again, Pippa does get a lot of, I suppose, attention for making FaZe what it is today, and I do think that a lot of that is very fair. But yeah, in more subtle ways, perhaps, the other talents at FaZe are very much essential if you wanted it to reach its current stage of growth. Oh, Gator, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Gator Raiders. I despise YouTube's way of doing the fucking raid message. Fucking white text on white background. I swear this is like the 5th time that I've ranted about that live on stream. Yeah, funnily enough, actually, I think it was you, Gator, that raided into Triggerfish a while ago, like a week or two ago or something, and she had the exact same reaction when she saw the raid message pop up. It's so tilting as a streamer to see that notification pop up and to just get to blind yourself trying to make out what the fuck it says. At this point, I've been trained to just recognize your channel icon instead of actually trying to read the message itself. It's so stupid. I hope YouTube fixes that, because holy fuck. Learn to highlight. True. Flashbang raid notification. Based Menhera blue hair woman. Agreed. I only know Clara from Face JP. I mean, that's fair enough, because Clara's the only one that speaks, like, English for more than half of her content. But at this point, I'm honestly pressed to decide whether Clara is honorary JP or honorary EN, because of how much of her content seems geared towards EN now. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to pretend that I watch the Face JP girls like routinely, because I don't speak Japanese. And if I want background noise, I tend to want background noise that I can like, understand linguistically. But when they come up in clips, it's always like a pleasant surprise on my timeline. And people like Animal Friend, people like well, Hobosaki to some extent, although most of the clips that I've seen from Hobosaki are like clips where Iori's already speaking English anyways. For those who don't know, Hobosaki is an Iori clipper. Clippers who translate what FaZe JP talents are saying for clips, they are. This is something that's been said by like ad infinitum people before me, but they are they are truly the gems of the one of the pillars of the Face Connect clipping scene, I should say. But yeah. Pretend to watch Clara. I've seen Clara's karaoke's before. The woman is truly something else when she gets a microphone in front of her. Clara's doing JP streams on Twitch for a bit. I guess she gave up on that. I suppose. I don't think FaZe is really that well, with the exception of Tenma, who's like a bit of a Twitch addict, I suppose. I don't think a lot of the FaZe talents really seem that invested in Twitch. Like Pippa for a while, kind of, but she seems to have fallen out of love with the platform. And to be honest, I don't really blame her, but yeah. Oh dear, translators are heroes. Amen. Clara gives me Aqua vibes? I don't know about that, to be honest. I don't think Clara's ditzy enough to qualify as like Aqua, to be comparable to Aqua from Konosuba. I think you'd need someone who's a bit more ditzy in order for that comparison to make sense. Oh yeah, no, Lumi as well. Yeah. I only ever watch Lumi when she streams on YouTube, so I forget that Lumi streams like every day on Twitch. Yeah. Lemon Woman mostly streams on Twitch. Yeah, she does. I am unfortunately I am not a real Lumi watcher because I don't watch her streams religiously. Only when she streams on YouTube. I don't watch FaZe. Ah well, I understand if your VTuber repertoire is quite full at the moment, but if you ever want, you know, a little bit of Menhera, a little bit of autism, I can't really recommend any company that's better fit for that than FaZe. Although I'm biased, so. I just know Pippa and Clara. I don't even watch Tenma. I think Tenma's streams are they're fun to tune into if you like the gap moe between Tenma being, you know, rage incarnate versus being just, you know, small cute fox. I need to watch Tenma's The Year Muscle review. True. Tenma collabed with Henya on Twitch recently. Oh yeah, no, I've seen clips of that, although I haven't gotten around to seeing the VOD itself. Tenma Henya is such Kino combination. It's I kind of stopped watching VTubes after Sana left. It's hard to get back. No, that's fair enough. Same, my only glimpse every VTuber streams. The one that piques my interest is Dizzy's Henry Stickman's stream. That was Kino. What is up with FaZe staff having idol potential? I mean, it's all down to how they were recruited, right? Sana just popped into a League of Legends lobby, adopted a manager, and now suddenly we have like Now we suddenly have like someone who could be a VTuber themselves. Although I think that's like to be expected, right? Honestly, if you pop into a League lobby and you speak to a woman, that woman is probably going to be VTuber material. Like, it takes a very specific set of skills to be to be a woman League player. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Don't forget the evil woman. Amen. Rooney Ruse. Rooney's got such, like... I don't know how to explain it besides, like... This is going to sound really oddly specific. But Rooney... I don't think I've seen any creator besides Rooney give off so consistently and so strongly hot babysitter energy. If there are any Runatics in chat, you can probably understand what I mean. Maybe you share the same sentiment yourself. But yeah, no, when I think about like Rooney's general demeanor and stream persona, that's the vibe that I get. Now, whether you're the one hiring or the one being babysat, that's more up to individual interpretation, but I think in general, that's a pretty accurate way of describing her general vibe. But... oh yeah, no, Rooney's RP streams are keener, absolutely. It's so interesting to see how many of FaZe Connect's talents are really good at doing RP streams, but really good at doing different kinds of RP streams. Because when it comes to just cursed RP, I don't think anyone can go toe-to-toe with Dizzy. There's like... she just has... her mind is... how do I put this? It's like a staircase made of thin glass, right? Beautiful to look at, but you probably wouldn't want to try to, you know, you don't want to like, you don't want to step on it, you don't want to figure it out, right? You don't want to get close to it, you know? Vodka spit. Elaborate. I don't think I will. I don't think I will. Clara fly up. That's true. That's true. GG made Callie hiss with League of Legends. I mean, I would hiss too. This is coming from a former League of Legends player. League women player with wife with wife VTuber idol material. True, true. What kind of backlash or praise do you think would happen if Neuro joined the company? I don't think any backlash would come from people that actually knew what Neuro is. Because if it was her fans, they would probably laugh it off. If it was people who did any modicum of research, they'd probably realize that, yes, Neuro is an AI VTuber, but she is... how do I put this? The appeal of Neuro is not the fact that she is a VTuber, nor the fact that she is an AI on their own. The thing that makes Neuro appealing to people is the fact that she's a combination of both of them, while also being the daughter of by all accounts, a virtuoso when it comes to engineering. I should say coding. A virtuoso when it comes to coding. But also possibly the most emotionally dead inside single father that we have on this side of the VTubing industry. So much of Neuro's personality only works because of Vedel's personality. And I think anyone who understands Neuro and the content that Vedel puts onto the channel would implicitly understand that it's not really a company hiring a VTuber so much as it is a company adopting a VTuber and her dad, I suppose. The appeal of Neuro is her bullying Vedel, exactly. Donnie, welcome to being a Footstool. I hope you enjoy your time here and I hope you enjoy those emotes. You should Oshi Clara. The Clara propaganda is strong with this one. Armchair throwing shade at Rima? What do you mean? What shade? Hold on. What do you mean by that? Oh yeah, League. Oh, okay. Okay, to be fair, I think if you make VTubing related content, and I'm very much in this category myself, you need a very specific kind of autism that overlaps with the kind of autism you need to be able to enjoy League. Because being able to enjoy League is in and of itself a very specific kind of disability that not everyone has. Hell, Fillion bullies Vettel also. Yeah, but Fillion wasn't built by Vettel. That's the thing, right? Vettel is more dead inside compared to Neuro. Yeah, fair enough. Do you play video games with other VTuber streamers? No, not really. Most of the games I actually enjoy playing aren't really multiplayer friendly. The closest thing is probably Bloons. But aside from that, I've said this before, but I play like Plague Inc. and stuff. So it's usually mostly single player. I'm also not that much of a gamer myself, as in I'm not good at playing it. I'm not mechanically talented or proficient. So if I do end up chilling with other creators, it tends to be like talking about something in general rather than gaming per se. I fucking wish, my god. Nah, I don't think so. Phase Connect is like, it's one of those things where if you are a creator yourself and you're also a fan, I like being able to observe from afar. I don't want to... It's weird, right? Because at least to some extent, if you Oshi somebody or if you're a fan of somebody, the idea of collabing with them is conceptually appealing. But I don't know how to put it besides... It's a little like what Pippa said a few years back when she was describing how she's not very keen on collabing with Shondo because she values Shondo as a content creator that she watches, right? Where if I am going to interact with any of the FaZe talents, I would prefer to do it as a fan rather than as another content creator, I suppose. And I can't think of a very satisfactory way of articulating why that is just right now, but I will probably end up figuring one out down the line when this topic inevitably comes up again. But yeah. Funnily enough, when I was prepping the stream for this week, it overlapped perfectly with when Jelly was playing Plague Inc. And I was just like, it was so painful because she was like playing my favorite game. And yet I wasn't able to watch it live. Like, obviously I'm going to watch the VOD, but like, man, my sense of timing is fucking awful. Yeah, it's a bit like Pippa and Callie, right? Yeah. Humility and keep things as... Yeah, kind of. Yeah, pretty much. Ask Flair about collabing with Ina. Yeah, no, I've seen that clip. Yeah. No, yeah, a lot of you guys get it, right? I don't even need to, like, say it. Again, for the sake of my own personal satisfaction, I probably will try to figure out a way of articulating it better down the line. But yeah, for now, I'm pretty sure a lot of you get what I mean, right? You're also overlapping perfectly with Holofest, and yet we're here. True. No, but the difference is I would rather be there. Gator, I'm kind of weird in that I can just put the interviewer hat on, but it's just because I wrote for my college newspaper, so I can separate my fan stuff from my host. Yeah, that's fair enough as well. And I mean, it's kind of similar. I guess, how would I say it? If I were to interact with another creator that I respect, in a formal setting, as cringe as that sounds, in like the form of a collab, right, where we're not just yapping about whatever, I do think that there's too much of a chance that I would default into only being able to interact with them as a fellow content creator, which by extension also means kind of as an interviewer, rather than being able to enjoy that as another like individual content creator / fan. Which is what I'm more... Enjoying other creators as a fan is what I'm used to, and what I'm more comfortable with as a result. So I would never be able to interview Mint. I don't think a lot of people would be able to interview Mint. Not because she's like a... I don't think she'd be difficult to interview, but I think she has a lot of, like... She has that star power about her that just makes it... it can make it very easy to be daunting, right? She's my Kamiyoshi. Oh, yeah, no, that makes absolute sense. Yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. Aquarek, if you're enjoying a VTuber as a boyfriend or girlfriend, you are irrevocably cooked. I'm sorry, but that's them's the rules. I don't make them. Actually, that feeling you're talking about, Mint talked about it somewhat as well. Yeah, wasn't it about when she was... Was this about when she was talking about approaching idols who might also know who her VTuber persona is or something along those lines? I vaguely recall her talking about something similar before, but... Let me be very honest. Having done as much content on the VTubing industry as I have, I don't think I ever want to date a VTuber. Like actually, now that I think about it, the metaphor that I used to describe Dizzy is actually perfect for describing most VTubers, right? Where in a very similar manner to a glass staircase, they are great to observe from a distance, you know, beautiful, excellent works of craftsmanship, etc., etc. But I don't want to go near them. And I wouldn't want to get too close. And I certainly wouldn't want to put my weight on them. I wouldn't want to rely on them for anything. So, yeah. Run for the hills, you know what? There have been far too many instances where people have tried to get into a relationship with a VTuber and... Well, I mean, I've said this before, right? But if you... People in this industry, myself included, don't get into it because we are all perfectly well-adjusted human beings, right? All of us have something, some quirk, to put it, you know, mildly, that makes us want to indulge in this medium as much as we have, right? They are all... Yeah, we are all some degree of insane. Nobody who is perfectly well-adjusted chooses to get into and stay in this industry. So, make a VTuber do a face reveal and then that's cheating, Billy. That's cheating. But yeah, maybe. Rima and Cat should not be mixed together. Wait, what? What did you say, Evo? Only you have the means to prevent Rima from becoming a core. What did she mean by this? I don't think so. I think that's quite beyond my pay grade. Again, I appreciate Rima as horse overlord, but... And to be fair, Rima is the prettiest horse that I have ever seen. But I think that's quite beyond the scope of what I can accomplish. Charlie would probably be a man that's, well... I was going to say Charlie might be a man more up to the task, but that was before I knew that he accidentally called her Lydia because he was doing double duty as a viewer. Scarling, thank you for the 5. Spitting fire armchair for sale. Comes with cool glasses. Man. Armchair lighter would be quite a funny idea. When is the armchair elbow review? There's too many ideas. I still need to get the fucking we still haven't hit the fucking feet stream one yet. Feet reveal, I should say, not feet stream. Horse overlord of Canada. Amen. You're not looking for a stable relationship. Oh, death sentence, Freakman. I can't believe you would insult Tim. Look, I said prettiest. That doesn't make it impossible for the other horse VTubers to be pretty as well. Just that I have a favorite, that's it. The only VTuber romance that I can think of is Nyanos and Aethel. And Soda Popping and Vi. Yeah, fair enough, actually. Both retired VShoujo towns, funnily enough. Maybe the secret to becoming a functional... Maybe the secret to becoming a VTuber that can find love is to join an agency and then leave it. Hopefully I can get you on the podcast sometime. Sure, why not? I see no reason why that can't be the case, Gator. Feet stream, feet reveal. No, not feet stream, feet reveal. There's a difference, Yeah, Rev and Straub as well, actually, now that you bring that to mind. You are right in that there are quite a lot of VTuber couples that are really quite wholesome, to be honest. But it's just that there are so many others that are that go so bad so quickly and so spectacularly that they blot out my memory of these actual functional couples. But yeah. Oh yeah, I guess you could say Koei and Faith as well. That's true. I will not be John Bishop. Mina, come home. It sucks when you know a talent is... Yeah. I hope at some point Hina can make a comeback. I know for a fact that her audience is still going to be here, even if it takes like ages. Honestly, at this point, the baby Borbs are unironically like... They take the cake for best endurance of any audience when it comes to waiting for their Oshi. And I really do hope that there is some sort of a... I fucking hope they get their Oshi back. Like, I hope so. Because holy shit has their ability to wait been insane up until now. The fact that they've been, like, as supportive as... I still, like, while I'm scrolling through my timeline on Twitter, I still routinely come across, like, Hina art. And it's... I hope Hina's okay, and I hope she feels capable of making a comeback at some point. But yeah. Nah, Chumbuds haven't beat. Chumbuds do have a reputation for being endurance watchers, don't they? They are truly the camels of the VTuber fandom. Let's raid Rev. How to get VTuber wife. If I remember correctly, Rev has gone on record before to say that the way that he and Straub got together was Straub tried to argue with him on Twitter. And I mean, when it comes to getting a VTuber wife, that does sound about par for the course. You know, it's kind of weird that some of the most wholesome relationships that we see on the internet has occurred because of some of the most, like, banal interactions to happen between two people, right? Because I know that Shionhead, she's, like, happily married with a kid right now. And she and her husband got together because he decided to troll her on Twitter as well. Which is, like... Maybe that's the secret, right? Maybe the secret to getting a loving partner via internet is to just be an ass. Like, one of you has to be an ass first. And one of you has to have the balls to be an ass to the other. You have to have that, like, enemies to lovers type character arc. But yeah. I'm gonna argue with Kirsha. I mean, people do that all the time, right? I wonder how... Does anyone here know the lore behind how Koei and Faith got together? Because if it's something that's also, like, the same thing as Rev and Straub and Shionhead and her husband, that would be... At that point, we would have not a coincidence, but a pattern. Mayoshi is also happily married with a kid. Mine. We all have dreams, Freak Man. We all have dreams. Shaman, hold on. Let me scroll up. All's fair in love and war, and internet war is no different. True. What a way to have a relationship. Time to start shit. I am genuinely curious as to how Dizzy navigates the path to hopefully finding a boyfriend or husband, because I think I speak. This is a sentiment that quite a lot of love bugs also share, in that I don't think any of us are. Well, actually, I take that back. I think that while we can acknowledge that Dizzy is attractive, I don't think any of us are, shall we say, tripping over ourselves to actually become her husband. Like, in a morbid kind of way, there's something about Dizzy as is that makes fixing her seem like a less appealing alternative than just, you know, Dizzy as is. Which is... It's this weird limbo where at the same time, we want her to be happy, but we also don't want to be the one to fix her. I think that's the best way I could describe it, right? And it's not an original thought by any means. This is a sentiment that many other people in Dizzy's community have expressed already. But it's sort of like, yeah, you know, we want Dizzy to be happy, but we don't want to be the one to fix her. So we are no harem protagonists. Yeah, pretty much. Friend zoning. Yeah, I'd say that Dizzy is one of those talents that gets friend zoned by their Oshi. I'd say that's, yeah. A bit like, it's a little similar to Marine, actually. In a weird kind of way. I think that's quite similar to Marine, where she has... I can only assume at this point that Marine has suffered some sort of bizarre curse, where, and I think I've said this on stream before, she has, like, the horniest fan base imaginable, but every time she presses go live and they usher themselves into her chat, they become, like, the most asexual people in existence. It's just really funny. Actually, how do I put it? Marine's audience becomes like exponentially hornier the further away they get from her stream, which is like, it's just funny. But yeah. Sakana got his Marine, that's true. I am very... Like something, like a little bit of like Sakana lore that I'm very curious about is how did he manage to get married? Right, like that would be something quite... I don't think it's something that he would ever share like publicly, but I do find it to be something to ponder about occasionally. Yeah, Rima gets anti-zoned by it. That's true. It's quite funny though. Oh, the ASCII married on her. Huh, interesting. I didn't know that. Marine's chat is too locked in. That's true. Kevin's just got it. That's true. Maybe Sakana does have like, it's not unspoken Riz. It might be autistic Riz. Who knows? It's certainly not conventional Riz. Dude dresses like an absolute unit. True. Sakana's dating advice on Sheena's stream was ignore them. Honestly, I think there is something perversely, like, sensible about that bit of advice, even though it sounds, like, really stupid and counterintuitive, right? Because the thing is, when you're in the middle of courtship, of dating, you never want to appear needy, right? And to be fair, Sakana is in a position where I think he is one of the few people who, in the world, who can, with reasonable chance of success, just exist and hope somebody else takes the plunge to woo him. But I don't... I think that if you are in a position where you can warrant being wooed, I think that is sound advice. Albeit not phrased that way, because that's a bit too much. That's a bit too general, I think. That advice sounds like pickup. No, pickup artists are different because they insist that you go out of your way to be a dick. That's quite different, right? When you're dating, your brain is on cocaine. Yeah. I if I remember correctly, didn't Didn't a study about comparing like brain activity when you are taking drugs versus when you are dating come to the conclusion that the two are quite similar? The stream is 5 hours and it's on the short side. I'm falling asleep. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, Zara. If you want to just go to sleep, that's perfectly fine. The VOD's not going anywhere, so. And if you come back and watch it later on, it'll be timestamped as well for easier viewing. Neediness is negative riz. Exactly. Like no one. Okay. No one really wants to like date an adoptee, right? Like you want someone who you can take care of, maybe. You want someone who is willing to be taken care of by you to some extent. But you don't want to adopt someone you don't want to date someone who needs you to exist or survive. Yeah, it's the difference between indifference versus dickery, right? Pickup artists usually advocate for people to just be assholes. That's what makes it cringe, right? Well, I'm sure you are, Freak Man. I'm sure you are. Hence why Riz parody is going, please, 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 please. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, nobody with self-respect. Actually, funnily enough, anecdotal, right? Not backed up by any sort of statistics or evidence. If you look at the people who are most likely to actually find quote-unquote needy people quote-unquote attractive, it is usually going to be people who have some sort of either suppressed or very blatant self-esteem problem. Because nobody who has a sense of self-worth, a strong sense of identity, is going to want a needy person. Like, nobody who has a strong sense of self is going to find neediness attractive. It is almost always people who have some sort of self-esteem issue, some sort of crippling self-esteem issue, that are capable, emotionally, mentally capable, of finding neediness attractive. I love cooking for someone else. True. There is no feeling more satisfying to me. Well, actually, that's a bit of a lie. But there are few feelings that are more satisfying than being able to cook something, know that it's good, and then watch somebody that you love enjoy it. Like, that's just, you know. Especially, like, as a man, right? Like, you know, like being able to have that moment where you, like, revel in your own competence for a second. Right? You go like, yeah, I made that, right? It taps into like those two fundamental instincts of being able to make things and also being able to like make people you care about happy, right? And it's just, you know, it's just it's very few things beat the sense of satisfaction that comes out of a like watching somebody you love enjoy a well-made dish that you made. I love cooking someone else. That is quite different, Funless, but I'm sure you would. I got too much self-esteem / self-confidence issues after that chemical engineering hell. I don't blame you. Chemical engineering sounds like quite the ringer, to be honest. That's why women run when you accelerate towards them. Yeah, I can kind of see. Yeah, I see. I can kind of see that. Yeah. Thing is, right? I think at this point it's pretty safe to say that it's a generalization, but it holds true well enough to the point where, like, you know, it works as a rule, right? No woman wants a man that doesn't have a sense of self-respect, right? Because if you don't respect yourself, how the fuck do you expect anybody else to respect you, let alone love you? So if you are like a man and you want to like earn the attention of somebody that you're attracted to, like don't bend over backwards to try and accommodate every whim, because, you know, have some self-respect. don't be a simp. Explains why it's traditional for men with the barbecue grill. I didn't think about that. Yeah, maybe that could be it. Some men probably consider the kitchen to woman only, so the outdoor grill is the refuge for them. You know, you might be onto something there. Maybe. There is actually, if you tap into the more, like, I suppose the more primitive aspect of, like, you know, male mentality, there is something satisfying about being able to cook, like, in the outdoors, right? It's something indescribably, like, you know, something indescribably satisfying to the male psyche about that particular combination of actions and circumstance. Although I do think that being put off by the kitchen is a bit of a... I think that in a civilized society, men being put off by the kitchen is a little... It's a little... For want of a better way of describing it, it's a little cringe, right? Because you want to be able to cook good shit for yourself, right? There is... Generally speaking, there are few things sexier than... Well, independence. Being able to cook for yourself is like... It's like a pretty low bar when it comes to independence. So... Somehow chef is a men's profession. True, true. Huh, I never thought about that. Yeah, maybe. There is something like primally satisfying about that, right? Hello, Chem, I just woke up. Oh! I hope you had a nice rest, Lucifurious. Welcome in, we're just having a post-show yapping at this point. Chris, thank you for the 20 pounds! Holy shit. VTubers have involuntarily convinced me that women do not belong in the kitchen. You know, when you really think about it, right? VTubers are... They are truly... They have advanced the cause of feminine empowerment by proving that all of the previous things that we assumed about women are, shall we say, not exactly reliable when it comes to thinking about them as truths. But yeah, no, if I had like if I restricted somebody to only being able to conceptualize women cooking via VTuber streams, I think I'd be able to turn them into like a very specific brand of misogynist where they would insist on keeping women as far away from the kitchen as possible. Grilling is similar to camp cooking. Yeah, that's true, that's true. It genuinely amazes me how many of these VTubers like live by themselves and routinely turn out quote-unquote food that can only be described as some sort of Pompeian relic. Like, it's not even... I hazard to say if it's a biohazard, because there's very little biological about the food by the time that these VTubers are done with it. But, like, I am... It makes for great entertainment, but holy shit, I would not want to be, like, anywhere near them for the purposes of taste testing in the moment that it happens. Poor Ellie and her bean slop. At least she didn't make it herself. I'll just say, at least it was something that was pre-canned, made by somebody else, etc., etc., etc. At least when she eats meals like that, and I say eats in quotation marks, it's not because she made it herself and did it voluntarily. Rima once found moldy lemon in her pantry and turned it into content. Yeah, no, I remember that. The stuff I made on my cooking streams are edible more often than not. Yeah, you see what okay, so actually, if any of you guys want to watch like cooking streams where the food is actually edible, I highly recommend checking out Murray's channel, because he actually does cooking streams, and they don't make you like... they don't make you want to die just by seeing what he's doing. Some of the stuff that he turns out actually looks genuinely delicious, so yeah. This got me questioning if Sakana's pasta recipe is actually bad, if it was only bad because she... Okay, no. I think that's going a bit far. I think Sheena is a very competent cook, and I think Sakana's recipe is genuinely suspicious. So I think if you use Sakana's recipe, you should do so with immense caution. Like, don't expect it to be, like, good. Like, it's good if you're running off of, like, college student budget. But otherwise, I don't recommend it. I think say what you like about female VTubers in general and cooking, But I think Sheena is the exception to that rule. I think it's like, you know, cut and dried at this point that Sheena actually knows how to cook. This is a personal theory, but I think female VTubers who frequently do cooking streams have intentionally low cooking stats. I think so. Because surely at some point you'd have to be playing it up for the camera, right? Oh yeah, onigiri. Yeah, Evo. Yeah. I think I could probably count all of the female VTubers that I've watched be actual competent cooks, like on one hand. Top 2 would definitely be like onigiri and Sheena. I'm trying to think of others. It's really difficult because every time I think about VTuber and cooking, I just think about disasters. I go through Vietnam War. I go through Vietnam flashbacks. Yeah, Mimo's cooking is actually a rare case of being up to snuff. Exactly. I mean, Kiara cooks good too, and Choco and Louie. True. Yeah, Louie is a good cook. She'd need to be in order. To take care of the baboos and Hollow JP. Lena, yeah. Okay, yeah. You're right. Yeah, Lena. Oh yeah, Lydia's also a decent cook. Yeah. Pippa is at a negative end of the spectrum. True. Speaking of Girl DM, yeah, Girl DM is like an actual like gamer. So Raura can cook according to other members. Huh, interesting. I would be really interested to see if we get more like cooking collabs between Hollow Advent and Justice, because they seem to be meeting up with one another more frequently. They all seem to be moving to Japan, which is interesting. But yeah. Yeah, Raura is Italian. She has to be able to cook, surely. I've only seen Lena cook according to Neuro's directions. She has cooked according to other people's directions, including her own. In which case, the food is actually, like, you know, edible and appetizing. I think Neuro's, you know, Lena has actually managed to pull off making food according to Neuro's instructions that does look like it wouldn't kill somebody, which is quite an accomplishment, all things considered. So Girl DM physically has to be kick-ass. I was going to trying to copy her. Fair enough. Hollow should do a cooking competition collab. I think, I swear they might have done something similar. Actually, no. I might be misremembering when they're taste testing things instead, which is quite different. But yeah. Every time I think about Hololive and cooking, like Hollow JP and cooking, all I can think about is that that one 3D like live stream that Korone and Louis and Mio did, where Korone was just being like a menace, running around on stage, stealing other people's food, etc., etc. That's like that's all I can think about. But yeah, I think that would be like Kino. Enrage an Italian with non-approved pizza toppings. Man, Italians have it rough. It's so easy to fuck up their cultural cuisine. It's so insanely easy to do that. Like, just put whatever cursed material you want on a pizza, and you instantly have... you've instantly committed a hate crime. I want to see Battelle make pasta. I'm sure a lot of people would, to be honest. You can never constrain Korone with a script. True. Cronies If any of you haven't seen it, I highly recommend searching up Crony Blended Sandwich on YouTube. I can't say that you would... Don't watch it while you eat, but it is quite funny to watch. Closest thing I can think of to Hololive cooking was Hollow Gamers making curry together. True. Meanwhile, in ID, put rice in every food. Kyla has been like... Well, okay, I was about to say cooking, but I don't think she really has been cooking. I think she has been like... She's certainly been experimenting. She's come up with some interesting concoctions. But yeah. If anyone here has ever tried like mandarin with rice, I'm very curious to see what you think about it, because to me that does not sound very appetizing at all. Then again, I'm not a big fan of sweet flavors. I watched Coronay blend shit live while eating lunch. It's Crony blend shit live while eating lunch. I'm sorry for your loss. Look, all I'm saying is you never hear the French cry about people making bourguignon with wrong red wine. Why is that? True. Kyla said hi to my baby once on stream. Damn, that's wholesome. That's really sweet. That's really cute, actually. I wonder if your baby can recognize the sound of like the VTubers that the voices of the VTubers you watch. I wonder if you're actually, have you tried that? Have you tried like playing different VTubers next to your baby and seeing whether they react to certain VTubers instead of others? I would be very curious to see how that goes. Depends on the rice you use. Mandarin on rice makes it feels like a struggle meal. Yeah, fair enough. Mandarin orange with rice? Yeah, no, Kyla's tried that before. It really is an interesting combination of foods. But then again, I would expect it from someone who comes out of Indonesia. Did you see the tweet where Kobo ate ramen with a new hairbrush? I did not see that. What? No, I didn't indoctrinate my baby to VTubers yet. Yet. I'm assuming you want your baby to grow up speaking English. So... it would be very funny if... from the amount of Rima you watch, your baby also picked up saying things like etc. That would be... that'd be quite funny. But yeah. What's your bets on the next controversy in the VTubing space? I don't do prophecy, I only do prejudice. So predicting what the next big controversy is going to be is quite difficult for me. I don't think I would, to be honest. Like, when it comes to signs that there's a controversy brewing in a company, or when it comes to identifying signs that a company is nurturing a controversy, I would probably be pretty good at identifying that. But when it comes to just making predictions off the cuff, I'm not your man. Great line, thank you. I try. No. Prophecy. Okay, so see, that's the difference, right? With prophecy, there's an inherent level of intuition that you need when it comes to prophecy that I think separates it from just base prejudice. And for me, pattern recognition and prejudice is like the same thing. So that is why I say I do prejudice, not prophecy, because when it comes to pattern recognition, that's a skill that I've been building. Whereas just intuition is not something that I prefer to rely on. Eva, thank you for the 2. Watch Rima wash cooked rice in a Ugh. Pain. Has she done that on stream before? Did I just tune that out? I know for a fact that Rima didn't know you were supposed to use a rice cooker to cook rice. And she didn't know that you were supposed to wash rice before cooking it either. Which is like... That's... Man. Man, these French Canadians, man, like, fuck. No. I'm sure she has now been taught the ways She's now been taught the ways. It's like how she used to try to heat tea by microwaving it. Oh, sorry, boil water by microwaving it. Like, ugh. 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 I respect and value Rima as a content creator and as somebody who I talk to, but oh, brother, oh. I genuinely don't understand how somebody can do that. I'm in the Oh no, Murray, no. How do you survive with unwashed rice? Unwashed rice is like unwashed foreskin. You don't want to put that shit in your mouth. We do not take responsibility in Quebec for Rima's guffaws. Yeah, fair enough, honestly. She fixed the water thing? Yeah, because she got roasted for it by us. By us and Bonnie. What is that analogy? Don't question it, don't question it. That's exactly how disgusted I feel when I hear that people don't wash their rice. Dude, I was playing a gacha game, then you mentioned foreskin. Roasting smack. Only those who understand the value of hygiene fear smegma. Rice is fortified with vitamin and stuff, so you don't get berry. If you wash the rice, you wash that. Surely you wouldn't be so malnourished and strapped for vitamins that you would need unwashed rice to make up that specific part of your diet. Surely. It's like saying you rely on carrots to get your ability to see. Like, surely if you're eating healthily, you shouldn't need unwashed rice. I paid for that. Yeah, you know what? I can't argue with that. Rice is processed by ground threshing, so you need to wash it. Exactly. Cap, fuel cap. Armchair, I like you, but please don't go. I only compare it to that if you... Well, okay, fair enough. Please wash your rice. Exactly. Think about it, right? It's the exact same energy as wash your penis. It is all part and parcel of taking good care of yourself as a person. Having some self-respect. That's a weak reason I don't wash my rice out of pure spite. Chowing down 200 carrots to get... You know, unironically, as a child, I used to believe that was the case. And then I realized that you'd have to be heavily malnourished in order for eating carrots to make any difference to your vision whatsoever. Man, that was depressing to realize back in the day. Did you know some people wash their chicken? Isn't that a thing where you wash chicken? Aren't you supposed to wash meat though when you cook it? Is that not a thing? I swear that... Because don't they use bleach to keep that sterile in butcheries? Everyone please don't tell Rima I said that super chat. It's okay, your secret is safe with us, Eva. Unwashed rice is like eating dusty rice. No, don't wash chicken. Yes, you are. I'm getting very conflicting answers. Okay, the consensus seems to be yes, right? Wash your rice like you... Okay, Eddie. That's a bit much. Not necessary if it's a trusted source, yes. See, if you just turn up to like your random everyday butchers without any idea of how they keep their meat sterile, then yeah, you probably should wash the meat before you try to cook it. So... just get table salt and give it a quick scrub? Really? Is that... What? I've always been taught to wash the meat. After doing a future canoe with the radioactive chicken wash. I've always assumed that, right? When we wash it, we make we wash it when we make chicken. Yeah. I'm getting mixed answers from some people. Interesting. Wash your chicken before and after plucking. See, that's what I would assume, right? Future Canoe is a great, funny guy. Amen. When I tried to cook rice for the first... I didn't know to wash it, but I could immediately tell something wasn't right with it when it was done boiling. Yeah. It is an art that has been perfect. Well, you know, funny thing as well, when you wash rice, the leftover residue isn't even useless, because you can use it as... It tends to be pretty... Well, rumor has it that it's actually good for your skin as well. So if you wash your rice, you tend to have prettier hands than those who don't, which is a Chinese superstition. The other thing is, though, apparently it works decently as a cleaning agent as well, for things like your utensils, if you don't have a dishwasher or you're running low on dish soap or whatever. So apparently it can be used for that as well. But yeah, no, it's washing rice does have its uses. Rumor has it that rice water is good for... Yeah. I've also heard that one before, where if you pour it out into your garden, it acts as good fertilizer. I heard you can cook... I'm pretty sure you can cook your rice in any kind of liquid, right? I wash chicken regardless of market butchers or grocery butchers. Yeah, understandable, really. We use it as bean soup stock because of the starch. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, rice soap exists since the olden times. True. You know, I once had this is it's not really funny, but once I had I was going through a bit of a bout of, a bit of a depressive mood, right? Where you don't really feel like doing very much around the house. You don't have the energy, I suppose, to, look after your environment properly. And during this time, I just finished making a new batch of rice, and I left all of the rice water that I'd gathered in this big metal bowl, and I put that on the side of my kitchen counter. And for about a week or two, I left that bowl there, to the point where eventually one day when I came down to the kitchen, I noticed that it started smelling vaguely alcoholic. And I don't know if it was just like my brain like making it up, or if it was genuinely the case that I left it there to curdle for so long that it started developing into a new substance. But since that point, I spent like 2 hours trying to wash the scent out of that particular metal bowl. And ever since then, I've been conditioned to get rid of rice water as soon as humanly possible. Because of how strong, how pungent that odor was. I accidentally made sake. Maybe. I didn't think to drink it, although, well, maybe. maybe I could have. Good night, Liam. I hope you have a good rest. Armchair cooking stream. I'd need to figure out how to get a hand cam set up first. But I mean, I like to think that a cooking stream that I would be doing would not be as disastrous as some of the others that I have seen. But yeah, Scarling, think about it too. Hygiene is important. Scrub soap on RAM cards. Amen. Chair turns rice water into rice wine. Does that make me rice? Jesus. Call that moon shake. That's actually a pretty good name for it, considering how chunky it was by the end as well. Actually, you know what? I've been yapping for quite a while. I still haven't gotten food for for the day, so I need to cook something. Speaking of cooking, but in any case, I might wrap up now. Thank you for tuning in, everybody who's either tuned in live or is currently watching the VOD. Thank you for sticking through while I go through all of these topics, rant about Twitch and rant about everything else apparently as well afterwards. But yeah, it's been nice to chill out with you guys. Have a bit of a more, well, I say short, but I mean now it's over like 5 hours. Now it's over 6 hours. But yeah, it's nice to have like a bit more of a shorter, more concise stream, and just be able to yap with you guys for a little bit. More content to come. Keep your eye out for the announcement, the formal announcement of that collab later on this week. And also, I'll be putting up the poll to decide the next scheduled stream topic in a little bit as well. So, let me just find somebody to raid. I'm off to join the VOD gang. I hope to see you there, Sharona. Oh, my arm's starting to go a bit numb. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, my Chrome just froze again. I really do need to fucking use a new browser. Holy shit. Hold on, you guys are frozen as well. Let me whip you guys out on my phone. Short sauna length stream. Take care. You too, freak man. You too. Let me find somebody to raid when my Chrome tab unfreezes the fuck up. Hold on a second. Still short compared to my longest stream. Sure. Oh, I genuinely can't believe that I once did a 14-hour stream. Like that's insane. I was really smoking something with that one. I don't know if I'd ever do it again, to be honest, because that was something that took a lot. I made it. Ooh, I didn't fall asleep. Hey, you've got endurance, Zara. Thanks for the stream. See you next time. Honestly, with how frozen my Chrome tab is, I'm thinking about just ending stream here if it doesn't fucking unfreeze within the next few seconds. Oh. Everything went black. Hold on. Give me a second. Alright, we're back. Alright, let me see who else is live at the moment. Huh. Ah, well. I actually have been watching a bit of Elia Stellaria recently, and she's currently live, so I might send you guys on to there. As per usual, since this is a new person who we haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet via raid. Be nice. Be civil, integrate smoothly into her chat. I want you to behave, as per usual. I think at this point you know the drill. And I'll send you guys off there to enjoy her stream for a little bit. She's got a really, really nice voice, so yeah. In the meantime, like the video, subscribe, follow me on Twitter, go onto my Patreon, yada 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 yada. And again, thank you for watching. More content to come, and I'll see you next stream. Otsu chair.